Greetings, Earthlings. I am your new overlord, El John Nanu. So this is a little bit strange. So I figured I'd give you a little strange intro. Mm-hmm. You're getting ready to hear an amazing episode of the Paranormal Sideshow. And you're getting ready to hear a marathon, thank you very much for waiting episode of the Paranormal Sideshow. All that will be explained on the actual Paranormal Sideshow. But sometimes, as happens with the show, and we never let you guys down on this, if there is some incredible news or some kind of breaking news that we may have missed or what have you, or something that corresponds with the show, we like to get it on the same show. Right. And Stacey was literally uploading this episode. And I was like, whoa, hold on a second. You're not going to believe this. So we cover some pretty big UFO topics on this episode, and it's a lot of fun. So I think you're going to really love that segment. Mm-hmm. But the segment is kind of centered on the fact I really wanted to talk about the UFOs over Washington back in the day. You're going to learn all about it. So, and the fact we've never really had anything like that happen since and all that good stuff. Well, the weird part to this is we recorded that approximately one day before the UFOs returned to Washington. And they can say what they want to say, but we know better, don't we?
We do.
So Stacey has a story that we're going to do before the new groovy intro, by the way. And Stacey's new name, which she's mixing an intro, is Dr. Stay, because that's just she knows how to get those mad beats down. So anyway, we're doing this story because it directly corresponds and will make a lot more sense later when you're listening to the episode. Just really interesting freaking story that you don't get every day.
Yes, so this is a story, as you said, about UFOs or something. They're still puzzled. They are not saying UFO, but something was hovering over the White House, over D.C., and they're puzzled. They have no idea. It prompted a lockdown of the White House and the Capitol. And this just happened a few days ago.
4 days right now.
Mm-hmm. So some security officials on Capitol Hill are still puzzled by what sparked this security threat. And it caused this really abrupt security situation. Jets were scrambled. Mm-hmm. Officers were warning people outside Capitol facilities to just stay away. The Secret Service said that personnel at the White House had to stay in place. You know, nobody could go anywhere. Everything was basically on lockdown. They have no idea what it was. Now, also a strange thing is that the security officials all received some different information regarding like the location and the speed. Some officers heard that it was hovering. Some were given like a speed in knots of how fast it was going. And the story that I have is on Fox News, and Fox News was told by the security officials that the situation went to what's called aircon orange, which means there's a suspicious aircraft piercing the Washington security bubble. They have, their own airspace there, but they're only supposed to stay at aircon orange for a few minutes before they either upgrade the alert or downgrade the problem. They get in there, they figure out what it is, they get it off. However, they stayed on aircon orange for like 30 minutes. It was a really long time that they couldn't figure out what was happening. So law enforcement initially told Fox News that the lockdown was triggered after an aircraft moving east violated restricted airspace. But now they're being told that they may have to go back and review the radar to determine what exactly prompted the scare, because they're just getting all these mixed signals, which is very strange.
Yeah, it's crazy. I don't like to get into humor when I'm doing a serious story, but do you think every president has their own color code for when there's an unknown aircraft entering the space in Washington, D.C.?
Like maybe it's not always orange.
Yeah.
I have no idea.
Well, you think like it was like aircon black and, aircon gray.
Probably.
That's just kind of funny. Sorry.
That's okay. Now, another story did come out after this, because a lot of people were saying, well, it was a weather anomaly. It was a flock of birds that just, triggered the radar and made this big security thing happen. And so there's another story that I'll also link to where it says that NORAD will not confirm or deny whether it was a flock of birds.
It's my favorite line. Like, seriously.
Yeah.
Whenever I hear At this time, the United States government cannot confirm nor deny the appearance of the naked Indian ghost at the Marilyn Manson concert. We also cannot confirm nor deny the fact that Marilyn Manson had a fellatio incident with this ghost.
I mean, isn't that the same thing as just saying that it's not what you think?
It's exactly the code for.
If it was birds, they would just say it was a flock of birds.
Yeah, they'd be laughing at us. They'd be pointing at us.
Exactly.
There'd be memes right now on the internet with the woman screaming, saying it was aliens, and the cat going, "It was birds, you dumb bitch." You know, because it would be right.
Right. And definitely be memes.
Yeah, they would love it. What they can't do is confirm it because that's not what happened. Look, man, they put their alert on. They told people to stay inside, which poor people at the White House. I just decided I never want to work there.
Right.
Please, we're not sure if it's a missile yet. Could you please stay exactly where you're at? Excuse me, sir. Tommy, I'm an intern. Yes. Did I hear you exactly correct? Did you just say that you're not sure what it is, but we should stay where we're at? I thought there was a bunker or something, you know, like hidden, and we're gonna be here, and you know. Kid, stay where you are. Okay, sir. Okay, it's just a little weird.
Right.
It's like, okay, no. I'm going to run with my arms welling.
Real important people probably didn't stay.
Oh no, you'll know if I'm ever working in Washington, because as soon as one of those things goes, you're going, just running through it everywhere.
Would you wave your arms in the air like that?
Yes. Except I'd be getting my video camera to try to find it. That's really cool. And this many days after, it's almost to the fifth day. Okay, this many days after, they still don't have an answer, so it's going to go away.
Right.
It's not going to be talked about again.
Right.
We've seen our last story on it, which our last story is the confirm nor deny story.
Right.
And they will never talk about this. So very strange, and it only lends itself to exactly what we're going to talk about in the show.
Right.
Teaser alert. And speaking of teaser alerts, you're getting ready to hear the most amazing intro, followed by the most amazing show you've ever heard in your entire life. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, this show runs through the ages. Sinners and saints, goblins and haints, but beware, as they say, we're contagious. Sick with the truth, we uncover the lies. We beat on the drums as they march side by side. Wake up, my dear friends, and smell that fresh roast. Last night shall no longer exist. You're here by yourself, but you're never alone, as we spin stories you'll hear in the mist. Reptilians and greys, we folk who stay hidden. Mysterious booms, archaeology forbidden. Stay away from the village, keep off of the moors. There's a lady in white and bloodstains on the floor. So sit back and relax, take the load off your feet, as we're here to amaze, entertain, and complete. You see, my name is John, and Stacey's here too, and my, do we have something in store for you. Welcome to the Paranormal Sideshow, with your host, authors of Till Death and Beyond, John and Stacey Edwards of ParanormalSideshow.com. Hello and welcome to the Paranormal Sideshow. I'm your host, John Edwards, and joined as always by my lovely wife, Stacey.
Hello.
And we are take two. Even though I held up one finger, it's still take two. Let me do it twice. There you go. So you remember the last show and like everything went kind of weird and a little foggy, and it just felt like a Joker scene from The Dark Knight. And, it was, I don't know, just crazy, I guess. Well, that was kind of, did you like my
Yeah, it was pretty good.
You liked that?
That was pretty good.
Cool. Things went off the rails, not in a bad way. Well, a funny way, because we were just so cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs over the reason that all of a sudden, the world decided to screw us on getting our show out. So this time it was like, it's gonna be fine. The hell with the retrograde. It's not gonna affect us. Mercury's a long way away. So Mercury overheard what we said and pissed fire out of the sky to screw up last night. So what happened was we were going to tell you about some weird things that have been going on and all that good stuff. Well, what we get to tell you now is our actual mixer. It went and is no longer with us. No. So we're using a backup.
We had a nice little burial.
Yeah, we had a
service.
Little burial and was dropping elbows on the thing. But it's unfortunately we are using a backup, and so it's a good time to mention patreon.com slash paranormal sideshow.
There you are.
Yeah, thank you, patrons. But no, it's one of those things where it just happens. It's just gremlins. Yep. It's absolutely gremlins. They said it was gremlins one time. The military thought it was gremlins. That old man in Gremlins said it was gremlins.
No one believed him.
No coincidence either.
No.
That was just an old man on the street. And they were like, you know what? We're going to film that guy. And he's like, gremlins. It's weird. Great movie. Great Christmas movie. So lots of activity that's been going on. And it's been weird activity. Not that any activity is straight up normal. But this activity has been things like a growl in the corner of the room or an I love you that just came out of nowhere. That was weird. That was in my bedroom.
Well, at least, it was an I love you and not something more sinister.
No, I mean, yeah, but maybe it is sinister. Maybe it's like some weird, one of those I love you. Goodbye. One of those things. So just a bunch of random talking and stuff that is basically what's been going on, like words here and there, but active nonetheless. So I really think that we're getting some of that what should have been Halloween activity a few weeks late, but maybe they know it's about time for Turkey Day.
Possibly.
And you know how that goes. So when Turkey Day comes a-rolling, family does come around and we do go all out. We absolutely go all out.
We do. It's one of Raja's favorite holidays.
Well,
she loves to cook.
Yeah. This is all because of Raja. Absolutely. She is oh my God, she's such a good cook. She is such a good cook.
She does the homemade pies and she, helps me with the turkey and she makes all the trimmings and just loves it.
Yeah. And she does the spawn of Satan, the Satan spit, as I like to call it.
The cranberry sauce.
The cranberry sauce.
She loves cranberry sauce. She's the only one that eats it, I think.
Yeah, because the rest of us have taste.
She's already eaten some this year. Anytime it gets pretty close to Thanksgiving, I mean, I don't know if they sell that all year long because I don't look for it. But when it gets close to Thanksgiving, she's like, I would really like some cranberry sauce. And so every time we go to the store, she looks for it and she gets a can and just sits there and eats it.
I mean, isn't there a fresher way to make? There is, right? Instead of just getting
no idea.
Because it's a lump of can. It's like a nasty lump of goo that comes out, and it's like, ooh, cranberry sauce. I just don't get it, and it's not that I haven't tried it. It's nasty.
I used to eat it when I was younger, and I've lost the flavor for it now.
But you ate all kinds of horrible stuff when you were younger.
I suppose.
You were like abused.
Maybe I was just like, give me the cranberry sauce because it tastes better than this cabbage.
You were like begging them to send your food to Africa. You were like, I know there's hungry kids. Please send it.
It wasn't all bad. My favorite meal was meatloaf. I always loved the meatloaf.
Yeah, mine would be too if my other options were okra. I would be like, yeah, please, anything that's got a cow attached to it would be nice. So no offense to vegetarians or Vegemite sandwiches or anything out there. Everybody has their own feelings on stuff and their own way of doing things and their own taste. I just happen to prefer a very humanely put to sleep cow that wanted to die. It's a very specific breed of cattle.
Right.
And they're in the Depression Farms and or Depression Ranch. And you just go out there and you're like, how you doing, cow? Moo, moo, moo. And, they're writing like little, suicide. It's weird. It's like a big hoof in the dirt. But we just sort of translate it. And I'm kind of like, that. I think he wants to die. Like, yeah, I agree. And then I mark out where the porterhouse is. And I feel horrible the whole time, but I feel like I'm helping the cow move on.
Right.
Because he's moving through my bowels.
Right.
So anyway, man, I want a steak.
Apparently.
I mean, I'm just dreaming of a steak. I want it sizzling. Just, man, it's been a while since I had a good steak.
It has been a while. We'll have to go have one.
Back to your abuse. So at what age was it, Stacey, that you first were made to eat your plate before you could leave the table?
Well, I never actually had to eat the plate. That would have been really bad.
I hate you.
But when I was younger, I used to have my plate of food made for me, right? And it would always be like a mountain of food. And then my mom had this weird rule that we had to eat or we couldn't, before we left the table. And this is when I was really young. And there was sometimes where I didn't want to eat what I was given because I was very particular as a child. Very, very particular about what I ate. And so I would sit there until bedtime and then I would still not eat it and go to bed. And I would feel like I had I had won. That was my little victory.
I don't think you won.
No, probably not. But
I mean, in the whole
I had to miss all my nighttime TV shows, whatever was on that night. So I had to be really careful about when I decided not to eat what was in front of me. But, as the years went on, my mom got a little more lenient and she would let me barter. I could go back and forth and be like, well, can I just eat 4 peas and then leave the rest?
You didn't eat your peas?
Not when I was younger. Until I discovered that I could mush them in my mashed potatoes and I liked them that way.
Oh my God.
But I would do that thing too where I would move the food around and make a hole in the middle so it looked like I ate some.
They grow peas in heaven.
And I would think that my mom didn't know what I was doing. And I'd be like, look, I ate the middle out of this. And she'd be like, yeah.
Right. No, I got you. I don't know. I never had that kind of problem, but my parents, my mom and my dad both cooked things that were not considered traditional. It wasn't things that you would go to other kids' houses and eat. And, a lot of it was hard for me as a child because of many things. But one of those things was when I would go to another house, it was so weird to me.
Right.
Because these families would sit at tables and they would eat together.
Right.
They didn't have TV trays in different rooms. It was very strange. But it was one of these things where, I lived with my TV trays. I loved my TV trays. I remember my Star Wars one or this one or that one, that was just part of my life. That's who I ate with. And, my wrestling or whatever that was on.
Right.
Or my ghost show or whatever, because it was still ghost shows then, except it was called Scooby-Doo. And I just eat the actual product that I ate. Now, I love it, but it was entirely different. When I would go to a friend's house, they would have meatloaf or they would have, something that you see when you watch TV at people's houses. At my house, I had fried hot dogs with cheese and barbecue sauce in a pan. And it was special made barbecue sauce that... Wow. It was the brown sugar barbecue sauce with the mustard and ketchup they make.
Oh, you love that.
I do love that. And when Mom would make, she would make, pork chops, so shake and bake. But the shake and bake deal, I don't know how she did it, but she made it so much different than I've ever had it since, where it was all gooed up. And then I really liked the pieces that would stick to the aluminum foil. So she would gather all that up for me. Right. And I would eat the really bad pieces for you. And, it was things like that. My dad made Dorito casserole. In the early 80s, there was a contest from Doritos. Right. I vaguely remember this. And Doritos, I guess, wanted to know, how do you make your Doritos, or what do you do or whatever. So Dad, who always made Doritos and cheese, which I eat to this day.
Yes, you do.
I love it.
It smells so bad.
When I want to have a cheat day, I get Doritos, some cheese, mozzarella, and cheddar. And I do a little layer of Doritos, a little layer of mozzarella. Mozzarella has to go on first. Some barbecue sauce that is in a little circle from the inward all the way out. Right. And then another layer of Doritos and some cheddar and another layer of barbecue sauce. Put that in your microwave for 3 minutes.
I think it's the barbecue sauce that makes it smell like that.
Put it in your microwave for 3 minutes. And then call me or text me or actually send me a message at Paranormal Sideshow. And anyway, any of our stuff, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, all that stuff, hot damn. And we'll talk about all the social media here in a little bit, by the way. But seriously, if you want to try my favorite meal, and this is not like, there's a big difference. My favorite meal is a Ridgewood barbecue sandwich and the beans and the slaw and all this stuff. My favorite, I've had a horrible day, I don't care about my life anymore, and I want to die meal is my Doritos and cheese. Mm-hmm. Now, that only happens when #Bruce Wayne job has stressed me to my gills.
I mean, I can walk you through a typical night. You'll come home, you'll be way stressed. You'll be like, I'm going to just have some Doritos and cheese. Don't worry about making me any dinner. You'll make your Doritos and cheese. We'll sit down. We'll watch whatever we're watching or do whatever we're doing. You'll eat it. You'll swear you're never going to eat it again. You'll beg me to take the plate away. I will. And then you'll be like, I'm never having that ever again. I'm so sick. And then, you have it again the next time.
Right. Yeah. Well, I don't know, but the thing you have to have, mm-hmm. I know that you have never tried Doritos and cheese, nor would you.
No.
But Dad made the Dorito casserole. Mm-hmm. And the Dorito casserole, which, I do believe he denied memory of this last time I asked him, but he does that a lot.
Right.
Dorito casserole, I remember, he would come home and I remember him like, it was like a mad scientist, like doing this, doing that, little pinch of it, whatever. Mm-hmm. And he would make the Dorito casserole and then we would all have to pretend to enjoy it. And,
right.
But no, I loved it. It was actually really good. I just don't know what it consisted of or anything, but mm-hmm. I know he did send that in. He's had a few crazy things like that over the years, but I do remember that. And at least he was always into making something, like the time he tried making an engine that ran on water.
Well, I know that I had to learn a whole new way of cooking after we got married because when the family I grew up in, my mom and my dad were both from up north. And so I didn't eat Southern cooking until I was, till we moved to Tennessee. And then I still kind of didn't really eat it. Like everything was just so heavy and greasy and I couldn't hardly process it. But stuff that you eat, like your grandmother would try to teach me to cook things like corn pudding and, like they put cheese on everything and they put sugar in everything. And she'd be like, here, throw a little bit of this in there. Here, just a pinch of that. Just put that in there until it looks good. I had no idea. I was like, okay. So it was really different.
I tell you though, you got the hang of it because mm-hmm. I love your biscuits and gravy. Mm-hmm. Like you can make one of the most kick butt breakfasts. I mean, we can't even do it regular because it's just too much. But the biscuits and gravy, she makes the really thick gravy, mm-hmm. And the bacon and the sausage and just the eggs. It's just a really good morning mm-hmm. whenever we get to have that.
Ooh, we get to do that on Christmas.
And the waffle maker. Mm-hmm. So we can have the waffle and the biscuits and gravy and mm-hmm. just really get sick.
Oh gosh.
And
yes.
that's another one of those where I'm always like, I traditionally say, will you please take this plate, open the back door and throw it at a cat? I don't know if she's ever actually done it, but I know if
I wouldn't.
Yeah, you would.
I wouldn't throw it at a cat.
I'm just kidding. But enough about food. I'm getting hungry. And that was weird itself, just going off on that little tangent. Mm-hmm. But speaking of weird,
right?
I did this speaking of weird, by the way. Speaking of weird, we had, out of all the crazy things, I had one of those Stacey calls. And I got to tell you guys about this. So when I get up and I go to work, my wife doesn't call me. She just doesn't because she knows I'm busy. Mm-hmm. And honestly, if you message me or text me or anything, I'm probably not going to get back a hold of you unless it's work related and I can see the difference really quickly. Mm-hmm. And, I always get back a hold of my guys really quickly or answer the calls when they come in or I have to call somebody. It's just, or I'm on a conference call. I'm busy. Mm-hmm. Well, when Stacey does call me, I'm always afraid that something's happened with one of the kids or mm-hmm. she's choking on a chicken bone or something, it's going to be something bad. It's not going to be like, hey, sweetie, just calling to see how you're doing. I'm naked. It's never going to be something like that. But if you ever want it to be, by the way,
right,
just
right.
a little common knowledge.
Okay.
So she called, I answered, and she's like, hey, how you doing? I'm doing good, baby. What are you doing?
oh, nothing. Something weird happened. It's not too weird though. I mean, it's not that big of a deal. 'Cause minimalist. Stacey makes everything much less than it is. And it's great on a paranormal investigation. Not so great when you got demons in your house. They're not demons. They just play demons. But she's like, so when you left, I'm pretty positive that there was nothing on upstairs, right? I mean, nothing. I'm like, no, there was nothing. I mean, absolutely not. No. Mm-hmm. And she's like, okay, well, something weird happened. And like I said, it's no big deal. But I was downstairs and all of a sudden I heard like our TV was super loud. I mean, like totally loud and full volume. And you never turn that up. I never turn it up. And I don't, And I told her, like, no, I don't ever turn that up like above 7. The bedroom always stays really low. Mm-hmm. And I didn't leave it on. I just didn't because
I don't think you even had it on that
I didn't
morning.
have it on because I don't usually turn it on during the day at all. And I was actually working before I left. So I couldn't have had it on anyway. And I was like, so we both knew that. And she'd even came in the room a little bit too before I left. So she says, well, it was on, but it wasn't on. And it's probably not a big deal, but I went upstairs to investigate and it was so loud, but there was no picture, John. It was black. I mean, I don't mean like it was on and it wasn't on. I mean, like, okay, it was sound coming from the TV. I know it was coming from the TV, but the TV wasn't on. So I like hit power and then it stopped. But it sounded like a video, like a Spider-Man video or something. I don't know what it was, but it was really loud. I'm like, yeah, that is really weird because it's a relatively new TV, probably less than a year old, and it's a smart TV. It's a Toshiba. It's got all this stuff. I don't ever even use the cable. I just always watch like YouTube or something. In fact, I always watch YouTube or WWE Network. That's all I watch.
This was really weird because it sounded like it would have been a YouTube video, but it's not really something you would have watched because it was like somebody reviewing Spider-Man or something like that.
Wouldn't have been me.
It wasn't anything that we would have even turned on. And so I'm sitting down in the living room. The girls are asleep. Like it's still pretty early in the morning. And they're in bed. They're not doing anything. The baby's asleep. And I just started hearing it. And at first it didn't really register. Like I heard it, but it didn't really register. And then I was like, wait a minute. That wasn't on a minute ago. And, nobody's up there. So I came upstairs and I walked in here and the TV was off. Like it has that little light on the front, that you can tell when it's off, but that little light stays on.
Yeah.
But the sound was coming from the TV. There was nothing else over there. Like I looked behind it. I could hear it. It was coming out of the speakers for the television, but the TV was off. And I could not for life of me figure out what it was. And I wish I had taken a video for you.
Yeah.
But it just didn't cross my mind because I was freaking out.
Because aliens.
And so I grabbed the remote and I thought, well, maybe the picture just didn't come on, but it's really on, like those things that go through your head. So I hit the power button to turn the picture on and the TV came on, but the talking stopped.
Right.
So it was just the weirdest thing. And there was nothing, like as soon as the TV came on, it was just the TV. It wasn't anything weird. YouTube wasn't up. It was just the home screen. It was nothing crazy.
Well, I think it was the same people that did our lamp.
Maybe.
I just think that it was probably something with, we know they're watching us. We know they're watching us.
Right.
And if they're watching people through these televisions, and we have one of those televisions, if you're going to have a list of people, you got, there's Mr. and Mrs. Jim Bandy, there's Mr. and Mrs. Robinson, there's the mail lady. Oh, there's those two people that do that show where they talk about the aliens and how the government sucks. Let's watch them. So
I'm just wondering if it was an accident or a mistake. Or
a warning?
No, what kind of warning would that be? It wasn't like it was a, apocalypse video or something relevant to anything that we do.
We'll find out if Spider-Man freaking robs a bank or something.
I don't know. It was very strange.
Yeah, no, it is.
It's never happened before. Hasn't happened
It'll
since.
never happen again.
No,
That's
probably not.
Everything else that happens in this house. It's just one of those things. It was later that same day was the first time I heard the "I love you," by the way. So, I think it was probably not the aliens this time. I think it was somebody trying to get your attention. And
maybe just trying to bring me up in the room.
To get you to come up in the only room they can be in.
Oh, that makes sense.
And turn that off, and then listen really closely, and maybe hear the talking or whatever.
Right.
So just saying, just throwing that out there.
That's a very good point.
Hypothetically.
It's a very good point.
And, it's weird. And stuff weird happens all the time. And we made the conscious decision a couple of months ago. We're like, let's just start telling everybody every week what we can remember that happens. And this is not even mentioning the things that happen that are small. Like, oh, hey, did you see that ball of light go through the room? And Ariana would be like, I saw it. It's like she always...
She doesn't even look up from her stuff anymore. She's like, yeah.
She always sees it. And she always, she'll hear it a lot. And as we've documented, poor Raja unfortunately hears a lot too when I do. Stacey, not so much.
You know what I think is so funny, and I think other like paranormal investigators will relate to this. It's like I was talking about, like I didn't take the video when I came up here with the weird thing happening. It's like that with a lot of things. Like you think that you're going to be like all cool and do the right thing in these weird situations,
right.
And you just don't. And case in point, I remember years ago we were having trouble with things knocking on our front door.
Yeah.
And nobody being there.
Yes.
And it was a very sinister kind of thing. And so we were like, look, if that happens and there's nobody out there, let's just not open the door because we don't want to be letting things in that we don't want in. And if every time it happened, what was the first thing we'd do?
Open the door.
Run to the door and open it. And then we'd be like, oh, holy crap. And we'd have to close it because you're just not that,
So, stop the press. So you remember that.
Yeah. Don't you?
Wait. So here's the thing.
Right.
We all know my people at the door story. Okay. I'm fairly confident I did a presentation chapter of our book and read The People at the Door.
Yeah, we've talked about it
on this show. It's one of the most horrifying experiences of my life. And I honestly feel like it was a weird version of a Black Eyed Kids story because of the way they beat the crap out of the door. And then when I was going to get something to blow their brains out, they left.
Right.
And, but just kind of vanished or whatever. I'll never get over that. As long as I live, I'll never get over that. It's not, if somebody's just spinning a yarn, it's one of those things they might talk about it once and then they don't talk about it again. I notice that out of people. That's one of those things. If somebody tells me, oh man, I saw this lady on the road and she wasn't really there and she disappeared, if they talk about that every time I see them, then I know they probably seen a ghostly apparition that really disappeared. So even like our first story, we talk about it a lot because I'm sorry, it ran through the damn house and we both seen it. So The People at the Door, that one really got me because it had been building. Now my memories from that time period are very selective. Okay. I'm not sure why. Maybe the multiple concussions during wrestling and stuff.
Right.
The head trauma, stuff like that. So a lot of the stories that I do have are simply because of the fact that I was able to write them down or tell them so many times that I retained them.
Right.
And a lot of stuff I didn't retain that well, a lot like your childhood, so that you think probably your car wreck, killed a lot of the memories before then.
Right.
Except for those really great ones that you hold on to. So my memories of that would be laying in bed, almost asleep, and even like getting a quick nap in the afternoon or going back to bed in the mornings or something like that. And then all of a sudden, it'd be like, and it was always really freaking loud. And I've got a problem with that anyway.
Right.
It's got to be some kind of phobia name for it. Right. But I can't stand that loud, definitive knock. I really can't. That's why I get so triggered when people come to the door trying to talk to me about Jesus.
Right.
It's just a bad house to do that at.
Right.
Because I freak out. And it's like somebody scratching my back or something. Like if you touch my back and I'm not ready for it, you're going to get punched. And it's not because I'm a mean person. It's because I got a problem. It's a problem with my back. And there's a problem with the knocking thing. But that terrified me at the time. And the more I dove into it, because we had been into the paranormal, because this is around 2005. It's about, 5 years, 6 years, something like that. And it was one of those deals where I was into it enough that I was able to find, some information. All the information that I found was not good.
Right.
The knocking thing was just not good.
Right.
So I didn't realize, because I've told that story at conventions. I've told that story so many times. It's in the book. So all these times I've talked about it, not a single time have you ever mentioned the door knocks. I didn't know anybody else experienced it, Stacey. I didn't know anybody else had the experience. I thought it was only me that it happened to over and over and over.
With the door knocking and nobody was there?
Yeah.
No. We talked about it, and that was both of us, and we decided at one point that we, no matter, what knocked on the door, we weren't going to open it because that was bad news. And we would always forget. And for some reason, we would just forget. And then we would hear some kind of weird knock on the door. And the first thing we did was go investigate what it was and open the door wide open.
Was this all at the Black House?
No. Some of this was in Richlands too. I think the first Richlands house.
Are you kidding me?
I think it happened there a couple times.
Really?
Honestly, don't remember. I just remember it happening. It did happen at the Black House, and then I think it happened at the house in between as well.
Wow.
One in Bluff City.
Yeah. So that's been a continuing thing.
It hasn't happened in a very long time, but I think we're a little more wary now. But it's just one of those weird things I notice, like when we see UFOs, we just gawk at it. We don't take pictures.
Right.
We don't pull out our video camera.
Well, it is also because we don't have the camera we want, and we're that kind of people. It's like, look, the moon's exploding. It'd be nice if we had that camera we've been wanting, where you
With
can
the really good zoom
where you
lens.
can zoom in and look at the moon all day. You guys don't understand how crazy we are. Like, we really want that stupid camera so much, and we've been able to buy it for a long time, but we just won't pull the trigger.
Because all we do is zoom into the moon with
Yeah.
it. We wouldn't really put it to good use.
The show would be over. There'd be no more show. It'd be like, where's John and Stacey? They're out in the middle of the field.
You go to our YouTube channel, just be video after video of us zooming into the moon.
Because we're waiting on the lunar wave, okay? If we see the lunar wave, we'll be happy. Or a bridge disappear or something like that. Some moon thing. But yeah, on the door knocking, I honestly didn't know that. Like, people are hearing this right now the same time I am. So I didn't know that was experienced. I don't remember that conversation.
Yeah.
And that's really bizarre to me.
Well, it's been a long time.
It's also bizarre to me that you didn't think to mention that.
Well, because it wasn't the same thing. The people at the door story, there's people at the door. This story, nobody was ever at the door. It was just some random tapping and knocking and sometimes scratching and, different things.
It was basically the same kind of thing or something like that. So, it's weird life, man. So let me ask you, and yes, I'm talking to you. Have you ever experienced door knocking and nobody being there? And I'm not talking about a little polite knock. I mean like a really definitive po-po knocking on the door, kind of knock. Have you experienced the scratching knocks, or anything like that? Basically knocks where people aren't there. And you get there quick enough and open it quick enough that it's not like a ding ding dash kind of thing.
Right.
It's an actual whatever, and the phenomena where we experience something and then we don't remember it until it happens again. That's happened to us for years. And you talked about the UFO stuff. We've had a lot more experiences. Actually, MUFON even has some of our experiences that we reported, and we don't talk about that, but one in particular, we went full on measurement kind of people, and had the lights, the size, the approximate time, the location, everything. And that was weird because we had left the show, doing the show.
Right.
And then there was the time, no, that was going to a show. There was the time that it happened where it went right over top of us, and we didn't remember it. And we were like, oh my God, we had left the show. That's back when we recorded in a place called Kingsport, Tennessee, and in the TV studio. So we were recording Haunt This South, and we were coming back, and we were getting off our exit, and there was a UFO. And the light was above us, kind of like the stuff you hear. Time sort of stopped, and we were both bewildered. After that, we talked about we can't wait to tell people about this.
Yeah, we're like, we can't wait till the show next week so we can talk
And
all
we-
about this.
well,
This is awesome.
We couldn't wait to call Max from MUFON that we were friends with to tell him. So we get home, and best of my recollection, we didn't talk about it or think about it again. And what triggered it was getting off the exit again, I think.
It was something, or somebody, something triggered it. I think it maybe was getting off the exit. And we were like, didn't we see a UFO here and then completely forget about it?
Yeah, we were like, and
it was really strange.
we got so freaked out about that. That's one of those things we'll never forget now because we got so freaked out about it.
That we forgot.
It's kind of like some of my friends have told me in the past, the ones that partake in the ganja, have told me that sometimes they have conversations,
Right.
and they don't remember that conversation until they do that again, and then pick right up where they were.
Right,
So
right.
maybe there's something there. It's
Perhaps.
who knows. It's really weird, man. There's a lot of weird stuff in this world, and I still believe that it happens to everyone. And it's either you have your eyes open and you know it's happening, and you talk about it, you register it. Because a lot of times I do believe things happen that we instantly try to make sense of,
Right.
and we try to rationalize, and we forget about it quickly, and it could be something big. It could be corner of your eye. You thought you saw someone standing there, and it's just one of those things where it just goes out of your mind. Like that lady that worked for me that was like, I can't believe you do what you do. I can't believe it at all, blah, 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 blah. So I was sitting there, I was like, you've had an experience. And she goes, well, I mean, listen, my beliefs are blah, 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 blah. I'm like, but how can you sit there and talk to me about this when you've had an experience? And she was looking at me like really freaky then.
Right.
And I said, also your bloodline is given to be more open to having experiences. She goes, what do you mean my bloodline? And she talked about the name. I don't want to even come close to naming who she is. So I'm just saying, and she said the name of her little town.
Right.
She goes, I'm from blah, blah, blah. And all this stuff. And I said, yeah, but you've got gypsy blood. And that floored her. I mean, floored her. Because I was at the point where I wanted her to know the supernatural was real.
Right.
And to get me to come out like that, you know what it takes.
Right.
So I was like, I wanted to pull something out. And she goes, oh my God. And they were like, her bloodline is like old country gypsies. And then she was like, I asked her again, I said, share your story with me. I have this belief, and I was doing it in this voice. I was like, I have this belief that everybody has a story, maybe not a personal story, but someone you love, someone in your family, a cousin, an uncle, somebody has a paranormal story. And I know you have one and yours is personal. So could you tell me? And she started crying. Not boohoo,
Right.
tears rolling down the face. She said, I lost my husband. And I love that man. He was a butthole, but he's my butthole.
Right.
And she said, right after I lost him, suddenly, we had already put him in the ground and all that. And I was washing the dishes. And I just felt him. He was just there. And I turned around, and there he was standing. He was standing, and I seen what he had on, which was some of his clothes, and he smiled at me. And it was in a way of, hey, I'm with you. I'm okay. And he was just letting me know. And I've never seen him again. I was like, I sat there. And this is normally where I would take somebody's hand.
Right.
And be like, and I would talk to them. Mm-hmm. Not this time. So I sat there and I was like, all right, so can we process this? She goes, yeah, what? Process what? And I said, what would you call what you seen? And she goes, well, it's different.
Of course it is.
I was like, it's only different because that was your husband, and I go investigate someone else's husband or uncle or brother. It's always somebody's husband, though, per se. I mean, and she's like, no, it's just, I was like, was it Jesus? Was Jesus dressed up like your husband? She goes, no. And I was like, well, what you're telling me, that's the only thing it could be. And I'm like, I'm not even going down that road because I too have beliefs, and I don't try to decipher because I don't think that's my pay grade. I just know that things happen that we can't explain. Things have happened to me personally that I can't explain. And because they happen to me at a random rate of speed, I feel that it's important that I investigate it because I feel that some people have callings, and albeit I don't have a plate of mashed potatoes, making a mountain that we all need to go to and play a Casio keyboard to communicate with a UFO, I do believe that I need to investigate it because I do believe it's a calling. And she's like, I guess I can understand that. And she goes, if it happened to me, a lot. And I was like, right. So why would you crap on it? And she goes, just because that's what we do. I was like, what do you mean? She goes, well, it's where I'm from. You haven't lived here. And it was this particular area. She's like, that's what we're supposed to do. And I was like, yeah, I get it. I do. And I appreciate you being honest. But my goodness, So just I mean, that's a story that happened.
Isn't that the same town where we talked about that news story the one time about the little store? That they were trying to get shut down because the people did tarot readings.
Yes,
and we never did get an update to that story.
No.
I just remember that they were having issues, and they, people in the town were going to the town council and we need to shut this business down because they're doing, devil worship or whatever. And they're like, we just do tarot readings for people that come to this store.
Yeah, that's not around anymore.
They did shut it down then.
Yeah, that's one word for it. But yeah, it's not around anymore from what I hear. And because I was going to go visit when we got back down in the South.
Right.
But yeah, it's one of those places where everybody knows your name.
Right.
And it's not Cheers. So they all keep up with who's doing who and all that good stuff. And
right.
So yeah, I mean, it's stuff you deal with, and the whole thing of it is, I never talk about their politics or religion, and they always do. So I take the high road on it, and a lot of times people assume that I'm agreeing with them.
Right, because you're not disagreeing.
Exactly. And that's another thing. That's another thing about this particular area I've noticed. If I get flirted with and I don't call the cops, then it's as good as flirting back. So they're pretty sure, hey, if I barely touch him and he doesn't stop me, it's fair game. So I can only imagine what the women go through. I mean, I'm serious. It's a little bit backwards. So at least we didn't name anything, right?
That's right.
It could be any town.
It could be.
The thing I love, and this is completely off the script here, but I just love this. So sometimes I'll have a store of one of my stores that has done something to gain my ire.
Right.
And it could be something simple. So it's not like a huge crime, but it's something I can see and I have access to. And it just happened the other day. It's really funny. I should show you this thread.
Okay.
So I send out on this group text message that I have with all the guys and girls who manage stores for me. And I put out this group text message, and I put this scenario this hypothetical scenario.
Right. The actually true, but you're saying it's hypothetical scenario.
One of my favorite things to do.
Right.
And it's just like when I say, I'm going to tell you a story. Let's just say the guy's name was Jim.
Right.
It's always Jim. But if you do it like that, you protect yourself. Anyway, so they'll use that piece right there in a court of law one day.
Yeah, probably.
So anyway, I put this thing out and I went through this really funny story. Now you got to understand, this was 7 a.m. I sent this. I'm not in a good mood at 7 a.m.
No.
I'm barely in a good mood at 7 p.m., but just saying. So I put it out there and I tell like this hypothetical story and I go really in depth and it's funny, but it's funny in a very horrible way if you're that person.
Right.
Where you absolutely know what you did.
Right. Right.
And you know I know what you did.
Right.
And you're feverishly trying to fix what you did.
And hoping nobody finds out it's you.
And because I even put in there something like, and I will be in this store tomorrow. You know, so you know there. So the funny thing about this, and it always happens, I start getting text messages, private text messages from multiple managers. And a couple even called me, none of which this was directed to. Right. And they start calling me, this one guy I love, he called me and he's like, "Hi, hey, boss, was that about me?"
Guilty conscious.
And I was like, yes, it absolutely was. I appreciate your honesty. Could you please make sure that doesn't happen again? And he's like, well, absolutely. Absolutely. So what happened, and we'll just say this was a depositing era that was happening, like with the time you're getting something to a bank kind of thing. So what happened is I got half my staff just totally admitting everything. Right. And yeah, funny stuff, man. And that it happens all the time. It won't happen again because they all listen to the show.
Right, right. You've just given yourself away now.
But it's funny enough that I have to say it.
I don't know. They're still not going to know who your hypothetical story's about.
No, they're not going. They're not going to know who the hypothetical story's about. They're not going to know any of that. But the one person who didn't contact me was the person it was about. Because that person always tries to hide their faux pas. Right. And it was funny. It's just comical to me. But speaking of comical, I want to talk about another podcast. Okay. Yeah. So I know the majority of you are not wrestling fans. And I accept that. It's fine. You're well educated, well to do, and very intelligent because you're listening to a show like this. So I put you on the upper echelon of people that think. Right. And ask questions. So not all wrestling fans think and ask questions. Just saying, and I can say that because I too am a wrestling fan. Right. So when I'm in that mode, I'm not thinking about the higher level things I'm thinking about when I'm in this mode. Right. So anyway, there is an amazing podcast out there done by an amazing podcaster. And his name is Conrad Thompson. And he has a series of podcasts that he does. He does one with a guy who is the right-hand man to Vince McMahon in the WWE. And it's called Something to Wrestle With. And he's got one with Arn Anderson of the Four Horsemen. It's just called Arn. He's got one with one of my favorite announcers, Tony Schiavone, called What Happened When. And he even has one with the voice of wrestling, in my opinion, and most people's opinion. And he's also got a great book, the JR. But it's called Grillin' JR, Jim Ross. So most people know him from Monday Night Raw for 20 years, and he's currently the lead broadcaster on AEW, on TNT on Wednesday nights. And I just wanted to give a shout out because go out of your way. If you like wrestling at all, you got to listen to this. You have to. If you like just hearing something where someone's so well prepared that they have every possible piece of news from that era they're talking about week by week, asking questions to people that were behind the scenes, right, telling you what you would have loved to know then, and it's very interesting to hear now. And just such a great way of talking and just a really good dude. I went to go see them with my son last week live in Nashville. We had just an outstanding time. I went to 2 weeks straight. I went to North Carolina with the girls too. in Charlotte to see AEW live on Wednesday night. And then the next week I went to Nashville, and we were able to actually partake in going to see Conrad Thompson live with Jim Ross and Tony Schiavone. And it was amazing because it was things they couldn't talk about on the podcast, which gave me this wonderful idea of doing the same thing.
Right.
You know, having shows where we talk about things that we
wouldn't normally talk about
because
on the podcast.
we, you know, things that are like sort of off limits and stuff. So anyway, it was a lot of fun, and there was a lot of questions and all this good stuff. But it got me thinking. I was gonna, you know, because there are wrestling fans on here. There's people that actually message me asking me questions on wrestling.
Well, you know, I am not of the wrestling fan variety.
Right.
I never watched it growing up. It was something that was frowned on in my house. So it wasn't anything I ever got into as a child. I have watched it, and I do find it entertaining, you know, in bits.
Right.
But I think those podcasts are very interesting.
Yeah.
And I'm not even a wrestling fan.
Yeah,
but I like
find
to listen to them talk about the backstories and what they were really thinking when this happened, and what their real opinion is of this or that. And you know, it's really entertaining.
I mean, a lot of it is just hearing the ins and outs of an entertainment business, and you know what goes into writing, what goes into the performance, what goes into real heat backstage. And you know, I noticed her listening earlier tonight. We were out, and it was talking about a meeting that Bruce Pritchard had with Simon Cowell, and before he was anybody.
Right.
And it was just interesting stuff. And I noticed her listening, and I was like, oh, that's cool. But, you know, on Twitter, it's at Hey, it's Conrad. That's a good place to find all the links to everything. And anywhere you listen to podcast, just go and find it and download it. And this is not a paid announcement. This is just me just throwing it out there. And it's a good transition because there's 2 pay-per-view events, fans, that is coming up with yours truly on them. If you go to High Spots Wrestling, I think you'd be able to see one of them. That's another .comer there you can go find. But there's 2 huge pay-per-view things. I'm part of WrestleCade Weekend, which basically has every wrestler that you've ever known growing up that's going to be there. It's a 3-day weekend. We are going to be part of the Showcase of Champions pay-per-view on Friday night, November 29th. And it's from the Benton Coliseum in Winston-Salem, North Carolina. So get your tickets, come out, see me. I'm going to be probably lighting my hand on fire.
Probably.
I have it on good authority that the opportunity may arise for me to light my hand on fire in front of a lot of
just
people.
Just your hand, not the rest of you.
Yes.
And you're not going to hold it up in the air too long or use too much lighter fluid.
Okay, Stacey. So I'll get to that in a second, Stacey. Thanks for mentioning that. Since you've said it, I have to go there. So, oh my God. I'll get to it in a second. So the other one is, I'm really looking forward to this one. It's December 14th, and it's in Knoxville, Tennessee, at the D1. You just have to look for it, and it's easy enough to find. But it's called Don't Tell Bobby, and it's basically a tribute to Bobby Eaton. It's a benefit. Bobby is of the Midnight Express fame, the legendary tag team. He's one of the best human beings in the world. I was privileged to manage him for a time period. Just a lot of great stuff. He was managed by Jim Cornette, with the Midnight Express forever. But it's going to have a who's who of wrestling legends that are all giving their time and their performance as every bit of the house, every bit of the gate, every bit of the everything, and every bit of the proceeds from the pay-per-view on Fight TV, which is huge in wrestling, all going to Bobby Eaton. And Bobby's fell on some hard times, and he can absolutely use it. He's had health problems and everything else. But Bobby also does not care about the internet whatsoever or smartphones.
Right.
So it's don'ttellbobby.com.
Very old school.
Because it's this funny, folks. Bobby honestly thinks he's coming to an autograph signing. To this day, he still thinks he's coming to an autograph signing. So Matt Sigmund, who put it together, he actually had to call the show Don't Tell Bobby, so everybody knows right off the bat, don't tell Bobby. Right. So and Bobby doesn't know. He still doesn't know, according to Jim Cornette.
Amazing this day and age that can be something that can be done.
How wonderful of a life
I know
must he have?
How free
to not have internet.
Yeah.
I mean, one would think, how do you even survive?
Right. Well, we used to do it all the time, though.
We did it well and got in all kinds of stuff. But that's back when you could,
right?
Without people
wouldn't record it.
Yeah, people instantly knowing. But yeah, two big events I'm really looking forward to. But what she was going to say, what she was alluding to, what she was talking about, what she was being a pure Stacey about, I can't talk about just yet because you see. You remember last time we talked about this? We said, hey, we had to do like 4 or 5 episodes and then we got to go. Okay, guess what? So right when I said that, right when I was like, well, what she was talking about right here, I got tapped on my shoulder. And that turned into a full-blown investigation. And there was some good stuff that happened. You know, there was like some real-time answers and questions and answers and call and response. And before we knew it, well, we ran out of time. And we were like, going to have to wait and everything. So here we are. And we've got good news about that because we'll get to that when we're doing a little review of a TV show here in a second. But because we got to see another episode because of our faux pas.
Yes.
And I tell you, man, sometimes it feels like there's something out there that's got it in for us.
Or at least for our show.
It's kind of funny because of my main topic. So anyway, what she was alluding to a while ago about lighting my hand on fire only was, okay, I had an event this last weekend, okay? And when I don't know why I sound like Mr. Mackey. It's like, I had an event this past weekend, kids. Okay. But anyway, and it's been over a week now. Thank you, crazy gremlins. It's always the gremlins. I told you. But I have lit my hand on fire and chopped people with my hand of God chop. Everybody's always like, how do you do that secretive thing? Number one, I'm going to say I've done it safely about 50 times. Well, let's just leave it at that.
Okay.
It's all in the wording. They think it's a magic trick. There was one kid that I did it to last week, and he was like, I thought you used flash paper, like magician paper.
You know what I think is great about that?
What?
Is everybody that's taken it, and it's been a lot of people.
Yes.
Nobody tells anybody else.
Yeah.
Like, they all want everybody else to take it too. Like,
Yeah.
nobody's going to smarten them up and be like, that kind of hurts a little, or he chops really hard. No.
Well, there was the one wrestler, Cody Isis, which you used to know.
Yes.
And he still does it somewhere, but he was one of the ones that went up pretty good. And before a event, he was training in the ring, and there was going to be someone else take it later that night.
Right.
So the guy was like, I just want to see somebody take it. And Cody's like, well, I'll take it.
He would always do anything you wanted him to do.
So he took his shirt off, and man.
Does he have a lot of chest hair?
Well, he did. And I mean, he yelped like a beat dog. And yeah. So anyway, this last weekend, before this weekend, because time goes crazy. Let's just say the last show, I was trying to talk this kid into it, and he he's like, thought it was flash. I was like, no, it's not a magic trick. I was like, I really do it. And he was like, oh. I was like, I don't do flash paper because people know what flash paper is. They know they can buy it at a magic store. So you know what that makes it? Fake. And plus that stuff scares me. He's like, that scares you? He goes, well, how do you do it? And I was like, well, Rosinol. And I was like, lighter fluid. He's like, yeah. Like you fill up Zippos with. He's like, okay. I was like, I pour some in my hand, like so, and let it cup into a little pond of lighter fluid. And then I light the pond. The pond goes up. It makes a huge flame. I hold the flame up for the fans, and I keep my hand up there, and I count to 3 in my head because I've never been burned on 3. And it's a real quick 3 though. It's like 1, 2, 3. And I bring it down and I chop you with it, and it sets your chest on fire just for a moment. So it's good to sell it by slapping yourself in the chest and going, ow. Other people have, bumped and rolled over really quickly and stuff like that. But if you end up going up and we can't get you out because of baby oil or whatever, we'll throw a blanket on you or something. We'll get you out. You're not going to burn alive. So, worst thing is you'll have like a blistered handprint or something, you know. So I was telling him everything good.
Right.
I was like, and the last few I've done really perfectly where there's not really been any injury whatsoever because I stopped chopping as hard.
Right.
So instead
it doesn't splatter.
Right. Because usually my chop is renowned for its toughness. And so instead of trying to hurt them, I'm trying to work with them because it's already impressive. And I don't have to be impressive and hurt. So I've been trying to not do it so harsh and just make sure it goes out and not spread, as you were talking about.
Right.
So this time I got really into it, and Stacey gave me explicit instructions before I left the house. She's like, look, I was packing my bag up and everything. She's like, no bumps, no bumps. And she's like, you can do the fire chop. She's like, just don't do anything stupid. And I was like, all right.
He didn't listen to me.
So anyway, when I was in there, I got really into this match. You guys got to understand, this match went really good. The fan interaction was there. I had them in the palm of my hand. The heat was going. I mean, it was everything you want it to be. We had the little baby face guy over. My guy was over. He was a heel. They were hating us. And I got really vicious and we just beating down on the guy. And I was like, all right. And I pour a large amount in my hand. Because the kid kept asking me stuff about it back there. And I just wanted it to look really good. And I was really listening to the people, and I was like, you know what?
You were trying to go big.
If I go big on this, there's a good chance these people are going to get like super, super mad.
You had the science all worked out.
So I poured probably 3 times more than I normally do. And it was my cup overfloweth. And I was trying to hold it all right there. And I lit it. And I instantly knew there was an issue because it went up really high. And I put it up. And wow. So instantly my whole arm goes on fire. And I bring it down. I chop him. And I was like putting my own arm out because I wasn't really thinking about it, you know. And I was
was just running down your arm.
Like I was still looking at him and hollering, and I was slamming my arm. I was slapping the crap out of it. Everybody asked me in the back, "Are you all right?" I'm like, "Yeah, I'm fine." But the worst thing was when I got told that my pants were on fire. So then I had to proceed to still try to look cool while I was slapping my pants off fire because it had dripped down on there. I mean, it could have been really bad. It could have been really bad. So that's what she was alluding to. I just wanted to.
It's like the thinking there was like, you know, oh, I had this piece of chocolate cake and it was so delicious. I think I'll eat the whole cake. That's kind of that thinking.
Yeah, I mean, I guess so.
Like it's so good, I'm going to make it bigger.
Right. Well, aren't we all like that to a degree?
I think so, yes.
I mean, you know, it is what it is. It's over.
Well, lesson learned, right?
I lived, yeah. So just remember, WrestleCade and don't tell Bobby. So that's some good stuff. Speaking of really good stuff, I want to talk about the Disney Plus Star Wars show.
Yes.
The Mandalorian.
Yes.
So The Mandalorian, we'll give no spoilers because if you haven't seen it, I can say that the Boba Fett spinoff that was supposed to happen, thank God it didn't. Okay, that was going to be the Disney Plus deal, was the Boba Fett standalone. And that didn't happen, and The Mandalorian happened instead. Now, without going into any detail, okay, I can tell you that out of anything they've done, trying to recreate the magic of Star Wars or make it feel like you're watching Star Wars, The Mandalorian is absolutely Star Wars. It makes you feel like Star Wars. It's got all new characters, but you're in that universe. You're excited about that universe, which is what this whole thing was supposed to be in the first place. When they first announced, hey, we're going to be doing this, we're going to be having this trilogy, you're thinking, man, you know, it could be in that universe. That would be neat. All these planets we haven't seen, but yet still have those same, you know, arches.
Right.
You know,
right.
that's happening far away.
Right.
And this one, wow. This is wow. This has everything from cuteness to, you know, I'm sure you guys have seen the baby Yoda out there. That's not a spoiler. I'm sure you've seen that GIF somewhere or something. That bastard's cute. I mean, it is, but it's not a cutesy show.
No.
And there's violence and there's just character development.
Well, I have to say that as a casual Star Wars fan, like I'm someone that I haven't read the books or seen any of the extra shows. I've just seen the main movies, even though I love them. I really like this show because it's like you're learning about characters that you've never really heard about.
Right.
Like the Mandalorians.
Which
look familiar, but you don't know any of that history.
Yeah. I mean, it's amazing. It's got me hooked.
Me too.
It's right now currently my favorite show. And it's when it's over, I'm really mad that I got to wait for another one.
Right. But you know what? I'm glad they didn't do put the whole season up and let you binge it thing, because we do that and we binge and then we have to wait and like an entire year to get the next season. So I'm kind of glad you have to wait week to week to see the episodes.
I think they need to give the whole franchise to the writer of this one. I've heard his name before many times from, you know, because sometimes I watch Star Wars geek guys on YouTube videos, but not because I'm obsessed. It's because I'm obsessed with those guys. Like anybody who's obsessed with something,
right?
I can go watch YouTube videos on it and pretty much get the gist of everything. And I just really enjoy people that have a passion for anything. I could watch someone who has a passion for gardening,
right? Stand
and talk about gardening for 30 minutes,
right?
You know, not that there's a lot of breaking news in gardening,
right?
But
right.
I'm sure that, you know, there might be they've you know, got these genetic seeds now that can, you know.
Oh yeah, they crossbreed stuff and the soils and it's
how would
crazy.
you like to be the breaking news person for gardening? that podcast. I mean, or the Better Homes and Garden podcast. They can't see anything. It's like, well, you don't really understand, but we're Biffy and me we're out here. You'd be Buffy. I'm sorry. Buffy and I are here in Mr. Johnson's wonderful and fabled garden. Oh my God, Buffy, look at that petunia. I believe petunia, right? Is that a flower?
That is a flower.
Okay, good. But
you are not anytime soon going to be hosting the gardening podcast.
Oh no! I'd be horrible at golf too, because I would eventually get excited. Like I would just be like,
you would talk too loud.
No, I can do it. I'd be like, all right, we're here on the 8th hole, and Tiger has been trying to come back, and he's been trying to come back. You know, the thing about Tiger, though, he did have like the prostitute problem, and you know, there was the little binge of cocaine and everything, but you know, the things happen, right? All right, yeah. I think Tiger heard me. Like he's looking my way. Looks like he has a 9. Yeah, so you're right. I wouldn't be able to do it because I enjoy the dirt too much, which is why I'm going to have to watch The Crown, by the way. I heard it was, you know, spectacular. And at first and second and fourth time that I thought about watching it, I was like, nah, because it looked, even for me, a bit boring.
Right.
And I was like, yeah, no.
You usually like stuff like that.
Yeah, I mean, normally I love things about, you know, royalty, but I don't know. It's like, I like royalty that's dead already. There's something more exciting about them. They can't disappoint me.
Right.
But no, this one, it's now that I've read a lot more about it, I know that there's people in the royal family that do watch it. Some of them love it. Some of them really don't. And even the queen has binged it. And I got to read stories about that. And she was like very queenly about it. She was like, oh yes, you know, but they've definitely got that wrong. He loved his little Charles. Yes, you know, it showed him not being very fatherly to him, and it's just wrong. But I wonder if they're going to edit the diddler out now since he left.
I don't know. You
know, that got everybody up in arms because it was funny. I had this thought. I was like, I wonder how much money they have. Now this is what got me onto looking at The Crown. I was like, I wonder how much money they have, how much they're worth, how do they get money, why do we give them money, you know, if they're kind of like for show, and things like that. So I got interested. So I was like, you know, I have to find out. So I went down that rabbit hole. And it was really cool because, you know, let's just say King far back here had all these lands, donated it to the country, but they're still the they're still the royal families.
Right.
So these lands have money that come in and
Oh yeah, they make income off all
right,
that.
right. But no king can ever sell them, you know, that kind of stuff. That's one thing. And then there's a lot of private foundations, and there's like this million, it's like 100 million. Is it 100 million or a million? Maybe 1.4. I don't know. After $1 million, doesn't matter. But I think the queen gets like 300,000 a year or something, and then they upkeep a real big chunk of it's just upkeep of the castle.
Oh, that must cost a fortune.
And all the staff. And,
absolute fortune.
Yeah, because they still have the whole Downton staff. They do all that.
I mean, they have to.
Oh yeah, but they're very important. Like people who ever question their importance, and this all really came to a head. It's just ironic that I read or I looked up stuff about it. There were fresh stories. So people had been asking those questions because the diddler that was part of the royal family there, they pretty much booted him out of the castle. And he, with the whole Epstein, drama,
right, didn't
kill himself. But they absolutely got rid of him, and they were like, well, he's foregoing his, salary of $300,000 a year. And it was like, why does he get that? What is,
because he's royal?
What exactly does he do other than diddle?
I'm sure that they have obligations and things they have to do. It's a job.
Well, yeah, I mean, you have to, smile and wave. And
do you think that the queen, I mean, she's been the queen for so long now.
Long time.
Do you think that she's always that queenly, even in private?
I do. You
think it's just ingrained now? She's always just super proper, even when no one's looking.
No, I do. I really do. I think she's always been that way. I knew enough about her without watching something to know that she had a wild little sister, and that she was not that way. She had the responsibility. She wanted to step in, and she was sort of like the unlikely person anyway. And it was kind of like that story of Dunk and Egg.
Right.
That's kind of her story. And she was very fond of her father and all this stuff. She really was the person. She was you almost know from birth if they've got it, and she had it. And she was born to be the queen, man. Even when you see that coronation footage and stuff, she looks right. And it's going to be a strange time when she is done with that. So Prince William and Princess Kate, I dig them. Like they're my favorite royal couple, and I really do. I've got a thing for it. I don't know why. I don't know. I just do. And I love the fact that they're always proper and all that stuff.
Right.
But there was a real funny story this past week with a BBC One broadcaster, which would be the main radio.
Right.
So there was a BBC One broadcaster. There was a picture of little Charlotte.
Okay.
And she was, meeting her teacher for the first time. And she's shaking hands with her teacher. Okay. And she's just a little cute thing. And she's got her little hand up. And the teacher's just been over, like, probably, hello, Charlotte, So the radio broadcaster, being a radio broadcaster, was like, who the hell ever shakes their hands with a teacher? And he was making fun of what she might have said, like in a royal way to the teacher. Right. So anyway, he goes on with that. He's not thinking about it. Well, he gets an invitation to come meet Prince William.
Oh my goodness.
Princess Kate.
I think I'd be worried at that point.
So he goes to meet them.
Right.
And guess why they called him to the castle?
Yeah, that probably wasn't good.
He didn't give details, but he said he was terrified. And that he will never do that again. Yeah. Like he wasn't even smart alecky about it. I think he was doing it in a fun, loving British way.
Right.
But dude, they were like, the first thing that William said was like, hey, we were listening that morning.
Yeah.
That's what he said. He's like, we were both listening that morning. And you can imagine just being a parent, right?
Yeah. Forget being royal. If you heard somebody making fun of your child.
Right. And if I turned on the radio and they were talking about Ariana, I would drive to the station right then. I would. You know that. So it got me really thinking, and I've thought this before. I think sometimes people forget that they're actual people and they're humans, and you're going to feel the same stuff with these celebrities. It's a shame, but you instantly forget that they're people. Right. And you also instantly think that they're so super, filthy rich there's a girl that wrestles for Ring of Honor, and she's their champion. Okay, her name's Kelly Klein. And she suffered, there's been a lot of problems with Ring of Honor lately. And their parent company, Sinclair, is one of the most powerful companies in the world, television production companies. I think they're number 2. So they've got incredible amounts of money. And there's been a real lack of supervision and all this stuff. But anyway, she had a concussion and they made her wrestle with it, even though she was talking gibberish. And
wow.
Yeah, a bunch of bad stuff, especially in the days of CTE and all this.
Right.
But it was weird because when she came out, she was making $20,000 a year to be their champion, and it was because it was a non-exclusive, so she could work other places for indies and stuff.
Right.
But they were getting her exclusive contract. They've been negotiating since July, and now they fired her now though because she's talked about the medical problems they have.
Right.
Which is just ridiculous. But they were like going to pay her $50,000.
Is that all?
As an exclusive.
Wow.
Yeah. I mean, it just puts it a little perspective. You know, that's a big company, really. And wow, they're not making anything.
No.
You know, but, you know, people think that you see a celebrity and they're like, oh, look how fat she looks in that bikini, or how ugly that child is.
Yeah, like all of a sudden they have to be perfect and always right and always say the right thing.
Yeah, I mean, people get so mad.
Act the right way, and like, you know, they're just people.
People get so mad at celebrities, and they're just like, oh, can you believe how private they are? And
even though they only do things that people do every day.
Yeah, but you have to be that private, or you're going to go nuts. It's like it's a choice you make, and if you're like, okay, am I going to go on TV? Am I going to put my family on TV? If I do, I'm okay with opening myself up, and there's a different way you're going to have to act and be and everything. Trust me, we thought about it. And, you know, there little secret filming stuff that I always allude to. It's one of those things where you think about it quite a bit. Not that you would be the biggest celebrity in the world, but, you know, you'd be on TV, right? So you just never know. I mean, even locally, as John Hawkins, I still can't go in a Walmart in the main town every time
we go to eat
Yeah.
in that one town,
There's somebody
is pointing or watching or saying. It's kind of comical because I know how much you hate it when people watch you eat.
Yeah.
And there's just people staring at you while we're eating, and you're just like,
it's a wonder there's not a fork in somebody's eye. 'Cause, I mean, and I don't mind. I'm not that kind of person, but I really don't. Like, I don't mind. I mind more that you're whispering about it. I'd much rather
it would
you
be
just
better if they just came up to you and were like, hey,
Yeah.
you know, and talked to you for a minute and then went away.
The good thing is I'm a bad guy.
Right.
So
they can't just approach you.
Yeah. I could pee on them if I wanted to, and it would just make me more popular. So there was another movie, actually, when I was talking about movies, Anna versus the Apocalypse. We watched that, and, you know, we were going to watch it when it first came out, and then we were going to watch it later on, and blah blah blah. It's worth a watch if you like zombie flicks and Glee. Then you'll love this.
It is a little on the weird side, but I like that. I like the really odd,
Obviously.
like musical, kooky movies. I thought it was really good. I think the girls are going to like it. They need to watch it.
Oh, they really do. Absolutely. So, you know, I was talking about my topic and my little surprise topic. So you're going to have to stick with me on this, all right?
Okay.
It's not like a list per se. It's more of a topic.
Okay.
And the reason the topic has come up for me is because of over the past couple of years, unless you've lived under a rock, you found out that the government has just basically admitted that there are extraterrestrial craft that come into our zones, and we can't explain it. We, you know, supposedly, that there's UFOs, folks, and it's real. And, you know, whatever it is, be it aliens or demons, or I don't think that matters as much as there's crafts that are not made by human beings.
Time travelers or whatever
Well,
it is.
I mean, whatever it is, you know, I think it matters a lot more that there are different kinds of craft, different kinds of whatever that are coming through. And, you know, I would think if it was a time traveler, that it would be the same craft that they were probably using, because why would you have to update it? I don't know. We know from facts, we know from leaks, we know from stories, eyewitness accounts, and everything that the government has ended up coming out and saying, yeah, it's real. after vehemently lying about it for so many years, how could you ever take their word for it? I mean, if you had just a friend that was like that, for 40 years, he's like, nope, no, I don't own that house. I don't know who owns that house. And that's not really my car. That's not my car over there. And you know what? Have you ever heard of doppelgangers? Have you seen a psychiatrist? Because I think you may be crazy. No, I'm serious. And go discredit you and all this stuff, but still supposed to be your friend, right?
Right.
And then all of a sudden, you're old. And your friend's like, yeah, okay, it's real. And that's really my house. It is.
Except he wouldn't admit to it all at once. He'd be like, okay, so I own the garage.
Yeah.
But just the garage.
Yeah, right.
None of the rest of it.
Yeah. And, that wasn't really my car. It's a weather balloon
That's right.
that I drive. It's damn weather balloons. No one's ever seen one until one crashes. And, But anyway, because of that, I got deep thinking. And it really bothered me. And I just was thinking about the government and UFOs much more than, or basically Americans and UFOs, much more than I was thinking about the pastimes of man and all these things that I usually think about, because those two are real, as we always find something that makes it go back further.
Right.
Well, we just found a village that's obviously 1 million years old, but they were probably out hunting and gathering. And they just had this
They just all happened to run into the same spot.
Yeah.
I don't know.
It happened all at once. Didn't last very long.
They were only here for like 2 weeks.
Yeah. They left a lot of stuff that, and I still think, and I'm still under the, I wish Zahawi would leave Egypt so we could just, me personally, I still would take a big bulldozer and I would just blow it all up and bulldoze it down and see what's under. I
mean, I wouldn't.
Yeah.
But
well, it's just that
I understand your thinking.
At this point, I'm so frustrated that I want it to be in my lifetime. Like, there's supposedly secrets inside the Sphinx. There's the water damage on the side. It's still a mystery about the Great Pyramid, for the love of God.
We think it's a great mystery.
Well,
somebody might know.
Right. Right. And we've talked about all this stuff. And if you really follow my lead, and I could give you 2 right now. I've told you about Bright Insight before, the YouTube channel. Go look up Mystery History, okay? Mystery History is freaking amazing. If you want to go into like the weird archaeology, the strange, fact of the similarities and all this, and it's not one of those conspiratorial things. It's all fact, folks. It's all just things that are there in front of you. And when you see them all put together, and the cool thing is there's like a Mystery History and another channel. I think it's Mystery History too, but he does videos for, let's say, 6 months that are on the same topic. And sometimes it's every few days, sometimes it's a week, and they're like a 15-minute video, or you can watch the long versions where you want to sit down and watch 2 hours. That's pretty much the same story.
Right.
And I've done both and watched the video several times, but it's so, if you don't know much about like your archaeology, forbidden archaeology, some of the similarities, some of the buildings, some of the weird things, that's a cool way to spend an afternoon.
Yeah. I really like the Bright Insight one, because I like that guy's not boring. Like, he's not got a monotonous voice or anything. He makes it really interesting when he talks.
Yeah, and he also doesn't dwell in the world of fantastical.
Right. He just tells you like it is.
Yeah, he tries to keep it very scientific, and I do appreciate that, because there is so much. Some of the stuff I'm going to talk about went both ways. It's people say, well, that was completely made up and disinformation, things like that. But I just think timelines are strange, and especially when so much comes out that you find out was true, that just some of the things that kind of bother me, and just a little recap.
Okay.
So the way I want to start this is with something that I wanted to do back on Halloween, and I just forgot, to be honest with you. I'm going to have to wait till next year.
Okay.
I was going to read the War of the Worlds and do it like a news report.
Right.
But I was going to try to modernize it.
Oh, I see. That's a good idea.
And because nobody's really done that. And try to make it sound as good as possible. Even if I had a field reporter played by some pretty attractive brunette that I could go to, and, you come back and tell me whatever, and we could have like sirens in the background from where you were, and then
that'd be awesome.
But do it, sort of like tongue in cheek at first, and then get but that would be cool.
Yes.
And I was going to do that for the show, and I just thought it'd be neat for people. But anyway, so there you go. There's you a tease for next Halloween. Stick around. So on the night before Halloween, like I said, 1938, Orson Welles directed the Mercury Theater on the Air. It was a live radio adaptation of H.G. Wells' novel, The War of the Worlds, which wasn't that old then. It was like 40 years old then.
Right.
By mimicking a news broadcast, the show was quite realistic sounding for its time. And some listeners were fooled into thinking that a Martian invasion was underway in the United States, which is cool. There was widespread confusion followed by outrage, controversy. It was, some later studies have argued that the contemporary press exaggerated the extent of the panic. I don't believe they did. I believe that's something later on, some highfalutin buttholes was just like, well, they weren't really running into. I don't think it's exactly like I used to watch on newsreels where it showed like a scene from The Blob, where everybody's running in the street. Yeah.
Stuff's on fire all of a sudden.
But apparently, funny you say that, but apparently, it was pretty bad. And I can imagine somewhere like here, in the hills, if they were listening to something like that, they would gone.
Why do you think people set stuff on fire when they go all crazy like that? Like when it's chaos and things are breaking down and people run in the street, things are always on fire. Like you think that would just add to the chaos?
I've noticed that, and I've noticed that it's normally in heavily populated, not rural areas.
No.
Like heavily populated downtown areas,
Yeah, where there's a lot more people.
Right. And
to just do the mass hysteria thing.
I think it's got a lot to do probably with just already being angry about being, in an apartment building of 5,000 people and this and that. But I never see it really in outer Kentucky. It's just
right.
Maybe they do. Maybe they run outside and there's nobody else there, and they go back inside. I don't know.
Maybe, but it's just not as heavily populated.
I really do think it's our tribal mentality that we have as human beings, and it doesn't matter if you're black, white, Hispanic, purple, people eaters. It don't matter. I really think that we follow the leader, and we do this thing. If you watch apes and monkeys and stuff. When something goes crazy or like two of them are fighting, you'll see them all jumping around. You'll see them going bananas. And it's, people laugh at that, but I see that when I watch a video of people fighting.
Yeah, people do the exact same thing.
They do the exact same thing. When they're after one person, a lot of those monkeys will not even know why that the one's pissed at the other one, and they'll all join in,
right,
run
and be
down,
mad all of a
and
sudden.
that's what happens with humans. It's a very unfortunate side effect of the human condition.
Society.
Yeah, it really is. But I think that it's always going to happen in your metro areas, and that's why I don't live in a metro area.
Yes, this is true.
But anyway,
continue.
Thank you. Like I said though, with the funny thing you said, fire. I always call Stacey the accidental psychic. Okay. she's like the worst psychic ever, but she's the best psychic ever because she'll just be like something. Oh my God. It feels like, I don't know. My body's hurting like it's raining. And then you'll hear, it just always happens like that. So in other countries, there was a lot of weird reactions as well. In 1949, part of the script of War of the Worlds was read out over the radio in Ecuador.
Was it?
Yeah, without any kind of announcement, just like Orson, as it were a major piece of breaking news. Huge crowds of people emerged onto the streets and sought refuge inside churches with their families. When the radio station was informed of this, its announcers broadcast the fact there was no invasion happening. An angry mob formed and burned the station to the ground.
Yeah, shenanigans.
Causing between, and it's horrible. It doesn't crack me up like that. But whenever it's a country that's causing between 6 and 20 deaths, they haven't had a long time to figure that out since 47 or 49. Many other countries also experienced problems when broadcasting War of the Worlds. So it happened because, and it's another thing. You know how sometimes we've noticed with babies, they're naturally scared of something that can hurt them without being taught. And we've really noticed that now that we do what we do and we have like Kyler in the house. It's like, how does he know what a snake does? Nobody's taught him that, really, not to that extent. Why is he scared of that? Why is he, because we haven't done that to him.
Right.
And it's almost like you carry memories and in your DNA. And I truly believe that. We've read studies on that. But there's certain things I believe that we have this natural ability. And it's not that magical, right? You'll see some in wildlife. All of a sudden something hatches and it knows exactly what to do.
Right.
And,
right.
it's just interesting nonetheless. But I think that we have that with aliens. I really do. I think that for some reason we have this weird fear. Like it's a longing for the unknown and what's out there.
Right.
But at the same time, we have sort of an ominous fear. I have a recurring dream that I've had now for, oh my God. It started with one where I was back in the times of like rumble seats and everything. And I was in this kind of farm town and we were out partying. It was like me and some teenagers. I remember it like it's my memory, but I wasn't me in this dream. And that's when I first saw these ships, these crafts. I was seeing them and nobody else was seeing them at first go over. It was almost like they were cloaked and came uncloaked. And it was so real. If you've ever been around like a big air show or near an air base and one of the large, like C-130s go over, there is a feeling. There's a weird feeling you get when you see it low and it's going over you. It's a strange, ominous feeling. I have this feeling when I see these craft, right? Well, I've had a dream kind of like that. It was in a more suburban 1980s neighborhood.
Right.
And again, I seen them and nobody else seen them. And they were starting to blink in and blink out on me. This has happened over the years, 15 years. This has happened over and over and over and over. And I'll see these craft and I know they're there. And what makes me look at the sky, I don't know, but I do that anyway.
Right.
And I get a feeling and I'll look up and I'll see him for a second. It could be the middle of the day and the craft always look the same. Okay. But they don't look like anything in popular culture. Nothing that in popular culture. They look like some sort of giant transport.
Yeah.
Like they're bringing troops.
Right.
And that's what always ends up happening in my dreams. Okay. But I've had this recurring dream of something kind of like that, but it is me. And I'm seeing these things. But so I think that something's in there somewhere, that is very strange. But going back through all this, it was really funny to get the dates and the times that a lot of this happened and how it predated what people really give credit to. But in the 1940s, Donald Keough, which is anybody who's into UFOs, and conspiracy theories, that's a name if you've ever read a Nick Redfern book, that's one he investigated flying saucers for True magazine. He was one of the first significant conspiracy theorists in the 1940s, asserting eventually that the saucers were from outer space and that they were some sort of scouting mission they were on. Keough claimed to derive his theory from his contacts in the Air Force and Navy intelligence. Very interesting figure, this guy, because nowadays, go start a UFO club and see if any of those guys join it, because they're not.
Right.
Project Sign, based at Air Technical Intelligence Command at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, and its successors, Project Grudge, Project Blue Book, were officially assigned to investigate flying saucers. Edward Rupert's book, The Report of Unidentified Flying Objects, reports that many within these research groups did in fact support the hypothesis that the flying saucers were from outer space. Keough later founded NICAP, a civilian investigation group that asserted the U.S. government was lying about UFOs and covering up information that should be shared to the public. NICAP had many influential board members, including Roscoe Hillenkotter, the first director of the CIA.
Wow.
To date, no substantial evidence of NICAP's assertions has been presented beyond basically rumor and innuendo.
I've never even heard of NICAP.
Yeah.
That's how little it gets out there.
Right. And there's other things in history like the Battle of LA, but they think it was war nerves. The soldiers thought that it was the Japanese attacking. People on the ground swear they seen something, and they fought it all night. So, but a lot of people now think it's UFOs. That one's one of the ones that I wouldn't, because you don't know. You don't know. One that is very interesting to me is ghost rockets. And this is also predating our quote unquote modern UFO era with Roswell, but it's right there at the same time. Mm-hmm. In 1946 and 1947, numerous reports occurred of so-called ghost rockets. They appeared over Scandinavian countries, primarily Sweden, which then spread into other European countries. One United States Air Force top secret document from 1948 stated that the Swedish Air Force intelligence informed them that some of their investigators felt the reported objects were not only real, but could not be explained as having earthly origins. 20 years later, Greek physicist Dr. Paul Sanatori publicly stated that in 1947 he was put in charge of the Greek military investigation into reports of ghost rockets sighted over Greece. Again, they quickly concluded the objects were real and not of conventional origin. He claimed their investigation was killed by U.S. scientists and high military officials who had already concluded the objects were extraterrestrial in origin, but feared public panic because no defense existed.
Yeah, that was right at that same time.
Yeah,
so
1947.
They were all over it.
47 was Roswell. I will not give you anything on that because it's Roswell. Mm-hmm. It's a personal thing I have with Roswell because everybody covers Roswell. There's Thomas Mantell. He was killed in a crash while pursuing a UFO. They later said he was going after the Project Skyhook, which if you've ever watched The Dark Knight, that's how he gets out of China or whatever. Mm-hmm. Morgan Freeman's like, well, there was this one top secret,
Right.
Project Sign, U.S. Air Force, and a lot of Project Grudge, Project Blue Book. You probably watched the TV show. Mm-hmm. They found things they couldn't explain. I mean, and people that were in these groups, if they were skeptic, probably weren't skeptic very long, but because it's real. And the 1950s is my favorite time of UFOs, basically because of how much airtime they got on television. And there was some really crazy things that happened on TV during that time. And I'll get into a couple of those, but there's also a time when some things happened with a certain president with a shoot to kill order and all this stuff with the UFOs. And that's when the UFOs were over to Washington, D.C. And that stuff is legit. That stuff is talked about and records of it exist. And you imagine that today, like for a few weeks, you have these groups of UFOs over the Capitol. It's just nuts. But they were hiding it, but not hiding it as well. I mean, during the 50s, you talk about a flap. Mm-hmm. It's almost like there was a large group getting here, during that time. But in the 50s, Donald Kehoe, who I previously mentioned, was a retired U.S. Marine who wrote a series of popular books and magazine articles that are very influential in shaping public opinion, arguing that UFOs were indeed real and U.S. is suppressing the evidence. Kehoe's first article on the subject in True magazine was in January 1950. It was a national sensation. His first book, which there again, if you've ever been friends with a ufologist or anything, Flying Saucers Are Real. Okay. It came out in 1950 and it came out the same time as a book by a guy named Frank Scully. It was a bestseller. 1956, Kehoe helped establish NICAP, a powerful civilian UFO investigating group with many inside sources. He became its director and continued his attacks on the Air Force. Other contemporary critics also charged the United States Air Force with perpetrating a cover-up with its Project Blue Book, which it was. 1956 is, talking about books and things that I like, saw the publication of Gray Barker's They Knew Too Much About Flying Saucers, the book which publicized the idea of the Men in Black, who appeared to UFO witnesses and warned them to keep quiet. And, that goes to this very day.
Yes.
Even then, though, they looked out of time and very strange. Absolutely one of my favorite things with Kehoe. In 1958, January 22nd, 1958, he appeared on CBS television. His statements on UFOs were pre-censored by the Air Force. During the show, when Kehoe tried to depart from the censored script to reveal something that has never been disclosed before, CBS cut the sound, later stating that Kehoe was about to violate predetermined security standards and about to say something he was not authorized to release.
Wow.
What Kehoe was about to reveal were 4 publicly unknown military studies concluding UFOs were interplanetary, including the 1948 Project Sign estimate of the situation and a 1952 Project Blue Book engineering analysis of UFO motion presented by Robertson panel. Dude, the very fact that you cut the sound on a guy.
Right, while he's trying to say something
about
UFOs.
How guilty is that? You know?
I know.
And of course, astronaut Gordon Cooper, a lovely man who, rest in peace, reported suppression of a flying saucer movie filmed in high clarity by 2 Edwards Air Force Base range photographers on May 3rd, 1957. Cooper said he viewed developed negatives of an object clearly showing a dish-like object with a dome on top and something like holes or ports in the dome. When later interviewed by James McDonald, the photographers and another witness confirmed the story. Cooper said military authorities then picked up the film and neither he nor the photographers ever heard what happened to it. The incident was also reported in a few newspapers such as the LA Times.
The official explanation, of course, was that the photographers had filmed a weather balloon distorted by hot desert air.
That wasn't really good, government voice, was it?
No.
What would government voice be? The official explanation was that photographers had filmed a weather balloon distorted by hot desert air. I get distorted by hot desert air.
Do you?
Mm-hmm. There's people all the time go, "Oh my God, it's a UFO!" It's the damnedest thing. It really is.
It just takes your whole body and turns it into a saucer shape.
Every time. Yeah. You can't go anywhere in the desert. It's just like...
It's ridiculous.
Yeah. That's why people get shot in the desert all the time.
Is that a UFO? Oh, no, wait. That's a cactus.
Yeah.
It looked like it was a saucer
looked just
shape.
like a big UFO. It's so crazy. But obviously, we go through and there was so much to pick from, right? But I was trying to develop a theme here.
Okay.
And I think it's crazy because you never really know what you're going to get on television. Okay?
Right.
And especially in the Battle of the Network Stars days, when there was like 3 networks and that was it. And you just really didn't know though back then because everybody watched it. I mean, the thing I like about 3 networks is everybody my age was terrified of In Search of's Bigfoot episode. Like you could take 20 Bigfoot researchers and be like, what was it that got you into Bigfoot? And I bet you anything, at least 17 are going to be like, I was watching In Search of a Leonard Nimoy, with my uncle, and it scared me to death. It was Bigfoot, stuff like that. So it was me too, I remember being terrified.
Right.
But I specifically remember that almost getting ruined by, I would imagine a repeat because it was on during the day of the $6 Million Man. And, aside from the fact, can you imagine the $6 Million Man today? Like they're building like
adjusting for inflation.
Yeah, like they're rebuilding him. He starts to walk and it's like, what happened to, well, when we brought you back in the time machine from the 70s, Doctor, things have changed as far as the balancing of budgets. What did we use instead of the titanium that I requested? Paper. So the $6 Million Man had this episode that did not scare me of Bigfoot.
Right.
Because it was like pube covered Andre the Giant playing Bigfoot. I don't know. It's really terrible. If you've never seen it,
I don't remember that one.
It's so horrible. It's great. And you need to see it. Like everybody needs to see Andre the Giant as Bigfoot in the $6 Million Man. It's fantastic. Good Lord, afternoon TV. That was the good fun days of repeats, Batman and everything. All right. So anyway, back to this. The TV shows, everybody saw it. So it's a big deal, such as muting the guy's mic in the 50s, right?
Right.
So in 1973, there was an encounter that as perhaps the earliest suggestion the United States government was involved with ETs. That year, Robert, I'm going to spell this last name, Emenegger. There's not a good way for me to say it. And Alan Sandler of Los Angeles, California, were in contact with officials at Norton Air Force Base in order to make a documentary film. Those 2 gentlemen report that Air Force officials, including Paul Shartle, suggested incorporating UFO information in the documentary. including as its centerpiece genuine footage of a 1971 UFO landing at Holloman Air Force Base in New Mexico. Furthermore, says these gentlemen, he was given a tour of Holloman Air Force Base and was shown where officials conferred with extraterrestrial biological entities, or EBEs. This was supposedly not the first time the United States has met these aliens, as they reported at their military sources had been monitoring signals from an alien group with which they were unfamiliar. And did their ET guests know anything about them? The ET said no. The documentary was released in 1974 as U.F.O.s, Past, Present, and Future, narrated by Rod Serling, containing only a few seconds of the Holloman UFO footage. The remainder of the landing depicted with illustrations and reenactments. It goes on to say, like in 1976, another televised documentary reports UFOs. It has begun. Once again, written by Robert Amenegger, was presented by Rod Serling, again, Burgess Meredith, and Jose Ferrer. Some sequences were recreated based upon the statements of eyewitness observers, together with the findings and conclusions, blah, blah, blah. And the whole thing about it is everything was so scary in the 70s. I could hear the music now and like showing the stock footage and stuff, you know. It's just terrifying. It's like UFOs. They're real. You know what I mean? It was like so that's a very accurate portrayal.
That really was, yes.
And of course, I'm going to jump up to 1988 real quick.
I thought you were going to get there.
Yeah. October 14th, 1988. I remember a little John watching, not too little John, but little John, watching actor Mike Farrell hosting U.S. UFO Cover-Up Live, a 2-hour television special focusing on the government's handling of the information regarding UFOs and whether there has been any suppression of evidence supporting the existence of UFOs. And they really, at the time, there was the flap going in Gulf Breeze. And so a lot of the show was focused on that. But I think everybody remembers that show for having the two blacked out individuals, the whistleblowers or whatever, that were on there talking about, you know, their interactions with the ETs, how the ETs would hold a crystal that could it fit in the palm of your hand, and it showed pictures of they traveled time, but there was pictures just there.
Right.
And you know, you watch that now, you're like, holy crap.
They had cell phones.
Oh my God. Wow. My iPhone does that. That's really strange. There's also been people come out saying, you know, hey, I was part of a huge disinformation thing. And people in the UFO field that try to do everything they can to ruin other people's evidence. And some of those are very interesting that have happened, such as 1989, the annual Mutual UFO Network convention held in Las Vegas, Nevada. On July 1st, 1989, I thought you would like this.
Okay.
Ufologist Bill Moore was scheduled as the main speaker, but he refused to submit his paper for review prior to the convention, and also announced that he would not answer any follow-up questions as common practice. I mean, it's always common practice.
Right.
Unlike most of convention attendees, Moore did not stay at the same hotel that was hosting the convention.
That's suspicious.
When he spoke, Moore said that he and others had been part of an elaborate, long-term disinformation campaign begun primarily to discredit Paul Benowitz. My role in the affair was primarily that of a freelancer providing information on Paul's current thinking and activities. Air Force Sergeant Richard C. Doty was also involved, said Moore, though Moore thought Doty was more simply a pawn in a much larger game, as was I. One of their goals, Moore said, was to disseminate information and watch it as it passed from person to person in order to study information channels. Moore said that he was in a rather unique position in the disinformation campaign. Judging by the positions of the people I knew to be directly involved in it, it definitely had something to do with national security. There was no way I was going to allow the opportunity to pass me by. I would play the disinformation game, get my hands dirty just often enough to lead those directing the process into believing I was doing what they wanted me to do. and all the while continue to burrow my way into the matrix so as to learn as much as possible about who was directing it and why. Once he finished the speech, Moore immediately left the hotel and Las Vegas the same night. His claims obviously sent shockwaves through the small, tight-knit UFO community at the time, and it's pretty much never recovered because you always wonder,
right,
am I getting played?
Right. If what they're giving you is real information or purposely misleading.
Right. And if you are getting played, you're done. Your career's done. So if you're getting somewhere and all of a sudden somebody starts saying, oh, no, man, which is like political stuff. You know, I could sit here and name quite a few people that I was watching something earlier today, and it was actually a meme. I'm sorry, but the meme was of a certain show that's no longer allowed to be shown.
Right.
And it just happened to be an episode of it I had watched in 2017, where an individual who has been incarcerated and all this stuff, he was making a prediction. Well, not a prediction. He was telling something that he said was happening in the White House right then, and it's happened. Okay, so in the past month, we found out that was happening at that time. And at that time, he was persecuted by saying that. Very interesting stuff. You know, regardless of what side of the aisle, as they say, that you sit on, it's interesting stuff. It's interesting times that we live in. It really is, man. And, you know, part of me thinks it's all a dog and pony show. Part of me thinks everything in the political arena is a bunch of people that are meaningless because of there being something bigger. You know, that's the whole thing with this government cover up. That's the whole place my mind is at. You know, what happens when we find out, you know, well, they told us that was real. I think that should have been a bigger impact. You know, the very fact that there was a craft that man didn't make. Okay. Man did not make the craft. That should not have been you know, if people were going to run in the streets, I think they would have ran in the streets.
Right.
I think that the time is now. I think that it's the best time, distraction wise. I mean, hell, they probably wouldn't, if they did run in the streets 13 seconds later, they wouldn't know why. And they'd be checking to see if their town was getting attacked.
Right.
You know, that's all you got to do. I mean, it's not, if anything, if they really want to tell, they need to put it like on YouTube and have a gray alien YouTuber, you know, or an Instagram, and was it an enabler? What do they call them on Instagram?
An influencer.
Oh yeah, influencer. Enabler is a whole different thing.
Yeah, that's totally different.
Yeah, I'm sure there's some Instagram enablers too.
I'm sure there are.
But you know what I'm saying, right? I mean, it's so strange where they've got us that it bothers me, because if it were 1977 and a television show came on, and let's just say they gave it some real, I mean, let's say Paul Harvey teased it at noon, and then, you know, that night on the nightly news, Walter Cronkite was like, I'll be back in an hour for a special announcement. And he comes on, you know, and Dan Rather's under the desk. You know what I mean? There's just like everybody that you can imagine of being important is out there. Freaking Howard Cosell's like somewhere lurking in the back, like the Patterson footage, just walking back and forth. You know, all these people, right? And he's just like, all right, so ladies and gentlemen, United States of the world, I have something to tell you. Now, this 3.5 second video is called Spit Nickel. But in the Spit Nickel video, we're going to show you a craft that's moving the speed of light. And yeah, we can't make it. We called everybody. North Korea went and called us back. We're not sure if they paid their phone bill. We called everybody. We're pretty sure about North Korea. But we called everybody else. And the Chinese lied to us, of course. We called them, and they're like, yeah, I got one here. You know, and we're like,
we're coming to get you.
We're like, okay, funny. You don't have one, do you? Oh, yeah, looking at it now, you know. But we found out that wasn't it. I'm just saying. So if he's on there and he says, we don't have this, we can't make this. People, I think, would have been different than now. I think that they would have took it serious. History books would have changed. It would have been a big deal They would have burned the government down. I mean, I get it then.
Right.
Now, people are so screwed up.
Right.
And they just are. I don't care what side you are on. I think they'll take it.
Well, and you were talking about how in the 70s they would have come on, one of the 3 networks. You couldn't do that today. If you put that announcement on a major network, nobody would see it. Nobody watches TV when they're supposed to. Everybody DVRs everything.
Streaming.
We don't even watch network
Right.
TV. Like, it's all different cable channels or streaming.
And I don't even know why we have cable.
Yeah, I'm not really sure either, because we basically stream everything because we never watch anything on time.
Yeah.
But, so they would have to do a social media kind of announcement just to get the majority of the people to see it.
I mean, absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the only way. It's insane, really. And this next thing I'm going to cover here falls into the realm of unverified. Mm-hmm. And, but so many things, as I started this off with, were unverified and were said to be BS until they weren't.
Right.
So it really goes into the MJ-12 thing. Very controversial figure, Milton William Cooper. And he became really renowned in the late 80s. But just a very interesting bit of work here that I'm just going to go through some of this Majestic 12 stuff. So before Majestic 12, during the years following World War II, the government of the United States was confronted with a series of events which were to change beyond prediction its future and with its future of humanity. These events were so incredible that they defied belief. A stunned President Truman and his top military commanders found themselves virtually impotent after having just won the most devastating and costly war in history. The United States had developed, used, and was the only nation on Earth with the possession of the atomic bomb, which alone had the potential to destroy any enemy, and even the Earth itself. At that time, the United States had the best economy, the most advanced technology, the highest standard of living, exerted the most influence, and fielded the largest and most powerful military force in history. Now, let me go ahead and say one of the reasons I went back to this, because I've read this before, but the reason I went back to this to read on the show is how interesting I find it with what we have today. Okay, just so keep that in mind.
Okay.
This was the 80s. Okay, that's when people read all this and heard this from Milton William Cooper. This was his views in the 80s, and it's just interesting to me. So I meant to put that at the first of that, but we can only imagine the confusion and concern when the informed elite of the United States government discovered that an alien spacecraft piloted by insect-like beings from a totally incomprehensible culture had crashed in the desert of New Mexico. Between January 47 and December 52, at least 16 crashed or downed alien craft, 65 alien bodies, and 1 live alien were recovered. An additional alien craft had exploded, and nothing was recovered from that incident. Of these incidents, 13 occurred within the borders of the United States, not including the craft which disintegrated in the air. Of these 13, 1 was in Arizona, 11 were in New Mexico, and 1 was in Nevada. 3 occurred in foreign countries. Of those, 1 was in Norway, and the last 2 were in Mexico. Sightings of UFOs were so numerous that serious investigation and debunking of each report became impossible utilizing the existing intelligence assets. So an alien craft was found on February 13th, 1948 on the Mesa near Aztec, New Mexico. Another craft was located on March 25th, 1948 in Hart Canyon near Aztec, New Mexico. It was 100 feet in diameter. A total of 17 alien bodies were recovered from those 2 craft. Of even greater significance was the discovery of a large number of human body parts stored within both of these vehicles. A demon had reared its ugly head, and paranoia quickly took hold of everyone then, quote, in the know, finish quote there. The secret lid immediately became an above top secret lid and was screwed down tight. The security blanket was even tighter than that imposed upon the Manhattan Project. In the coming years, these events were to become the most closely guarded secret in the history of the world. A special group of America's top scientists were organized, and a program named Project Sign was created in December of 47 to study the phenomena. The whole nasty business was contained within the shroud of secrecy. Project Sign evolved into Project Grudge in December of 48. A low-level collection of disinformation project named Blue Book was formed under Grudge. 16 volumes were to come out of Grudge, including the controversial Grudge 13, which I and Bill English saw, read, and revealed to the public. Blue teams were put together to recover the crash disk and dead or alive aliens. The blue teams were later to evolve into alpha teams under Project Pounce and Project Pluto. During these early years of the United States Air Force and the CIA exercised complete control over the alien secret. In fact, the CIA was formed by presidential executive order, first as the Central Intelligence Group for the express purpose of dealing with the alien presence. Later, the National Security Act, NSA, was established to oversee the intelligence community and especially the alien endeavor. Some national security memos and executive orders removed the CIA from the sole task of gathering foreign intelligence and slowly but thoroughly legalized direct action in the form of covert activities at home and abroad. It goes into some of the intelligence gathering processes, which I won't bore you with, but there's some very interesting parts that he laid out. And for secret government type stuff, this goes into like Secretary of Defense James Forrestal began to object to the secrecy. He was very idealistic and a religious man who believed that the public should be told. When he began to talk to leaders of the opposition party, the leaders of Congress, about the alien problem, he was asked to resign by Truman. He expressed his fears to many people and rightfully believed that he was being watched. This was interpreted by those who were ignorant of the facts as paranoia. Forrestal later was said to have suffered a mental breakdown and was admitted to Bethesda Naval Hospital. In fact, it was feared that Forrestal would begin to talk again, and he had to be isolated and discredited. Sometime in the early morning of May 22nd, 1949, agents of the CIA tied a sheet around his neck, sound familiar? Fastened the other end to a fixture in his room and threw James Forrestal out the window. The sheet tore and he plummeted to his death. He became one of the first victims of the cover-up. Pretty interesting stuff. EBE, the live alien that had been taken in the 1947 Roswell crash, was named Ebe. The name has been suggested by Dr. Vannevar Bush and was short of, I told you already, extraterrestrial biological entity. Ebe had a tendency to lie and for over a year would only give the desired answer to questions asked. Those questions which would have resulted in an undesirable answer went unanswered. At some point during the second year of captivity, he began to open up about the information, and what Ebe said was startling, to say the least. The compilation of his revelations became the foundations of what would later be known as Yellow Book. Photographs were taken of Ebe, which, among others, I and Bill English were to view years later in Grudge 13. In late 1951, Ebe became ill. Medical personnel had been unable to determine the cause of Ebe's illness and had no background from which to draw. Ebe's system was chlorophyll-based, and he processed food and energy much the same as plants. It was decided that an expert on botany was needed, and they called a botanist in Mendoza, who was brought in to try to help him. Dr. Mendoza worked to save Ebe until mid-1952 when Ebe died. Dr. Mendoza became an expert on alien biology. In a futile attempt to save Ebe and gain favor with his technologically superior alien race, the United States began broadcasting a call for help early in 1952 into the vast regions of space. The call went unanswered, but the project continued as an effort of good faith. It goes into creation of the NSA with President Truman, and it was like the main reason was to decipher alien languages and whatnot, and just like you would do anything. So 1953, president became, Dwight D. Eisenhower.
Right.
During his first year in office in 53, at least 10 more alien crash disks were recovered, along with 26 dead and 4 live aliens. Of the 10, 4 were found in Arizona, 2 in Texas, 1 in Mexico, 1 in Louisiana, 1 in Montana, and 1 in South Africa. And there were hundreds of sightings. Eisenhower knew that he had to wrestle and beat the alien problem. He knew he could not do it by revealing the secret to the Congress. Early in 53, the new president turned to his friend and fellow member on the Council of Foreign Relations, Nelson Rockefeller. For help with the alien problem, Eisenhower and Rockefeller began planning the secret structure of alien task supervision, which would become reality within 1 year. The idea for MJ-12 was thus born. It was Nelson's uncle Winthrop Aldrich who had been crucial in convincing Eisenhower to run for president. The whole Rockefeller family And with them, the Rockefeller empire had solidly backed Ike. Asking Rockefeller for help with the alien problem was to be the biggest mistake Eisenhower ever made for the future of the United States and probably for all of humanity. Within 1 week of Eisenhower's election, he had appointed Nelson Rockefeller chairman of the Presidential Advisory Committee on Government Organization. Rockefeller was responsible for planning and the reorganization of the government. New Deal programs went into one single cabinet position called the Department of Health, Education, Welfare. When the Congress approved the new cabinet position in April 1953, Nelson was named to the post undersecretary to the occult hobby. In 1953, astronomers discovered large objects in space which were moving towards Earth. It was first believed they were asteroids. Later evidence proved that the objects could only be spaceships. Project Sigma intercepted alien radio communication. When objects reached the Earth, they took up a very high orbit around the equator. There were several huge ships, and their actual intent was unknown. Project Sigma and a new Project Plato, through radio communications using the computer binary language, was able to arrange a landing that resulted in a face-to-face contact with alien beings from another planet. Project Plato was tasked with establishing diplomatic relations with the alien race of space aliens. In the meantime, a race of human-looking aliens contacted the United States government. This alien group warned us against the aliens that were orbiting the equator and offered to help us with our spiritual development. They demanded that we dismantle and destroy our nuclear weapons as the major condition. They refused to exchange technology, citing that we were spiritually unable to handle the technology that we possessed already. They believed that we would use any new technology to destroy each other.
They were probably right.
Right. This race stated that we were on a path of self-destruction and we must stop killing each other, stop polluting the earth, stop raping the earth's natural resources, and learn to live in harmony. These terms were met with extreme suspicion, especially the major condition of nuclear disarmament. It was believed that meeting that condition would leave us helpless in the face of an obvious alien threat. We also had nothing in history to help with the decision. Nuclear disarmament was not considered to be within the best interest of the United States. The overtures were rejected. Later in 1954, the race of large-nosed gray aliens had been orbiting the Earth, landed at Holloman Air Force Base. The basic agreement was reached. This race identified themselves as originating from a planet around a red star in a constellation of Orion we call Betelgeuse. They stated that their planet was dying and that at some unknown future time, they wouldn't be able to survive there. This led to a second landing at Edwards Air Force Base. The historical event has been planned in advance, and details of the treaty had been agreed upon. Eisenhower arranged to be in Palm Springs on vacation. On the appointed day, the president was spirited away to the base, and the excuse was given to the press that he was visiting a dentist. He met with the aliens, and a formal treaty between the alien nation and the United States of America was signed. He then received our first alien ambassador from outer space. His name was Omnipotent Highness Creel. I love that name.
That is a great name.
Pronounced Creel. Mm-hmm. In the American tradition of disdain for royal titles, he was secretly called Original Hostage Creel. You should note that the alien flag is known as trilateral insignia. It is displayed on their craft and worn on their uniforms. Both of these landings and the second meeting were filmed. The films exist today. The treaty stated the aliens would not interfere in our affairs, and we would not interfere in theirs. We would keep their presence on Earth a secret. They would furnish us with advanced technology and would help us in our technological development. They would not make any treaty with any other nation on Earth. They could abduct humans on a limited and periodic basis for the purpose of medical examination and monitoring of our development, with the stipulation that the humans would not be harmed, would be returned to their point of abduction, that the humans would have no memory of the event, and that the alien nation would furnish MJ-12 a list of all human contacts and abductees on a regular scheduled basis. It was agreed that each nation would receive the ambassador of the other for as long as the treaty remained in force. It was further agreed that the alien nation and the United States would exchange 16 personnel, each to the other, with the purpose of learning each, from the other. It talks about the alien guest and all this.
Could you imagine getting that call?
Oh, yeah.
We got a job for you.
Right. Well, it talks about, as for the secret funding, it goes into all these things and the founding of MJ-12 and all this stuff. And the very interesting parts to all this with the secret governments and everything, a lot of it sounds like, it's in one form, it's way too much to buy and believe.
It's fantastical.
Yeah, it's fantastical. But is it? And, I truly have believed forever that there's some sort of treaty because nothing else really makes sense. There's nothing really out there that makes sense to me why we wouldn't, I always put it out there. Imagine a fighter plane that just is unidentified. We don't know what country it came from, but trying to make American airspace. Just what would happen?
Right.
It'd be shot down. It'd be shot down, and we'd probably nuke the country.
Right.
Active aggression. Okay. We have these things all over the United States, and we pretend they don't exist. Right. So unless somebody leaks something to somebody else, and then they have no choice but to say it. What it went on to say is that these dirty aliens actually did make treaties with Russia and other people, same kind of deceptive stuff because they were dealing with monkeys. Right. And, they also went back on the human stuff, having those human parts in there kind of frowned upon.
Right.
But they did go back on stuff and was doing more than they were supposed to. And, you have to look then. Sure, you can make a lie when you have pieces of the truth. I understand that. But we have all the abductions, and that's not even what I'm going into. But, the abduction phenomena, that's one huge part of it. Then you have the phenomena of just, the sightings and the landings and every little aspect. There's so many different silos to this, that occur. And the big one to me, though, as I'm talking about, is, what's cover up, what's not, because I think the time is there that we really need to know. And do we say, all right, listen, government, we're going to forgive you. We're not going to hold you liable. We're going to forgive you for any agreement you made, anything that's happened. Absolutely. If you just come clean with us and tell us. And honestly, I think people would like the truth so much that they'd be okay with.
Right, but that's the kicker right there. That's the reason that they won't tell us that all that happened is because they agreed to let them abduct people. But if you think about it, that was going to happen whether they agreed or not.
Right.
It's not like we're comparable to an extraterrestrial race with advanced technology. They could come here and do whatever they wanted. The fact that they let us make this agreement with them, to me, is amazing because they could have just come down here and done whatever they wanted. I guess they just wanted to be kept in secret.
Yeah.
So, what are we going to do if they go back on it?
Well, especially at that time period, because just before Eisenhower came in and, and we really got the military industrial complex, that's when that started, That's when, unfortunately, we let it privatize.
Right.
And for profit. And these companies making for profit. And do you think that those bastards ever want to, not turn a profit? No.
Right. No.
It's a business model. And being in business, I can promise you that nobody's going, oh my God, there's no war this year. We don't need any new tanks, any new fighters, anything like that. They don't do that. They got to find a reason to build more. Let's just go blow that country up. That's far away. The people here won't care.
Right.
Because we're Rome. We are Rome. We're lying to ourselves if we don't know that we're Rome. And what we do is what the world does. The world goes by what we do. And unfortunately, and I just don't think we always make the right decisions, especially with things like letting people that are getting profit decide anything. But, 1952, the year before, that was the big DC deal, with the UFOs and stuff. And I think instead of an article, excerpts from the actual newspapers of the time is kind of interesting. Okay. The Monroe News Star from Monroe, Louisiana. Page 1, front page, July 21st, 1952. This is just an excerpt, okay? The Air Force today investigated reports that several flying saucers had been spotted by radar virtually in its own backyard on the outskirts of the nation's capital. Not only were unidentified objects seen on radar indicating actual substance instead of mere light, but 2 airline pilots and a newsman saw eerie lights fitting the general description of flying saucers on the same night. Captain S.C. Casey Pierman of Detroit, piloting Capital Airlines Flight 807, was careful in his report not to identify the objects as flying saucers. He described them like falling stars without tails, but added, "In my years of flying, I've seen a lot of falling or shooting stars, but these were much faster. They could not have been aircraft. They were moving too fast for that." You go to the Cedar Rapids Gazette, Cedar Rapids, Iowa, page 1, again, July 29th, 1952. Radar showed that the air over the nation's capital was full of flying objects early Tuesday, but an airliner directed to one of the radar sightings could not find a thing. Civil Aeronautics Administration spokesman said that the latest sightings showed as many as 12 unidentified objects on radar screen at one time. The sightings Tuesday were the third within 2 weeks. The Scranton Tribune, Scranton, Pennsylvania, from July 29, 1952. The Air Force disclosed today that jet fighters are under orders to maintain a nationwide 24-hour alert against flying saucers and to shoot them down if possible.
It's funny how all this is front page news.
Front page, July 29th, 1952, Scranton, Pennsylvania. I'm going to read it again. Mm-hmm. The Air Force disclosed today that jet fighters are under orders to maintain a nationwide 24-hour alert against flying saucers and to shoot them down if possible. The Daily Interlake from Montana, July 31st, 1952. It looked like a spear, so deeply orange-colored that it appeared almost the shade of rust. It was silent as death. It was moving too fast and evenly to be a balloon. Most persistent rumor is that Boeing Airplane Company in Seattle, Washington is either making flying saucers or has been in charge of engineering of the project. The rumor goes that very small parts of the saucers are being made by widely scattered subcontractors and that the finished items are being assembled at some remote site. In the weirder category of rumors is the one that the saucers are either Russian built, even back then, dude.
Yep.
Or from another planet, and that several of them have crashed and have been picked up by the Air Force. It goes on to theorize that the Air Force has been able to repair some of them and make them operate at the same time and is trying to build some of their own, just like them. Some of just the stuff, if you like, you can't see it here, but the San Rafael, California Daily Independent Journal, July 29th, 1952, flying saucer epidemic hits a new peak. I mean, it's just on and on and on all over the country back at a time when there was actually things called press, and they all had different writers and different stories. The Salt Lake Tribune, July 23rd, 1952. Russ Embassy says disc big mystery.
Oh, those would be journalists.
Yeah. Radar spots more flying was-its over Washington. Air Force says saucers freaks. Saucers, if any, pose no threat to United States Air Force, says weather may be to blame. And
there it goes.
Yeah.
There it's starting.
Yeah. And it's on and on and on and on because and I was actually able to find on many of these the full article.
Wow.
From the time, if you so desire it. Really cool though, seeing those old headlines from a time that we actually talked about it. We actually said this is happening. And that was over Washington. And I think it's funny because we talk about it like it's never happened. A lot of times you have somebody going, well, what if they landed on the White House lawn? Well, what if 12 of them flew over the White House?
Right.
Because that happened.
And it was on the news.
And it wasn't one time. It wasn't 2 times. It was several times that this happened. And then we had a shoot to kill order. And, it was people on TV and all over the nation. All these people are like, well, we've seen it. We've seen them, And they put a lid on that super quick. They had to go through a few names that are projects, but they eventually got one that they liked well enough to be able to debunk, to be able to do all this stuff with. But my point on the treaty part, okay? So is the treaty real? Is it not? If you look at the time and you look at 1953, okay, it's almost like from 47 to 53, we had this amazing mystery. We had people just saying in newspapers, well, they've recovered these discs. They've recovered more discs. There's bodies. There's people. Books are coming out with matter-of-fact stuff. People that are starting the CIA or in UFO groups.
Right.
It seems like a tangible...
People didn't seem to freak out either.
Well, not like that. No, because they were coming out as matter of fact. And they were just like, well, there's people here from another planet. You know, this is... And yeah, there was some freak outs.
A little bit.
But... at the same time, there was front page news. You were being up to date on stuff. You felt like your government was looking out for your best interest.
Right.
We were at such a high. We had just destroyed everything. I mean, you know, we had won World War II. And, you know, that was something that was a big feather in the cap, to say the least. The way that the Germans were going and the way we did, and so much national pride. It was really at a time where they trusted, you know, the one thing you had for your government was trust. It's a shame. But if you look at 1953, it goes from all of this stuff happening to not happening or happening and being covered up. So it's almost like that there was some agreement made because they quit flying over the White House.
Right.
Makes sense? And you know, it seems like that there was something happen. I don't know, but
I wonder what time frame we went from flying saucers being legitimate front page news stories to being the joke on the news.
Right then, mid-50s.
Right then, an immediate switch.
The mid-50s. That's when, and it's fact that a lot of the UFO movies were, you know, funded by the government, or you know, you had somebody there making sure what went into it, to make it entertainment, to make it. Then when you saw one, those kids just saw that movie.
Yeah,
you know,
it's their imagination,
right? And they absolutely made it a laughing stock, and that was part of the disinformation projects they had to do, is to make you that batty, crazy person, and especially I think like veterans that knew what planes were. They would always give you that portrayal of the drunk veteran or something like that, which I hate.
Yeah,
I absolutely, I despise that still. And it's just really bothers me. You know, today's time, they put you as some nut job. You know, if you've got skills to have a gun, you've served your country, you should be honored and everything paid for. In my opinion, this is an opinion piece right here. Everything should be paid for. Everything should, for your rest of your life, you should be okay. You shouldn't be having to figure out what you're going to do. If anything, they should have a job waiting for you, depending on, I'm talking about people that served and got deployed and, saw battle.
Right.
I think that we should take care of them and not make them criminal, not worry about their guns and all this stuff. It's just so much is the same, with that. But yeah, they did as much disinfo as they could. That's for sure. You also look at like Bob Lazar's testimonies, and he had all the different kind of craft that were there. He didn't get to see him. He saw him like one time or something, and he knew that they were happening. He was working on the one, and it's very interesting. People have tried to debunk him, and they've taken away things that said he never went to school here, he never did this, but a lot of stuff they say about the dude has come over the years to look pretty real. I believe him.
I do.
And I think many people do. But it's just very interesting nonetheless, and it all still goes into these same stories. But I figured that I would talk about some of my personal favorite UFO sightings, so to speak.
Okay.
And I would call it the not Roswell list. But there's a few of them that I won't probably ever go into, like Rendlesham Forest.
Right. Well, that's like the British Roswell.
Right. And of course, I'll start that with where I just finished on the other. The UFO, what they call the DC flap in DC of July 52. The official story reads that 2 separate occasions, Air Force F-94s were scrambled over Washington after UFOs were sighted on radar at Andrews and Bolling Air Force bases. The reports of UFOs disappearing and outrunning the Air Force jets cemented the flying saucer craze in the popular imagination. The unusual blips seen by the multiple air traffic controllers cruised between 100 to 130 miles per hour, before zooming off at incredible speeds. At the time, the Washington Post ran the banner headline, "Saucer outran jet, pilot reveals."
Wow.
Yeah. And, that's one of those papers of record too, so pretty cool stuff on that. And it'll always be one of my favorite ones. Another one that's my favorite is the Belgian flap. That was in March of 1990.
Okay.
Over a number of days into March 1990, scores of individuals reported seeing strange lights in the sky over Belgium. Belgian Air Force F-16s were dispatched to investigate. The F-16 pilots discovered nothing but media frenzy over the European sightings, exploded. And it was one of those deals that it was one of the first of its kind with close encounters witnessed by multiple individuals and trained air traffic controllers. So it's a good combination there for when you want something. Another one for me is Phoenix Lights.
Yeah, I love that one because so many people saw it.
And it was a very strange year. It happened in March of 97. And we've talked about before that we think 97 is one of not only the best years, but one of the strangest years.
Definitely very strange.
A lot of strange stuff happened that year. But I won't go into that one. That's one that most of you all know already. But it's just one of the ones that I particularly love because you had a whole city see things that couldn't have been ours.
Right.
The Japan Airlines flight 1628 incident. This has always been one of my favorites. And the guy that was in air traffic control at the time, FAA guy, he's always been part of it that will tell you about it. Actually, I seen something recently, very recently, that came out supporting this now. The pilot and crew of Japan Airlines cargo flight carrying wine from Paris to Tokyo reported seeing strange flashing colorful lights that followed their aircraft over Alaska. The New York Times reported during an FAA investigation into the sighting that the yellow, amber, and green lights were spotted on a clear evening by pilot Kenji Teraruchi. The lights appeared as the flight crossed into Alaska from Canada. While the plane cruised at 35,000 feet, the FAA later came to no definitive conclusion about the sighting.
Wow.
One of the big things on that, you've got the Alaskan Triangle, and I've always liked it because of its proximity to that weirdness, because it's just one of those places, and I truly believe there are places on this earth that you will see a lot of UFO sightings and a lot of strange things happen.
Absolutely.
And I don't know if that's because there's bases near there or because there's energy or some kind of...
Well, there's relatively low population.
Right. True.
Better chance of hiding.
True. You could probably have something deep in the ice somewhere and wouldn't be hardly anybody noticed. So
exactly.
Probably one of my favorite, because you get the two favorites, it's a very big favorite.
That's right.
Would have to be the Chicago O'Hare Airport sighting of 2006. And it was just so bloody awesome. It was United Airlines staff and pilots at Chicago O'Hare Airport reported seeing a flying saucer hovering over the airport terminal on an overcast day. The vessel then shot up into the air so quickly that it punched a hole in the clouds.
Wow.
The FAA told Chicago Tribune that the sighting had likely been caused by weather phenomena and did not further investigate the incident. One flight traffic controller official remarked at the time, to fly 7 million light years to O'Hare and then have to turn around and go home because your gate was occupied is simply unacceptable.
Yeah, that weather phenomena that puts a hole in the clouds and causes something to shoot straight up really fast.
Exactly, and that's just how this stuff works. They always say crap like that, and we all hate it, right? But one that I didn't put on a list just because of the when in doubt, throw it out stuff.
Right.
But that Dome of the Rock, I hope I'm saying that right, in Jerusalem, the 2011. There was a lot of stuff around 2011 too. It was really leading up to 2012. It was very very hot, but I love that one, and just with the multiple angles and everything. What I really love about it the most is when it happened, there was a lot of science, quote unquote, channels and science websites completely, totally, utterly saying poo-poo on it, right? Well, here's the thing. I just don't understand this. Maybe you can explain it or shed some light on it for me. It happens all the time. So you and I know, because we don't put them on the show, or that's all the show would be. It has to be something really special for us to put it on the show. But there's UFO sightings every day. And if you want to keep up with them, you could. You could keep up with them mostly and probably do a weekly recap of the UFO footage that week. it's just one of those things that's out there and happens all the time. But everybody wants to dismiss it as soon as it happens, these scientists. But it's the same scientists who will get grants or spend as much money as they can to try to send something out looking for life. It's almost like the military industrial complex. How are you going to get your paycheck if we already found them?
Right.
You know,
right.
but it's funny to me. You know, we have things like the interstellar object and some of the things that have happened that are just so unexplainable. Even the lunar wave stuff, you know, it's or the big freaking metal on the south pole of the moon that is either a large alien base or spaceship or something, and there's one story and it's gone. But I mean, you know, you did the story and it was there. We talked about it because it was just weird. And they were looking into it, kind of like, you know, when rovers go missing and don't come back. Right. And or when somebody goes to the dark side of the moon to take pictures and you don't hear anything else. I mean, it's that kind of stuff. And that really perplexes me, I guess. And there's been so many credible sightings. So people also like to say, well, maybe we're finally going to get evidence. Well, you know, go back to the 50s, man.
All this other stuff we have.
What evidence do you want? I mean, do you really want them just to, you know, show up at your door? I think they're trying. You know, it's but that also goes to, you know, is there a treaty? And there's been some other really great ones and ones with pilots that I love, but honestly, you get to like the USS Nimitz with the Tic Tac. You know,
all the stuff we have currently.
You get to the Go Faster and case closed, because where do you go from there? I mean, that's what I'm saying, and that's where I started it, you know, and that's where I'll finish it. Is I gave you a very small taste of some things that are more in the conspiratorial realm, but then if you look at those stories and you add them up with everything else that happened at the time period, everything that's happened since, it really does make a lot of sense. And I always talk about, man, I would love to have been alive from the late 40s to the mid 50s just to experience where people, the wonderment and people talking about it and, you know, going crazy about it and everything. But I don't know. Like I said, there's all these silos. There's the abductions. There's the mutilations.
We didn't even talk about that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, and I tried not to, but that's another cover up. I mean, that's something else and there's also weird things that happen with those stories. I'm going to point this out to you folks because I know our listeners listen to paranormal radio, you listen to UFO radio, and you keep up with the news. So in July, we did a story on these cattle mutilations.
Yes, the ones in Oregon.
Right.
Where the ranch lost like 5 bulls. It was very mysterious with the surgical cuts and all the typical cattle mutilation things.
Yeah, it checked all the boxes. And we probably get one good one every year. Right. But it's one of those things, you know, also crop circles you can throw in there to the silo. But this story was so freaking odd. Not because the story was odd. We covered it. And at the time, we had been covering so many the first part of this year of vampiric type things. We had so many, I think going into the end of last year maybe, but definitely the first part of this year, we had so many in such a wide area that we talked about the fact, man, we could have a show on vampiric animals.
Strange animal deaths and unexplained and all that.
Chickens, goats, horses, whatever. It was, and all of those were included.
Yeah, it was every week for a while there.
And we were like, oh my God, other people don't do shows like us. So, because they're specialized. Right. You'll have people that do ghost shows. You have people that do UFO shows. A lot of times they don't do everything like that, just the strange, and do the news every week. So we're always getting those stories. And that was like one that, there again, that should probably be a pretty big deal. You know, we should probably maybe look into that a little bit. But I don't know. When this last stuff came out and we had the government say, yeah, we don't know what it is. I just think that it's time. And that's my plea, is that it is absolutely time.
And another weird thing about the cattle mutilation story, the one from Oregon, is I've seen that story over and over again over the last few months. And every time it's like it's a new story. Like somebody just puts the story out about these strange bulls that have died on this ranch, but it happened months ago. And I've never seen a story pop up like that so many times.
No,
there wasn't any new information.
It's absolutely ridiculous. And yeah, I mean, that's the weird part to the story is that even in November, the story still comes up. Stacey and I were checking out a news thing and there it was again.
And it's not even like obscure sites. Like we're talking about some major news networks, people that really report what's happening, and it's up like it's a new thing that happened, even though it happened a long time ago. It's just very strange.
Yeah, it really is. And we've not seen anything like it. And it's just like people don't realize. They'll even say July. Back in July, even though this is November, it's just weird.
It is weird for a story like that to just keep recurring. Like I said, now if they had had an update or someone came forward and said this, or we got some new evidence, that would be one thing. And I have to look at them every time because you never know when they're going to have that extra information. But very weird.
You know, something else that's very weird, and I love this. This is completely not UFO or anything like that.
Okay, just weird.
It's just weird. I like to give something.
We cover weird.
I like to get left field stuff.
Okay.
Just little random facts, right? So when I was a kid, I had to play Trivial Pursuit with the family.
Right.
The big family. And it sounded fun. Like, hey, you want to play a board game, kids? You know, and it did. It sounded fun. And I knew if I hit entertainment every single time, I could kill them all.
Can't win that way, though.
Or history. But with a lot of it, I would, when I didn't know it as a joke, I would say the same name of the same political person. And there were games where I would get pie pieces like 3 times, like 3 different games, like where I got pie pieces by using the name, but 3 different questions. And it happened a lot. And it just became my little joke because they would always be like, oh, little John, you got such well-rounded knowledge, you know? And it's like, yeah, I really do. And it was Spiro Agnew. And you remember this. I know you do because one time you and I were playing and I said Spiro Agnew. And I just looked at you straight face and you're like, that's right. And I was like, yeah. And you were just like, I'm really impressed, baby. I remember we were dating.
Right.
And I was just like, yeah, that's right. That's right.
Were we by any chance playing that as a drinking game?
Yes.
I figured.
We were. Trivial Pursuit drinking. But Spiro Agnew, which was one of the only vice presidents ever to resign like that, but he was in Nixon era. Good old Spiro Agnew. I love the name so much that I always knew it and remembered it, even though it was before my time. But it's Spiro and then Agnew. I always promised myself that I was going to have a cat at some point, and I'm going to name his ass Spiro Agnew because it's such a cool name. But it's going to be one name, like one word, like Spiro Agnew.
like it's an Indian name or something.
Oh, it's cool, man. It's just, it's such a cool thing. And I'm just going to put that out there randomly. So if you have a pet named Spiro Agnew, please send us a picture and we'll send you a t-shirt. Okay. But I have to know for sure that I'm going to get all kinds of like.
Yeah, you're going to be like, oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Sometimes we call him Fluffy for fun, but.
Be like, baby, go down there to that second trailer on the right. Muffles had a big old litter, and I hope they don't name a cat Muffles. I couldn't think of a cat name. What's wrong with that cat? No lips. This is the strangest thing. We call her Muffles. But with Muffles aside, I think it's time for some real craziness and some real sexiness since you're nude. Stacey Edwards and the Paranormal News.
Coming to you direct from the Sideshow Intercontinental Center for Strange Events and Odd Irregularities, she's more stealthy than a Cold War era spy. If it's from beyond the grave or above the sky, there's only one girl who looks under every rock to see. She's got your mysterious goodies and spells Stacey with an E. It's now time for Stacey Edwards and Paranormal News. All right, let's get to the news.
Let's talk about something else first, other than the news.
Is there something wrong with that?
I don't know. It seemed like all the right words.
Yeah. All right. Well, hell with it. Go ahead. Let's see what's going on.
Well, I was just going to talk about how when we were recording earlier in the intro part before we got to the news, we had a little technical difficulty, and it was very strange, as though not enough strange things have been happening around this episode. But as we were recording and you were talking about all of the different UFO things and the government stuff and doing the timeline and the really interesting history, all of a sudden I looked over and we were not recording. And my computer had a window up that said that our audition had a critical error and had to close. There was no option to save. There was no option to do anything. It didn't give me a choice. It closed.
Your second monitor went completely out.
It just completely closed. Everything went down. And so I have never seen it do that before. It has never done that before. And so I just brought the program back up, didn't even restart the computer, and it was fine. It came back up, and it has this option when you bring it up where you can continue what you were doing because it does a backup for you as you're recording, even though I didn't get a chance to save. But for some reason, when I hit continue, it wouldn't continue. So after about 30 minutes, I was like, all right, I'm just going to have to try and figure it out. So I opened it. I didn't continue the session. I just opened it back up fresh. And I pulled up the file that we were recording on. And of course, not a single thing that we had recorded since I saved the last time was there. None of your timeline, any of that. It was all gone. It was so good. And I was like, oh, that has to be here somewhere. And I had to go through the files and find all of the backup files and find the backup file where it auto-saved it and physically put it back into the mix. But it was there. We had it. We lost maybe a minute's worth of stuff. But it was so weird.
It was very weird. It was very weird. And just when that was actually, it's hard to say late last night because time on the weekends kind of just flows.
It just runs together.
But let's just say it was several hours back. And when we did that before going into the news, and when we went into the news, we were trying to get this all going and everything, and something hit the table twice. Not a damn paranormal thing for hours and hours and hours. And then it's like, poof, poof.
And it's always when we're not anywhere, like our hands are nowhere near the table. Like I was fiddling with the cords.
It's like we'll be holding two cats above our heads. I mean, like no possible way for us to be doing this.
Exactly.
And so yeah. Anyway.
Very strange. All right. So
Spiro Agnew. Continue.
Let's get into the news. All right. So the first story I'm going to do kind of goes along with what you were talking about.
Really?
Before the news. Yes, with all the UFO stuff.
Oh, I thought it was Spiro Agnew.
No, or cats or any of that. No. This is just some more information about the To the Stars Academy footage. You know, we've been talking about it since it came out. It's sort of an ongoing story, all the different developments. And this is a story that has information in it. Now, this story is new, but this information I don't think is new, but we have not talked about it on the show. So I wanted to go ahead and grab it since it's a new article and talk about it because it is really interesting, and especially after what you talked about, you know, it makes it even more interesting. So this article talks about how the mystery deepens because some of the witnesses talked about how unknown individuals took the original radar footage and nobody knows where that is. And if you think about it, all the videos that we've seen, all the videos that were released have all been taken from the planes. There are no original
none of the radar,
tracking radar footage or anything.
Telemetry or whatever.
Exactly. So this particular report, I think it was originally published in Popular Mechanics. It talks about some interviews with 5 different Navy veterans, you know, that discuss their
they took it off the boat? Like the people took it off the boat?
Yes. Well, there's actually 2
They show up like goggles on and like, I mean, did they do it at ocean or?
Well, no, I mean, people take helicopters to boats all the time.
Oh my God.
Yeah. I mean, you can bring people back and forth to Navy cruisers.
But it's just, that makes it even weirder.
It is very weird.
It's like, I didn't even hear that helicopter.
It says
really black.
It says that, you know, in these interviews, it came to light that after the incident with like the Tic Tac shaped object.
Yes, I love the names of the videos. Like chop wood, spit juice.
There's a petty officer. His name was Patrick Hughes. He had this job where he was supposed to secure the hard drive data recorders from the Airborne Early Warning Aircraft. It's a system called the E-2 Hawkeye. And he was not on the Princeton when all of this took place. He was on the Nimitz. So he was miles away, and he didn't really know what was happening at the time, but, he was just doing this thing where he was securing the information. So he claims that these two men showed up on the Nimitz. He said they weren't on the ship earlier. He didn't see them come on the ship, and he wasn't even sure how they got there, but that he was told by his commanding officer to turn over the recently secured hard drives of the E-2 Hawkeye. And he said they put them in bags. He took them, and then him and the two anonymous officers left, and they never saw him again. So at the sort of the same time on the Princeton, one of the men, Gary Voorhees, he claims...
Really? His name's Voorhees.
It is. He claims that two guys showed up on a helicopter, which was not uncommon. But after they arrived, like 20 minutes after they arrived, he was told by his chain of command to turn over all of the data recordings from their system. And so they turned them over. I mean, they didn't have a choice, and they were never seen again. So it's both of these individuals in two different places handing over all of this information and nobody knowing what happened to it, which is really an odd thing.
Yeah, I mean, probably not, though. I mean, I guarantee you that if we have some people out there that, let's just say you're in the military and you're active duty and you don't want me to get you in trouble, well, there's something called anonymity.
Exactly.
And I promise you anonymity, because if I out you, then I can never have anybody do that again. And, it'd be really bad on me. So if you want to drop me a line on the secure line, that would be wonderful. If you want to give me a call on my actual phone, you can email and we'll give you that number and all that good stuff. Because I would like to know if any of you have had similar things happen, things that if you don't want to give the details, just something happened that was strange, that was unexplainable. That's a wink, wink, nudge, nudge, considering what we're talking about.
Right.
And they've taken the stuff away. They're taking the evidence away, or there's been a no talk order or something like that. I don't even have to give the name of the ship. And, you know me, I'll be like, hypothetically, Petty Officer Wilson, who was on, no, I won't be that. But, it's, I would say that happens quite often.
I'm sure that it does, especially if they thought it was something other country, security clearance kind of stuff.
Oh, they didn't think that.
No, I don't
think
they
knew what
did
the hell
either.
it was. If it was another country, they would have waited till
Probably. Well, David Fravor, we've heard him speak on this stuff. It claims in this article that he said that even though they are blaming these, quote, unknown individuals, that a lot of times those tapes were accidentally erased and recorded over. And he thinks that maybe that's what happened. But I don't see how they would have these two accounts of commanding officers giving them these orders.
Why would you lie about that?
I don't know. I think that would be weird.
Yeah, I mean, I don't see that being a thing. Like,
I mean, if it was really an accidental recording of it, you'd just be like, I guess somebody taped over it,
Well, I mean, there's witnesses and stuff. If you're going to risk your career by talking about it in the first place,
right,
then I think you're going to do that because of your passion for the fact that this was really strange. You're moved by what happened, and you kind of want it out.
Right.
So it's an interesting side note. I've not watched the episode yet, but Friday night's Ancient Aliens, I believe it was this past Friday. We're about, honest to God, folks, we're like 20 episodes behind, but I'm going to go through them and watch them because there's always good information buried within the hyperbole.
Right.
And, so it's always like blah, 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 and then something really interesting about a find or an archaeological thing. But the last episode that's on there was the gist of it. The title was like Disclosures Coming or something like that, just really, and every episode this season looked really cool. Like there was some really cool named, there's one on Druids.
Oh, that one sounds interesting.
Yeah.
We've already watched the first couple from this season, haven't we?
Yeah. I think we watched like 5 of them. I just didn't realize there was going to be like 22 of them because normally there's just like 10.
Yeah.
So they must do pretty good.
We'll have to binge.
Oh, I'm good with that.
All right, so let's move on and let's go ahead and do some of our space stories since we were talking about UFOs and things like that. And this is a story about Mars. And I thought this one was really interesting. And it talks about some mysterious oxygen spikes that have been seen on Mars. And of course, the scientists are puzzled.
Yeah.
I don't guess they're full on baffled. I think puzzled's a little less than baffled.
It's crazy they can make something like, solid out of oxygen. I wonder what they use those for.
The oxygen spikes?
Yeah.
I don't know. For the oxygen railroad tracks.
Okay.
Yeah,
all right. That makes sense.
Okay. So up to now, much of what the scientists know about Mars's atmosphere just comes from like measurements from telescopes, things like that, orbiters, where they can look for chemical signals.
Phony baloney job.
And because of obscuring dust and other factors, sometimes telescopes can't get reliable data on exactly what the air on the surface is like.
Right.
So because
I wonder if that guy that cleans the monitor and makes it clean every few days can
help them out.
Yeah.
But because of Curiosity, the rover that's been up there, they've been getting more data on the local air. And one of the most puzzling things that they've found out is that the red planet's oxygen levels spike an extra 400 parts per million, or like 30% above what they expected to see. And that is completely puzzling to them because they have no idea what is causing the oxygen spikes. And, we've recently talked about how they've discovered more methane than they thought. I mean, that was another recent discovery. Now, the methane spikes as well, but it spikes exactly the same for whatever season it's in. Like
that's when that dude's cleaning it. And it's like,
is that what it is? Ooh, methane spike. He's very on his schedule then.
Yeah, he eats beans at the exact same time. There's not a lot to pick from up there.
So what's even more strange about these oxygen spikes are that they're irregular from one year to the next. They don't spike the same.
Right.
Now, they claim that there are non-living processes that are known to make oxygen, and it's not necessarily a sign that there's life up there. However, having said that, none of their current theories on these non-living processes explain the spikes because they spike too fast, and it just nothing fits. So they really have no idea what is causing this oxygen, which is obviously more than they thought it was, to do this over and over.
Yeah, because they didn't think there was hardly any oxygen at all. I mean, like what, 5%, like 10%, something like that is really low. So no, that's crazy. And I kind of believe there's a lot of oxygen personally. But there's a lot of mysteries up there. Obviously there's mysteries with structures we've seen, and those structures get debunked and they say this is this and this is that.
Right.
But we've had that story recently with the scientist that was on that team in the 70s, kind of like around the face of Mars time.
Right.
And he was like, I'm pretty sure we found life then. And everybody's like, no, that's old wacky Steve, and we don't talk about Steve. In fact, we're looking after him right now. You got him, boys? Yeah, Bob. All right, yeah, everything's fine, and we appreciate you guys calling. It's a I won't say anything. Steve's gonna be okay. He's gonna be just fine. But some of the mysteries up there that are really, cleaning events. Have you ever heard of those?
I believe you've mentioned them before, but I don't know a lot about it.
So they call them, that's as scientific as they could get.
Okay.
They call them cleaning events.
Okay.
And they've had to name them because over and over this has happened. And of course, when you get up there, your rovers, regardless of the rover, it has like a solar array with it to get solar power.
Right.
So beginning with the Spirit rover, it was supposed to. They expect these things to last maybe 90 days.
Right.
When they get up there, and then they'll be too covered with dust. The power will go down.
Right.
I guess they can still get whatever like information, but they can't really move around or do anything like that without their solar array. Well, there's actual proof and pictures, so they have to call it something because it's pictures the public will see. I'll show you. You can put it on the website. The first one is covered in dust.
I see that.
And
yes.
that would have been in now it happened before. This happened like in 2003, but this is October 2007 to November 2008.
Okay.
From picture 1 to picture 2. And you could see the solar array is completely clean.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Like shiny.
Yeah, and you can't see it on the first picture.
No, it's completely like I didn't even realize it was there. I wasn't sure what I was looking at. It just looked like dust.
Right.
And then, wow. So how are they claiming that happens?
Okay, so random winds.
And shined it right up.
Yeah, so
Blew a cloth over there and blew it around in a circle.
yeah, the random winds seem to do it. Early 2014 cleaning events boosted power levels on the Opportunity rover by 70%.
Wow.
A particularly strong cleaning event occurred in March 2014 while the rover was at the Endeavour crater.
So the wind comes in and not only cleans it, but figures out how to boost its power too.
Well, that would happen from the cleaning,
Right.
if it was shiny enough.
Right.
And it did look like the wind detailed it.
It did.
I might
yes.
send my vehicle up there and let the
Right.
wind take its stab at it. But I mean, it's completely shiny and pretty, and it don't make a lot of sense that all this dust would get there. And then when the power was going down, like they thought they lost it a couple times, and with Spirit, it should have been done, I think, in 2003. It lasted till 2010.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
And you got to think, it's supposed to be done after 90 days.
Right.
So,
I wonder how many times there was a, quote, cleaning event.
well, I mean, if you did the math on it, it'd be astounding.
Yeah.
And to put those in numbers that randomly this happens. You know, why does it not happen every day? Why? It's like the power's going down and then it happens.
Right.
That's what's really strange to me.
Yeah, like the dust was building up on it day after day after day.
It was still working, gets
Right.
down to like 5%.
And then all of a sudden, there's
Cleaning
this
event.
Right.
Yeah.
That's strange.
And it goes hand in hand with the picture. If somebody can explain it, that's great. You know, maybe it was a big oxygen spike that, you know, was leaving the shadow. But
Right.
that one famous picture from not so long ago literally shows what looks like a spaceman, the shadow of somebody in a helmet, like some kind of breathing apparatus, and it looks like a bipedal human type. It looks like a human being
right.
that is like kind of like wiping it off in the shadow of that person.
Right.
And that's still, do you not know that picture?
I remember us talking about that picture, yes.
Have you not seen the picture?
I haven't seen it in a long time. I feel like I saw it when we first talked about it.
Anyway, these cleaning events or whatever, they're strange. They're just, you know, maybe it is natural, and the possibility is obviously there for it to be natural occurrence. We don't know.
That's right.
And we're just as baffled as anyone else. But when you add that with those pictures that, you know, conspiracy theorists have put out before, it looks like people cleaning the damn cameras.
Right. Wearing spacesuits.
Yeah, wearing spacesuits. There's one on each side of it. And I know there's been like the debunk stuff. There's always is.
Of course.
But it looks like, I mean, it just looks like what it, you know, like a person standing there cleaning a camera. I don't know. You go back to some of these Space Force that they believe we had, and we had the technology. Maybe we were even able to fly some of those saucers that we got.
Right.
You know, who knows? If they did have that and they had a small base on Mars, it'd be interesting, huh?
Well, even if we didn't, if we have a treaty with
Right.
aliens,
Yeah.
I mean, we could hitch rides or whatever.
Yeah.
You know, I mean,
It's just
crazy.
Or our remnants of, you know, when we came here. Maybe there was a small, you know, maybe not everybody could come,
that's true.
and there's
That's true.
underground cities. You know,
We did talk about that when we talked about that kid.
well, we talked about it because there was underground cities here, and it was weird because no one really knew why they made them.
Right.
But if you've been somewhere that it would have been nice to have had an underground city at the time,
Right. Right.
it might be the first thing you do.
Yeah, that's true. Build it just in case.
Yeah, just in case.
Just as a precaution.
Let's have this one ready, kids. You know.
Let's not have to change planets again.
Yeah.
Come on. All right. Well, since we're talking about Mars, I do have some more Mars news. And this one I thought was really interesting. It's one of those stories where they're just sort of giving you this interesting information, but to me, it's like sort of reading between the lines kind of thing. So this is talking about NASA's next Mars mission, the next rover they're going to send up, the 2020 rover. And they're talking about how it's slated to land in February in this place called the Jezero Crater.
Right.
Now, this particular article is all about these scientists who developed this technique where they took data from an orbiting spacecraft and they used that to help them find these rare, hard to detect mineral phases called hydrated silica. And when they did this, they found two outcrops of it. Now, they know from our own planet that this particular mineral phase is really exceptional at preserving fossils, microfossils, and other different biosignatures and things like that. So because this is one of the reasons why they picked this crater to land, those two locations are some of the places they're going to absolutely explore. Now, there's a separate study where other researchers use the same data, and they found what they call a bathtub ring of carbonate minerals inside the same crater. Now, they claim that carbonate is helpful for preserving ancient life in fossil form also, but specifically like seashells, coral, things like that.
Right.
Coral. Go to the house, Coral.
So since these are all in the same crater, then they're very excited about getting the rover in to explore and look for these fossils. Now, the reason I thought this was really interesting is because to me, this says that what they're trying to do is not freak everybody out. Like maybe they're looking for life, but what if they found it in fossil form, like it was a long time ago life?
Right.
And maybe that would be easier to digest,
I guess,
for people than just saying, oh, hey, look, we found these,
Well, I mean, unless they find it and it looks like Pompeii,
right?
And everybody's like, ah, that might not be so.
That's true. But I thought this was really interesting because they are specifically going to look for, these fossils. And they do believe that this crater was home to an ancient lake and that there were rivers that fed into it. So there is a very good possibility that if there is fossilized anything there, it would be in these mineral deposits.
Doesn't it seem like they're always looking in a crater?
Yes.
And we hear about craters all the time. Like,
yeah, Curiosity's in a crater right now.
Yeah. And it seems like that's where they go. Like, it's not all craters.
No, I guess because you've dug into the earth a little bit. You don't have to drill as deep to get more towards the middle. I don't really
right,
know.
But maybe if you're just on the regular flatlands, you're going to see pyramids.
Possibly.
I mean, I don't know.
I don't know. But I thought that was a really interesting article, and I think it's interesting that they're pushing so hard for these fossilized life.
Yeah, no, I mean, hopefully they find it, and it's something that's really new to us or something. That'd be great.
It would, especially if they found fossils of things we don't even know what they are.
Right.
Like crazy things. All right, so continuing with the Mars theme, you're going to love this story. This is about an Ohio entomologist. Okay. And his
butterfly
name
catcher, right?
Yes, something like that.
Yeah.
His name is William Romaser. All right. And recently he was at the national meeting of the Entomological Society of America in Missouri.
I bet those guys are getting arrested all the time for parties.
Probably. It's probably just a big rave.
Yeah, just the wildest people. Like every time they show up to town, they're just like, oh God, the entomologists are here. Do I have to work the double shift? We don't have any choice, Margaret. Everybody'd like to go home too.
Well, so keep in mind that he's presenting at this national meeting, all his peers. So what his discussion was about was he claims that he spent several years studying photographs from Mars that are available on the internet, and he found numerous examples of insect-like forms in the pictures. So he's claiming that we already have evidence that there's life up there, that there are insect type life on Mars right now, and that there is proof in these pictures that he can tell. Now, this professor has a long history. He's not just a young guy. He has been an entomology professor at Ohio University for 45 years.
Jesus.
He's co-founded its Tropical Disease Institute, and he also spent nearly 20 years as a visiting vector-borne disease researcher at the U.S. Army Medical Research Institute of Infectious Diseases. He authored and co-authored 4 editions of a widely used textbook, The Science of Entomology. He knows his stuff.
Right.
He knows his bugs. He knows his insects. So what he was talking about with the pictures is he studied individual images. They were carefully studied with different parameters such as brightness, contrast, saturation, inversion, things like that. No content was added, nothing was removed, and he found a lot of different places where there was a dramatic departure from the surroundings, like there was clarity of form, body symmetry, segmentation of body parts. And there's pictures in the article where it has some things, some of the ones he presented, where all of these things are, pointed out. He said that one even appears to show one of the insects in a steep dive before pulling up just before hitting the ground.
Right.
So he is absolutely 100% sure that there's a number of photos that clearly depict the insect and reptile-like forms that he saw in these pictures. And he thinks that at least this evidence is a strong basis for additional research into it.
When do you think the guys who really know a lot about insects probably know a lot about mushrooms too, don't they?
Probably.
Just saying. So I can't believe you let me say entomology was, butterflies. It's not. It's the butterfly one is I'm going to sound like you. Lepidopterology.
I didn't realize it was a separate thing. I thought all insects were just insects.
Is butterfly an insect?
I think so, because it has this separate...
Hey Siri.
Yes.
Is a butterfly an insect?
According to wiki.edu, like all other insects, butterflies have 6 legs and 3 main body parts: head, thorax, chest or midsection, and abdomen, tail end.
Okay, well there you go.
I'm glad she pointed out that the abdomen was the tail end. Yeah, I thought that butterflies were insects, so I'm sure it falls under the same thing. Maybe you can just specialize.
Yeah.
Maybe if you're just butterflies, you're like, I don't want any of those other insects, just the butterflies.
I can't imagine. Do you think that's like a choice you make? Is that something you just decide? Like, do you think that little Bobby is 9 years old, and he's like, they're like, little Bobby, what are you gonna be? I wanna study insects and be the best insect person ever, and
possibly.
I mean, that's what I'm just asking.
Some kids really are into stuff like that, and some kids are not, like Ariana, who won't go 20 feet within a bug.
Yeah, well, I'm
I won't either.
Yeah, I don't have any love for bugs myself.
Maybe it's like in the medical field, where you kind of go in the medical field and you become a general doctor, and then if you want to be a surgeon, then you start surgery and then you specialize. Maybe it's like that with science. Maybe you're just like a general scientist, and then you start...
You decide you're going to be a bug scientist?
Yeah, then you start picking your very specific, and you just keep going and keep getting more specific.
I wonder what class you failed, Like, I wonder which class you failed. That's what I've always wondered about penis doctors. I had to film a whole nature series for the state of Virginia.
Right.
And we got a big payment to do it, and it was going to be on the health of the rivers and come fish Virginia, but they wanted to bore people out of their minds, I guess.
Right.
Because I didn't agree with it. Like, I wish I'd been on the planning commission.
Right,
like the whole thing was supposed to be making people want to come fish the fly fish on the Virginia rivers.
I remember. I think that we have a really cute picture of you and some waders.
Yeah, we sure do.
In the water.
We sure do. I'm trying to be serious here.
I think I'll find that picture.
Okay. Yeah. So I had to go out there. They're like, well, you're going to be fishing with this doctor, and you guys will be talking natural, and I'm supposed to be a fly fishing expert. So I got to learn how to fly fish in like 5 minutes.
Right.
And so, I'm an expert.
Right.
But anyway, I was out there fly fishing with the dude in this 30-degree water and 6 a.m. And he's like, so he tells me what he does, and he's a proctologist. So I wouldn't shake his hand on camera.
I'm pretty sure they wear gloves.
Yeah, but I was just being funny. And
right.
This stuff that gets edited out, hopefully. But
Right.
I was like, and when I was talking to him, I just was curious. I was like, so when you were a kid, Doc, did you just have a fascination with penises? And I mean, I don't mean anything by that, but were you just like, I want to save penises someday? I want to make sure. Or do you have a grandpa that like screamed when he went to the bathroom? Or, I was just wondering. It was like,
Where's the inspiration?
Yeah, I mean, that's the kind of stuff I wonder, because people spend, and I'm not making light of it. So I've got a first cousin, and he's my baby cousin, which is so weird. Because, I mean, seriously, to me, he's always going to be this little boy that rips his clothes off and yells, "Get naked." He probably still does that.
He could, yes.
But anyway, he's a very renowned doctor. And he started like in the 90s
going to his medical school. And I remember at one time he was going to do like conservation doctor stuff, like, you know, with the health out in Colorado. And he went out there.
Right.
And I remember then he went to something else, and then he specialized in, I think he's like
he changed his specialty a couple times.
I believe he's like a heart surgeon or a brain surgeon or something. Yeah. It's like as far up as you go, right?
Right.
You could pretty much do anything, have your own practice, whatever. And he works for a big university hospital and all this stuff. But I seen how his developed, you know, so I don't take it lightly.
Right.
It's just a question of where does that happen, you know?
Right.
You don't fall into that.
No.
You just don't. It has to be a conscious decision. And there's some jobs out there that are just, they would be awkward for me.
Right.
You know?
Right.
I think all people that judge, or, you know, I think that all proctologists should be women.
Right.
I would much prefer.
So you think all gynecologists should be men?
Well, not for my wife.
I actually prefer a woman gynecologist.
Really?
Just because I feel like a woman's going to understand my womanly problems a little better. I mean, not that a man can't be a good gynecologist.
No, you'd have a man gynecologist in there going, okay, could you just kind of tell me when it feels right? I'm not.
But a woman's going to know, like when I say I have this little pain here or something, you know, she's going to have more empathy, I feel. I mean, that's just my personal opinion. It's my personal opinion.
Yeah. No, I understand that. You know, I feel more comfortable with a woman doing anything as far as medical with me. I don't know why, but it's just probably that motherly thing, or I just really feel like they're going to be more compassionate.
Right.
Because I've had some bad experiences with men.
You have.
I mean, you were there in the waiting room one time when I got a physical, and I came out, and remember I was just mortified, and it was just like, I was like, this dude just like, I mean, he just was like, you know, sitting there. I remember Bill Cosby talking about Johnny Bench when they were, he's like sitting there staring like Johnny Bench at my stuff. And I didn't know what was going on. Like, it was like a good 35 seconds. Like, I don't know if there was a discoloration, or if there's something down there I haven't seen, you know, if it's talking to him, you know, like whispering or something, like, hey, he doesn't know that we talk, you know, when you're going to tell him, I don't know.
I have to say though, the exception to that is your current doctor, your current just general doctor.
Oh my God.
Love your current general doctor because he's great. He's very straightforward. He's not about making you feel comfortable. He just tells you like it is.
He's never made me feel comfortable.
Him.
Not a single time. He told me, this is how he gets me to do what I'm supposed to do. I don't know how many times my doctor has told me I'm going to die. I actually had Stacey start coming into the doctor's office with me because I honestly, you know, when people tell you stories.
Yeah, well, he would come out and say, the doctor said if I didn't do this, I'm going to die. And I'm like, he did not say that.
Yeah. So I don't make a habit of lying, and it's just a lot of weird crap happens to me. And that's an understatement of the century.
Yes.
So I had Stacey start coming to my doctor room with me. They're just used to it now. Like, they'll come tell her, they'll be like, room 3.
Yeah. They'll be like, we're going to take him for triage. You just go in that room.
Yeah.
Like,
so
okay.
It's, and she hears it. I mean, she hears it, and now she joins in with the doctor too. Like last time I was supposed to be on a certain diet, and you know, he was like, I just don't understand. How did you know gain weight? How did you know gain weight, no lose weight? You know, and all this stuff. And I was like, well, you know, he didn't stick to it. And it's just like, you know, yeah, that he was off for a few days. And when he's off, he just eats. Yeah, that was what it was. It's a decision. It's a decision you make. It's no, you know, he was like going through all this stuff, but yeah, he tells me, he's like, you'll die. You know, and it was like the last thing was like bleed out, you know. It's just weird, but I love him because he is so straightforward.
He is.
It's just really fun stuff. I'm glad you brought that up. And there's our whole side conversation on
right.
You know what, I'm not
really sure how we got on that.
What I'm really afraid of right now is because we have such a wide array of listeners.
Right.
I get people all the time that are, you know, lawyers, cops, you know, robbers, the whole gambit. I have people that live in a van and drive across the country, which I love. I have people that live up on that big house in the hills, you know. So we really have freaking pop stars. You know, we've had NFL football players. We've had
wrestlers,
all kinds of pro wrestlers and big time ones at that, that have listened to the show, and it's all this thing where we don't advertise it, even though, we could,
right,
and just freak some people out. But the thing is, I love the fact that we have the diversity that we have of listeners, and I'm just afraid now that there's a proctologist out there that
it's gonna be offended.
That
now.
is so triggered that it's just like, he was sitting there with like his prosthetic penis in his hand and was just admiring.
I think you're making it worse now.
I'm sorry.
All right, so I don't have any more Mars news, but I do have another space story about NASA.
Okay.
And I thought this one was kind of interesting. It's about how NASA recently showed off its new underwater rover that they're hoping to one day help explore alien ocean worlds. And I'm also talking about the icy moons like Europa or Enceladus. Those are the ones they mentioned in this article.
Well,
Isn't that odd?
Well, because
they just randomly picked those?
because Europa is like sperming out into
I know.
they know now that that's water.
That's right.
I mean, they just found out for sure that's water. And if you must not have that story. So, we had talked about it before that it was possibly water or whatever.
Right,
and I made all the plumage jokes. But
the plumes.
Yeah, the plumes. But they know now. Like they're for sure. I don't know if they like drove a space Cadillac through there, and all of a sudden there was like, yep, that's water on the windshield. How did they figure that out? But anyway,
because they forgot to put windshield wipers on the rovers.
It's like, who would have thought? Wow, that would be a real bid. That would suck.
It's like, we don't have any wipers on this thing.
It's like we really didn't expect the rain, sir. It was, but yeah, they know that's water now, and that's blowing into space, which is not weird at all. That's the one thing about it. The Earth doesn't. The Atlantic Ocean is like, well, today the Atlantic, beware, boat warning. The ocean's going to expel half its water into space today. I mean, it's just.
This is why I don't sail, because I would be the person that was sailing over this one particular spot and then.
Yeah, it's like, oh,
you're
painful.
in space.
But so we know there's water there. And for those of you who haven't caught on yet, when I say a name or a word twice, it means that is the real deal.
Right.
If I say there's Stacey and then there's Stacey, that means the one name Stacey is a Stacey I don't know, but her name's Stacey.
Right.
And then Stacey is the one that puts up with me.
Exactly.
So,
well, this particular rover they have, it's a little robot. It's about 3 feet long. It has 2 wheels, and it allows it to roll under ice, and it's able to take pictures and collect data at the top where the water and the ice meet.
Send it to Antarctica.
That's where it is right now.
Oh.
They're testing it in Antarctica, and that's why they believe it will work. And it goes into this one particular area. It's known as the ice water interface, and they believe that life often lives at these interfaces where the water meets the ice. So they're currently testing it in Antarctica. It works really good, and they are hoping that one day they could send it to one of these moons that has all of the, the ocean worlds with all the ice to, possibly get under their ice and find some alien life.
Well, crabs live there.
Do they?
No, for real. Like when we're watching Deadliest Catch and the ice pack's moving.
Oh, do they get up all?
Well, if you get right, they always say if we get right on the edge of the ice pack, that's where the crabs will be. So,
Well, it's interesting anyway that they already have a plan for, how they're going to do that. So that is all of my going to other planets news.
Oh, cool.
NASA stuff. But let's talk about a mystery. And this is something that recently happened in Oregon. Oh, are you going to do the mystery?
No, I'm not doing music, guys.
This is about someone that reported a large fireball falling to Earth, and it was spotted in Salem, Oregon.
Wow.
Now, pictures of this, whoever spotted it took pictures, and they called 911 because they thought that there was a plane that was crashing. And the picture is crazy. It's this huge fiery trail just falling out of the sky. And this was about 4:50 in the afternoon.
Wait, let me look at that there. Okay. Oh, my goodness.
Now, the pictures are on the Polk County Sheriff's Office Facebook page.
That's the middle of the day.
Yeah, and if you look it up, make sure you look up Polk County Sheriff's Office, Oregon, because there's like a ton of Polk County.
Is that why you were in there
offices.
like fussing about Polk?
I found one in like Florida and North
I couldn't figure out why in the hell you were like and they're cussing about Polk County.
I didn't realize there was going to be so many.
Look up Washington County.
I'm sure it's terrible. So the reason this is a mystery is because the exact location where the fireball fell is unknown, and they can't find anything. It's kind of a very rural area. Like there's a lot of rough terrain. It's Oregon. There's not a lot of stuff
The
there.
picture here looks like it's a mountains.
Yes.
Yeah.
And there aren't any aircraft that has been reported missing. So like the FAA didn't report any plane crashes in the area, but also the American Meteor Society or NASA's Near Earth Object, studies place, nobody reported any fireballs or meteorites or anything like that. So they have no idea what this thing is. And I believe as of now, they've probably stopped looking for it.
Yeah.
But they did send airplanes and helicopters, and they flew over and they looked to see if they could see where anything was.
You're so cute.
But they didn't find anything.
Stopped looking for it. Okay, look. So the deal is the American Meteor Society, they are saying, there's no meteor, and they've looked for it, and they're probably not going to look. Yeah, listen, that looks like when it was reported as a plane crash, as a possible plane crash, it happened in the middle of the day. The picture that I'm looking at looks like an object that is coming down. I mean, it's a fireball, don't get me wrong.
Right, but it's decent size.
Decent size.
Because that picture's pretty far away.
Yeah, or they'd be able to find it.
Now, I do want to say that the sheriff from Polk County, he says that in this article, he said that, they didn't find anything. It was a remote area. There was no reports of downed aircraft, but that they believe that it was a meteor because they had a somewhat rare meteor shower in their area. But nobody's reporting that there were any fireballs or meteors.
No. 3 nights ago, it was like 3 or 4 nights ago, we had the largest meteor shower we have ever. It's the one that has the most meteors per.
Right.
Yeah,
right.
like the shootings. It's when
looks
you
like a bunch of shooting
they're
stars.
not as glorious as the ones like from the PeriTune or whatever, but
Right.
it's like. And they'll shoot off, and you can see hundreds an hour if you're in the right place. So he probably just didn't know that was there.
Probably not. Well, as big as this thing was, if it was a meteor, Oregon would have a big hole in it.
And one other thing that I was going to say a second ago with the Meteor Society, whatever you want to call them, American Meteor Society. Okay, so they're saying, well, definitely wasn't a meteor, right? All I can do is picture, Calvin.
Right.
Calvin that works there at the American Meteor Society that is in charge of watching the near Earth objects.
Right.
And, he's there. He's playing Castle Crush, because there's no reason to worry. He's checked that forecast 2 days ago. And it's like, bleep, bleep, bleep. I'm sure that's the weird sound in there all the time.
Right.
He's got his own little office. And you just know it happened.
Right.
You know it happened. All of a sudden, Oregon calls the American Meteor Society, and they're just like, Calvin. Oh God. Okay. Well, 1 second. One second, sir. And I gotta finish this game. I just won 4 in a row.
Calvin, open his door.
All right, sir. All right. Welcome to my humble abode office.
Calvin, I don't know how to ask you this. Something strange just happened in Oregon.
Okay, sir. Yes.
Was there any near-Earth objects that were, headed that way that you sent a report out? Maybe the email didn't send, or the buzzer on your belt, anything didn't work, or just the company iPhone you have there.
Oh, no. Yes, sir. No, there was nothing at all. Let me look again just to make sure. Holy crap, that's a big one. Oh, that's gonna kill a deer. No, sir, there was nothing. Probably aliens.
That's what I was afraid of. Damn it, they were supposed to let us know. All right, Calvin, thanks.
Because that the most likely scenario to this is that it was a meteor.
Right.
And they totally should have known. Just like we always find out like 5 hours later. Have you noticed that?
Yes.
It's always like, well, yesterday Earth was nearly hit when a meteor the size of Texas went through the moon, and
Right.
it's like, holy crap.
Can I say something in Calvin's defense, though?
Please.
I want to help him out here. So there's no telling how many times Calvin's little ding ding thing goes off, right?
Yeah.
And I know from working,
Calvin just got turned on.
working in like a fast food restaurant. Let's just say a fast food restaurant. I've worked in one before. I know you have. And, they have the fry machines. And when the fries are done, it does this really annoying beeping sound. Like it's horrible. And after you work there for a while, you tend to tune that beeping sound out.
It was so long ago when I worked there, we used to cook them in the sun.
Those things can beep for 5 minutes before you realize that they're beeping because you're so used to that sound that you just tune it out.
So
at least I
that
do.
time the fries are actually floating through the...
Yeah, exactly. So maybe poor Calvin just hears that noise a lot and doesn't really pay attention to it.
Well, that's why people like me fire people like Calvin. And that's why Calvin should be making fries.
There you go.
So
he'd burn the fries.
Well, I mean, he could pass the exam really well. Have you ever listened for beeps? Oh God, can we call your former boss? No, please. No, not if it's about beeps. Oh, it's okay. I'm going to be an accountant.
No beeping in accounting.
No beeping in accounting.
All right.
That's a t-shirt.
There's no beeping in accounting.
Yes.
All right. So hopefully
there's going to be an accountant contact us. Actually, there's 4.25 beeps per day shift worked in accounting. I'll just let you know. And that's in large accounting. I'm at a large firm.
Suppose it depends what kind of adding machine you use.
Well, I use the Texas Instruments 41-22R. It's kind of like the one I used in college. I love that one. Oh my God. I used to use it for fun. Did you ever use yours for fun? It was almost like we were cheating. We can use those and we get the college grant, right? We get our money. We get to buy that calculator and it's ours. And it's ours. And I could just sit there and play Sudoku all the time.
You really can cheat with those.
Oh, can you?
Scientific. I mean, there's really good calculators. You can put all kinds of stuff in them.
I've always wondered
because
I married a mathematician, and I know I've only seen you get that way. Oh, Val Kilmer movies. Back when Val Kilmer was Val Kilmer, before Jabba the Hutt came and ate Val Kilmer.
Right.
But like Doc Holliday, Val Kilmer movies, and Paul Bettany movies, and really badass calculators. There's something that comes over your face. I remember getting them for the kids, and you were just like, "Oh, look at that one! Oh man, you know what that one does? That one does algebra. I don't know what it did. I've never messed with one of those.
Right.
So what's so special about them?
They just do a lot of advanced formulas and things like that, and graphing. They're mostly graphing calculators. You can graph, equations and things on them. You have to have them for college,
That's
college
awesome.
math classes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can tell. I can see the boredom washing over your face right now.
Obviously, you didn't need one of those if you're taking human resources. So
No. Not a lot of advanced math classes in that. So, all right. Well, let's move on to a ghost story.
Oh, yay.
And I was going to say before we talked about that if we find anything else about this mysterious fireball, which we won't, I'll be sure and update everyone, but we won't.
Which we will. Yeah.
We won't hear anything. All right, so this is a ghost story. So this is a story about a hiker who was found after being lost in the mountains of Taiwan for 10 days.
Wow.
10 days. So what happened was he went out for a hike and he lost his way and his cell phone died.
Wow.
Because he was having a really bad day.
Yeah, no doubt.
He claims that...
What do you think they complain about when something mechanical breaks? Because they can't say, damn thing's made in Taiwan.
I don't know. Maybe it's made in China.
Yeah, well, that would be like one of their big pride points, right?
I suppose.
It's just like, because how bad would it be to live somewhere where when it says made in Taiwan, you're like, jazz, because we're all, how we are. If it says made in the USA, you're like,
oh, that's some good quality steel right there, boys. That's good stuff. Right? Made in the USA. That's why you want it,
and it's always been that way. You know what I'm talking about. It's like,
right,
if it says made in the USA, you're like, oh, hell yeah, man. Mm-hmm. That's good quality.
That's right.
And the only bad thing would be if you got one that was made on a Friday, because they're always drunk wanting to go home. And but if you live in Taiwan, because that's our big complaint. Who hasn't had the grandparent that goes, you got some made in Taiwan crap. They don't care. It's a bunch of plastic and spit. Anyway, continue.
I'll continue. Okay. So that's not where his bad luck ended. He claims that he had attempted to climb a rock wall kind of early on in his hike, And in the process, he fell and he lost his glasses.
Jesus.
So his cell phone's dead. He's lost his glasses, so he can't really see. So he decided that his best course of action was to hide in a cave for a few days.
Really, that's his best course of action?
Yes. Well, I don't know how much he needed his glasses, but let me just tell you from somebody who's severely nearsighted that if I lost my glasses, I would be stuck. Because I can't see anything.
Yeah, but you don't want to go in a cave. You're sitting there for a couple of days with your friend Benny, and you just find out he's sitting there. He's like, "Hey, I don't get a lot of people coming here." Oh yes, yes, I got lost and my glasses fell off, and it's just really bad. It's okay, buddy. It's all right. Let me just rub your head there and give you a smell. You smell nice. You smell really good. Oh yes, you're very hairy. You just don't want to do that because there's going to be a bear. I don't know what do they have in Taiwan?
I don't know. I don't know what the wildlife is like there.
Yeah, I don't either.
But
he'd be dead in Australia.
So he's in the cave. It says for a few days because he was missing for 10 days, and he finally came to the conclusion that the only way out of the predicament was to try and find his way down the mountain.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know why it took him a couple of days
to figure that out.
But, we don't know him very well, so let's not make any assumptions. So he decided to start trying to make his way down the mountain, even though he couldn't see very well. So as he's emerging
it should be
from
pretty
the cave,
easy to know you're going down instead of up.
That's true. So as he's walking down, he meets this mysterious couple just out hiking, and they walked with him through the forest for 2 hours.
Oh, that was nice.
And then he claimed that they disappeared. Like they were there and then all of a sudden they were gone. And when he looked around to see if he could kind of see where they went, he spotted a trail, and when he followed it, it led him right back to civilization and out of the woods. So his story is that he believes that two spirits showed up to help him find his way out of the woods. And he's certain that these spirit guides were the spirits of, the Taiwanese people that once inhabited that region, and they just showed up to help him. Isn't that nice?
Yeah, that's awesome. Especially that deep in, you would know anybody who's ever walked in the woods. You know if somebody's with you or not. I mean, you hear everything, and can you imagine not being able to see how much better you're listening?
Well, that's true. And his family, now when he didn't return from his hike, his family were worried, and they contacted the authorities, and there was a massive search party consisted of 284 people as well as 111 police and fire officials that supposedly scoured the mountain where he went hiking in hopes of locating him.
And those people don't count as people, like the cops and stuff.
They were nowhere to be, he was nowhere to be found. Of course, he was hiding in a cave.
Yeah.
So I don't know what they were doing to look for him, and I guess they didn't assume he was trying to climb a rock wall and fall. So I'm sure he was way off course. But there was a massive search, and they didn't find him. And so eventually he just had to do it on his own, and then he got some spiritual help. So.
I would say 4 spirits. I mean, they're more than likely. They were just like, we got to get this jackass out of our woods.
Maybe they lived in a cave.
He's gonna say he probably set all kinds of fires and killed poor Benny, and
Maybe the spirits like to be in the cave, and they were like, we can't have him in here anymore. He's just complaining.
It was all right for a couple of days, but he's been pooping at the door.
It's starting to smell in here.
For those of you playing along at home and trying to keep up with this, I just have to tell you, because you're going to love this, especially the people like Jeff. Jeff's out there. Jimmy also will love this, because I know Jimmy will pay close attention to things like this. And you know who you are. You know who my Jeff and my Jimmy are, no matter how many Jeffs and Jimmy listen. So this is yet another cut-in, because, Stacey did her space stories, and she goes, well, that's all for space stories. And I'm like, and then we go on to something else, a cool ghost story. Well, then some more stuff happened the other night, and so we're almost to Thanksgiving, and this has really turned into our turkey bowl. It really has. So I'm going to quickly give you some cool behind the scenes stuff. We're thinking about just totally discussing a possible name change, and it's on the early stages, and there's a lot of reasons for it. mainly because of some other things we have going on outside of the show that is still within the realm of paranormal and solving mysteries and stuff like that. And I don't care anymore. You know, we're talking with people, we're doing stuff, we're trying to develop something outside of this show, another show, so to speak. But in doing so, we really want to get our social media numbers up, up where they belong. I hear that song, like I hear Officer and a Gentleman all of a sudden. Anyway, we really need to get them up. And I've never put a lot of love into Instagram or to Twitter, not in the realm of, hey, I'm going to spend $500 on the Twitter to get this up, or I'm going to sit here and join every single person in the world. And, Facebook, yeah, I put a lot of effort into that with the cartoons and things like that. But, some certain people got a hold of us and they're like, look, you've got so many downloads and, for your podcast. I'm like, yeah, it's pretty popular. Well, why don't you capitalize on that? Well, we're not, money grabbing whores. So it's always been people that like the show is people that like the show. It's not a bunch of fake people or whatever, and we've always loved being kind of like your underground thing, right? But there has been discussion of changing the name, and we've had a few little things we've tossed around and the reason is to make it not that Paranormal Sideshow is not clever, because of course it's clever and it's what we are, but we talk about a lot more than the paranormal, a lot more than the paranormal. So if you are a mainstream ufologist or a UFO fan, you're going through podcasts and you don't know Adam from Eve, and you're going through there and you're just like, are you going to go to UFO Sensationalism Daily, or are you going to go to Paranormal Sideshow? Well, you're going to go to the one that says UFO. Mm-hmm. If you're a Bigfoot cryptid guy, and are you going to go to cryptozoology this week, or are you going to go to, Paranormal Sideshow? Well, you're going to go cryptozoology with. And even taking it one step further, are you going to go to, this is your run-of-the-mill, probably done on a free software, 1 hour, 1 second version of Bigfoot studies today? Or are you going to go to Bigfoot Ate My Baby? Well, you're probably going to go to Bigfoot Ate My Baby. Now, we're talking about the mass public.
Right.
So if you could envelop a way to, wow, I don't think envelop would work there, would it? I was looking for develop, but maybe you could stuff them all in.
Possibly.
If you could develop a way to have a little bit of mainstream appeal for just common people that are going through, not the smart people that I'm talking to right now, but common people scrolling through, looking like basically podcast clickbait. Okay. And you know what I'm talking about. You get on the top 100, you're looking at the pictures, right? And you're just like, oh, hey, oh, this one's cool. Ghost nipples, but still, yeah, that would be pigeonholing the ghost thing. Because we cover everything. So we cover weird, we cover strange, we cover, interesting stuff like that. And even on our YouTube, we're looking to do something on there that's actually really easy for us to, somewhat easy for us to do. And I think we're going to do that regardless. Mm-hmm. And we've already kind of done that, but in long form on YouTube. So we're trying to do nearly daily videos. I think that might be what we call it. The nearly daily report, but we're looking to do that. And I'm just looking for feedback right now. That's what I'm looking for. I know you guys always give me the feedback when I ask. So would you be heartbroken with the name change? Would it really ruin your life? Because what I'm wanting to do, I'm wanting to be able to change the name, and I have to look into this without losing the feed of where we're doing it now. Mm-hmm. I don't know if that's possible. If it's not possible, I'll keep this and launch the new one and have them both parallel for just a short period of time, and mirror the programs for a short period of time while we're slowly transitioning. But I think I could change all our social media presence except for Twitter. I believe I can change all of that with the name and stuff. Mm-hmm. But when we do this, we'll obviously need our street team, which is you guys, to help, put this out, because I'll put a little bit of fundage behind it and get it off the ground. But name wise, I don't want to give that out. Now, if you want to message me, if you want to slide into my DMs, I will let you know, obviously, what the name I'm thinking about is, and you can give me your thoughts on it. I don't want to put it out here like this, because then all the other paranormal shows that listen to us and try to be as good as us will instantly change their name to that next week. I can hear it right now, like said, anonymous podcast out there that always steals my stuff will be like, oh, hey, just letting you guys know that, hey, yeah, you remember like 3 weeks ago when I shaved my head bald and grew this goatee? Well, me and my wife, Lacey, we've thought about changing our names. Now, we've only been around for 6 months, but still yet, we think it's time for a change, because we're going to have the inclusivity pizzazz podcast or something like that.
Good old Don and Lacey.
Don and Lacey. That could be what we do. Let's just do like the Hill versions of us and have an MA rated podcast. It'd be awesome.
Be Don and Lacey Edwards.
The Skeptics. Oh my God, Don and Lacey, the Skeptics. We bring the same stories on, but pick them apart.
And talk about how silly they are.
Today in Guana. Sounds like something you had last week, Lacey. Do you take your pills for that?
Do Don and Lacey secretly hate each other?
Oh, they have to. They have to. They can't just have it come out, but it has to be that kind of, what was it? My favorite ever, Pitch Perfect. The announcers.
Right, where they do the underhanded comment.
With the smiles on their face.
Right.
Oh, God. We would be so good at that.
I know, that's what's scary about it.
The problem is, that is one you're totally better at than me. It's like the one thing in life you're better at than me. And so I just did one right there.
I know.
Okay, I didn't know if you were going to get that or not.
No, I got it.
Okay.
I was just letting it go.
Yeah.
Because that's what you do.
Yeah, you do. You do quite often, actually. So cool. That's what I'm here to talk about and to explain why the hell I'm here. So I'm here almost Thanksgiving once again because all this paranormal shit has been happening. Sorry, I had a little burp. It's been happening every time we talk about, I'm almost afraid to say it. Anytime we talk about that place where they tax us and, the shadow version of that. So when we start talking about the shadow version of the place that taxes us and it's probably going to be on break, we might be lucky. Wait, shouldn't they all be on vacation this whole week?
They should be, yes.
Shadow government. You killed JFK. What about those towers?
Let's not push it.
Sorry. I didn't say anything about that. Can I say is Alex Jizones real quick and see if it pops it off? All right. I love you guys. Seriously, we love you guys so much. That's why Jeff, actually, who's always supportive and always a sweetheart and never dies on me, and as far as like the length of how long it's been for a show, he actually commented, not even a message. He like straight up commented and he was like, hey, about time for a show, isn't it?
You guys still alive over there?
And it's like, my last one was 4 hours. If you listen to it in 4 installments, this next one is that's why we're giving you guys a treat.
Right.
We say treat, but it's 5 hours probably, I'm guessing.
I don't know. We're not even done yet. We'll see.
Yeah. Well, we got a lot to go. This is your point right here where we're just stopping in, saying hi to you. And if you do stop it every so often, I would stop it in segments and do another segment the next day,
All right. Well, you ready to get on to this next story?
Well, as long as nothing blows up or
Right.
nothing appears or nothing touches us or nothing cuts out. I've never seen anything happen like happened to that computer the other night. I've never seen it because it's never happened to that, and then put that big red warning on there and then have the crap cut out once again. We had the board blow up last week. I've never needed the patrons more than right now because I'm having to literally buy new stuff. And what I'm not doing is I don't want to just replace stuff, because if I'm doing it, I would rather put some of my own money into it and increase the quality of it. So we've been really looking into a huge increase in quality with some stuff we're looking at dynamic wise. Like we really want to have although I feel we have great sound now, that's because I have a great producer, a great editor. Stacey does a fantastic job. If you only knew the sawdust, spit, freaking duct tape, MacGyver stuff she has to do, you would be amazed. But that's something we're looking at doing. We're looking at really upping our game a little bit more. So I don't know. We'll see. It's Christmas time, so it's kind of hard to do anything except survive.
Right.
But all right, we're ready.
All right, so I'm going to do this next story, and this is a little bit of a space story. And I know we already did our space
we've explained
news,
that.
But, we found more stories.
We couldn't let this one pass.
Right. Well, that's what happens when you get a delay, then all of a sudden you find this other cool story. So let's just talk about this. This is about something that the cameras from the ISS captured. Now, this is a video.
I haven't had one of these in a while.
No, I know. Now, these are photos that were captured by NASA above the Atlantic Ocean, and these come from a YouTube site called Third Phase of the Moon. It's like a conspiracy theory website.
No, I've got to say this. Mm-hmm. Third Phase of the Moon has put some of the fakest stuff up that I've ever seen.
It's the only person that's done this.
Well, they've done real stuff, okay? They have absolutely, and I'm just putting this out there for our listeners.
Okay.
They have put stuff out there that is absolutely legitimate. And a lot of that stuff is their ISS stuff. That they get the same stuff as your other people do. But they've also put some of the absolute fakest looking UFOs, like stuff Ariana could have done.
Right.
With a paper cardboard cutout. And it's like, this was spotted today in Uruguay.
So now I've not watched a lot of their stuff on their channel. So I don't know if they just get every UFO thing they can see and put it on.
Right.
Or, they probably don't differentiate. They probably just show you what's out there. But they do have this one that they put up. It's Blake and Brett Cousins. And supposedly they spotted these images and they wanted to put it up. And the images of these weird sound wave looking things in the clouds. So the camera is, in space and it's taking pictures of the Earth. And in the clouds, you can see these really odd looking like pattern that looks like something is zipping through the clouds. It's very strange. And they pointed out that they didn't have any explanation for what would cause this kind of phenomenon. Like there's not a known weather phenomenon that they could think of that would cause this. And
Superman could
they
cause
thought
that.
how weird it was that it happened exactly when the ISS was taking these pictures, suggesting possibly it was some kind of space test that NASA was doing and not just a random accidental occurrence that it caught this on video.
Right. Well, I mean, so it looks like it's cutting lines through the clouds and stuff. I have seen that before. I've seen that a couple of years ago. There was quite a few examples of it that we caught. I think I even showed you those videos, but there was, it didn't really make sense.
Right. It looks like ripples, like in a lake or something.
Right. Yeah. And I think that then we attributed it to some kind of weather mod that was being used.
That is another theory as well. It's some kind of weather modification like test or
they have them.
Doing.
They have them.
Absolutely.
I mean, right now, that stuff was so fiction, and then I see almost it's like it's legitimate. Like people will take money to come out and shoot stuff at your sky and try to make it rain. Remember we did that story, 24 hours and you get your money back or something. If it doesn't, but it like rains for 8 months or some crap. Like, I don't know if I want that kind of, I don't want to screw with the weather. I just think it's bad.
No, I think that, you're messing with something you probably shouldn't be messing with.
I have my suspicions as from where all the hurricanes come from. If there's not already some stuff that's really messed with.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
It's just where there's smoke, there is normally some kind of at least embers.
Right. There's some kind of nugget of truth there.
Absolutely.
Some kind. Well, it's a video. You can go to their YouTube channel and check it out. See what you think.
Yeah, why don't you go there and check it out and let me know what you think about their videos. Because honestly, I gave up on them a long time ago because they produced some of their own as well.
Do they?
And they would, when they first started, that's how all their videos were. And they showed some of the, oh my God, it was literally some of the craziest. You ever see those videos where someone will share it and they'll be like, this is amazing, and it happened in Mexico City, and it'll look like a Battlestar Galactica ship that's going through the city.
Right.
It was that bad.
It was that bad.
Yeah. So
it's like, look, Star Trek, it's here.
Yeah.
I don't know.
It's like amazing we haven't heard about this.
All right. Yeah, this one guy caught it on camera. Just one guy.
Nobody else reported. They all forgot. When did the joke be on us?
Yeah, really.
It's all these years, this one website, we've been trying to tell you, for the love of God. I'm sorry, you weren't just a little flashlight in the sky. I didn't think you were real. In order to be real, you have to be a really blurry light that's up in the sky.
It's like that perfectly crisp, clear Bigfoot.
Yeah.
That can't be a real Bigfoot.
No, yeah. Every time we get one, we're like fake.
Yeah, it has to be
fake.
a costume. Look how good that is.
Yeah. Of course, I've been following this one guy, and I hope he doesn't listen to the show. If he does, he won't listen to it after a few minutes.
Okay.
So there's this one guy who joined my Facebook a couple of years ago. Bless his heart. He puts up it's gonna be hard for me to get through this, but I have to. Every few days, he puts up the saga of him and Dogman.
Okay.
And Dogman lives in his backyard. Now it's not nice to make fun of people that are more than likely need assistance. Okay. But I can't help myself with this guy, and he'll put up these pictures of the woods behind his house, and he'll zoom in to the trees. Like he'll be like, "See, y'all can see that S now, can't you?" And I'm gonna do it without the cuss words. Yeah, you want to call me crazy? I bet you think it twice now. And I'm looking, and there's like a couple of pines and a birch, and I'm just like, man, I don't know if this guy's seeing Predator. I don't know what's going on. So I'll like zoom in. This is how it all started for me. It really bothered me. I would be like zooming in, like, why do you be so cocky over something? I mean, is there like a steroided up grasshopper that I'm missing? And he would start talking about the dog, man. And then a couple days later, I mean, this has gone on for a year with me. And he'll put these things, I'll show him to you later. Okay. He'll put them up. I actually showed you one time, and I was like, hey, do you see anything here? And it was like a real zoomed in picture of a limb. Right. I just wanted to see if you saw anything. And you're like, why is it so zoomed in? And I'll be like, no, I'm not going to give you any comments. And you'll be like, well, I mean, I don't know. It's hard to tell. It looks like, you're like, what is that? I was like, it's a tree limb. Why is it so zoomed in? Do you remember that?
I do vaguely remember that, yes.
And I was like, well, that's supposed to be his eye. Whose eye? A form of Bigfoot. Yeah.
Clearly I didn't.
You're
see
like,
anything.
I'm not seeing it. You know how I hate pixelated stuff. So this dude though, he sees it, and it reminds me of that, because this guy's probably really making contact with Dogman like every day. Right. And it's going to come out eventually, he's going to be riding him through, through town on, like, I've tamed him. But yeah, some people, I guess I should have reported him a long time ago, but people keep dropping off his friends list except me. Right. I'm gonna ride it till the end.
I mean, yeah, you should. See that thing through.
I've messaged him and told him to go in the woods. I was like, you need to go out there and just wait. And because he never goes into the woods.
You're going to feel really bad when he comes up like missing or something.
I will not feel bad at all. I will be so vindicated. I mean, I'll be happy for him being vindicated.
Oh, right. That dog man.
Yeah. So. Maybe I need to give him my information so I can be that, that postpartum, that freaking good Lord. That
postmortem.
Yeah, like you could put on there like you're a legacy person.
Oh yeah, so you could post for them after they.
Yeah, so I changed it from you on mine.
Did you?
To a random person.
Why did you do that?
Just for fun. I'm gonna change it back to you now, but I did it just in case. Like when I wasn't feeling good a few weeks ago. Right. I thought it'd be funny. Like if I did die, I want it to be humorous after death. So I wanted it to be some really hot chick. So you would get on there and you'd be like, wait, what the hell? And then go beat that woman's ass, like just knocking on the door. Excuse me. Yeah, is Brittany here? This is why I always hated Brittany's. Yeah. Yeah. Hi, Brittany. I'm John's wife. Who? John, his wife. Who? Oh, I'm sorry.
What's the
legacy?
What are the chances that Brittany doesn't know anybody named John?
That's true. That's what I'm saying. I've seen you violent, and I think the legacy thing would be like one of those, because who would fake that? Who would fake that? Me. That's how my mind works, because it's funny, it's comical.
It's not. I mean, I have your password. I I can get into your account anytime I want to.
Yeah, I know, but you would still look, wouldn't you?
Yes, I would look.
And see if you were.
Sure.
Yeah. You've kind of ruined it now.
Well, you've told me your whole plan, so.
Yeah. Well, that's because I don't want you to find it while I'm still alive. Because I don't think I could explain it as well.
You'd be like, well, wait a minute, really?
All right.
Okay, so let's move on to our next story. And this one's a mystery. It's about a mystery. Okay. And this is about Jimmy Hoffa.
Oh.
Are you disappointed?
I'm a little disappointed.
Well, this is a really interesting story.
It's one I've looked into for years and years.
About
and years.
a Fox Nation special
Yeah.
called Riddle, the Search for James R. Hoffa.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and it's anchored by Fox News' Eric Shawn.
Right.
And what happened was they had
first names.
an exclusive interview recently with a man named Philip Moscato Jr.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Philip Moscato Jr.'s father, Philip Moscato Sr., obviously, was one of the suspects in Jimmy Hoffa's killing. So for anyone that doesn't know the history, Hoffa was murdered in Detroit. He disappeared allegedly, right, July 30th, 1975. And supposedly the theory is he was transported back to New Jersey. This is all about, New Jersey crime families and mafia and the,
Yeah, it was still hot back then.
And unions and things like that. And nobody's ever really figured out exactly what happened, and his body has never been found. So in this exclusive interview, Phil talks about how before his father passed away, his father died of liver cancer in 2014. And he said that when he was on his in the hospital and he was getting ready to get sent home for that final, just living out your time.
Sort of the hospice moment.
Yeah. They were at the hospital, and his, Phil's mom went to the cafeteria to go get some lunch. And while they were alone, his father took that moment to reveal all the information that he knew.
That's awesome.
About Jimmy Hoffa, including where his body is buried.
Oh my God.
So the story...
I didn't know this at all.
Yeah, the story is that he was allegedly killed in Detroit. Supposedly he was loaded up into this 55-gallon drum and taken back to New Jersey because, they were like, he needs to be in New Jersey. This is where... And at the time...
I thought he was under the football field.
Well, at the time, Moscato Sr. owned a dump. It was called the PJP landfill, but it was known as Moscato's dump.
Yeah.
And supposedly they brought the body there and stored it in the dump, buried it at
Good
his
place.
dump. And this is one of the reasons why he's obviously a suspect. So what his father revealed to him was that the man that actually shot Jimmy Hoffa was named Salvatore Brugiglio. They call him Sally Bugs.
Mm-hmm.
And he is absolutely the hitman that killed Jimmy Hoffa. And they brought the body back. They did bury it in the dump. But then one of the mobsters, a man named Ralph Picardo, flipped on the crime family and started tipping off the FBI about things that were going on. And when they found out that this guy was a mole, they decided they needed to move Hoffa's body because this Ralph Picardo guy told the FBI all about Hoffa's murder, all about how he got brought back and how he was buried in Moscato's dump. And so before the feds could come and discover the body, they moved it to this undisclosed location. That's why nobody's been able to find it. So of course the FBI showed up. They searched the dump. They looked for the body. Nothing was ever found. And the whole thing was never solved completely. So Moscato's son said that his father told him this whole story and claimed that the Ralph Picardo guy, he told the FBI the truth because everything he told him was the truth, but that they had moved the body. And he says his father did tell him where the body is buried. Now, he is not revealing that information just yet. What he's been doing is he's been taking all of his father's information. He's kind of been verifying it for himself. And he claims that when he gets some further confirmation of a few more details that corroborate his father's information, that he will go to law enforcement authorities, tell them everything, give them, a sworn affidavit and let them go and search for Hoffa's remains. But he didn't want to reveal it in the interview.
How have they not already contacted him? I mean, there's no statute of limitations on murder.
No.
And just coming out and saying you have that information on one of the greatest Seriously, that's
Right.
one of the ones.
Well, I mean, he didn't have anything to do with it.
No, I know.
Mm-hmm.
But now he does. He's withholding information.
Right. Well, he wants I guess he's saying he just wants to make sure it's pertinent information.
Yeah.
Now, this
The
supposedly...
stupid thing is, if anybody could still be implicated in this whatsoever, I don't know who's alive and who's not.
Right.
But what would stop them at this moment from going out there and moving evidence?
Moving the body. Right. Well, there is a man now. You know that Netflix has that.
Irishman?
Yeah, The Irishman, and it's all about
The wrong story.
Frank Sheeran, who confessed to the murder. So they have somebody that, even though obviously he didn't do it.
Well, I mean, again, allegedly.
Allegedly, right.
You don't know
right.
what these people do on their deathbeds. I mean,
This is true.
but I love deathbed confessions because I truly believe, you know, there's been some good ones. There's been some JFK ones. There's been some that people normally throw away, so it's probably real. The thing with this one, with the guy that, you know, admitted it, that's, I don't always take that stuff, you know, like, because the way police are, I watch a lot of interrogation videos because of my training, or did because of my training.
right.
And I would watch where they would be in there from hour 1 to like hour 30,
Right.
and different people coming in, coming out, and you're already freaking out, man. And just imagine, okay, say you come home and you find me dead, and
Right.
it's a murder,
Right.
all right? So you check me out, and you get my blood all over your hands and everything else, and one of the kids say, "Oh, she totally had to do it," or something, you know, and they implicate you.
Right.
Well, you're already screwed up because somebody that you trusted said you could have done it. Your husband just died, you know, and you're being asked all these questions. I mean, between being mad, between being angry, sad, all these emotions, right, that have to come out in that first 24 hours.
Right.
And they're just nonstop, and they're trying to put words in your mouth, and they're saying, they say things like, you know, hey, you can go home. This is, you know, you can go home. Just let us know what happened. This is going to all be over with. I know you want food. It's that bad.
Yeah, I know.
And it's ridiculous. And I will say that about law enforcement and all this stuff. I don't agree with our way that we get admissions out of people. Sometimes, yeah. Sometimes it's just, sometimes people are really clever and they're good. And I think I am. I try to put myself in their shoes.
Right.
Realistically. But, you know, that's why I don't always go with that. Plus, the mob could have just paid him or took care of his family. Like, substantially be like, look, dude, you know, we know what's going on. We know that you narked a few times, so this could go one of two ways.
Right.
You could live in a nice little cell the rest of your life, admit to this crime, and we're going to take care of your family. We're going to give them $10 million. You know, who wouldn't take that?
Right.
You know, so.
Well, I just really like this story. And if you're interested in the outcome of this, you can watch that special. It's called Riddle: The Search for James R. Hoffa. And during their investigation, even though Moscato's son wouldn't give up the location, they did their own like investigation and claimed that they have a couple of potential spots that maybe, you know, just by history of where people were dumped and things like that. Like they have their own ideas of where the body might be.
They give any of those? Was any of them in the end zone of Giant Stadium or?
No, I think in the article they may mention, I don't have it here, they may mention what one of the two places are, but I think they saved most of that information for the show so that you would watch it.
So, you know who was really upset about all this?
Who?
Robert De Niro.
Why is that?
Because he just had that movie come out, and it's like Netflix now will put a movie out in the theater for a couple days, and then they'll put it on Netflix so it can be available for awards. He was so mad because it came out, and he's like, yeah, you know, we knew, you know, this was this or that was that. Because, I mean, essentially, if this guy is telling the truth, that movie is not even worth spending your time on.
Right.
But it's one of those from the golden age of mobsters, really. I love the crime families and their codes and all this stuff. They normally just killed other mob people. And people can say what they want, but I love like I just do. I don't know what the glamour about that is for me.
I don't know.
But I love.
It's the rules and the loyalty and
the secret handshakes, the loyalty, the chain of command.
Right.
I love all that stuff. 60s, 70s. especially like I think the 70s were like basically the last time, because around 70, was it 74, 75, they had some huge bust. It might have been a little bit later than that, but and that was kind of the end of, because Gotti got it or whatever. But yeah, anyway, go on. I'm going to end up, if I have any mobsters out there, modern day, just you know how to reach me. So.
All right, well, let's move on and let's talk about some discoveries and different things like that. And first story is more of an update. It's something we've talked about before, and it's more information than we've had in the past about the organoids, the human mini brains.
Oh no, not the organoids again. You know what it kind of sounds like?
What's that?
Can you imagine being 9 years old again, and it's like, it's that time again, kids. It's fall preview for your Saturday morning cartoons. We're going to start out with one that's going to be on every Saturday morning at 8 a.m. right after Snorks. And it's called The Organoids. We're little brains, we walk around. We come from China to invade your town. We're the Organoids. Sorry.
All right, that's fine. I just wanted to touch on this new information because it just gets more and more in depth and a little scarier every time. So there are new papers out where scientists are going to report that the organoids have survived for extended periods of time, which we're talking about maybe up to 2 months. And even they put them in lab animals, in rats and mice, and they connected to the lab animals' circulatory and nervous systems, transferring blood and nerve signals between the host animal and the implanted human cells. So they put mini brains in mice, and the mini brains connected to their system. That is scary.
It's terrifying.
It's absolutely terrifying.
It's absolutely terrifying because it's human, and you've got this incredible brain, the most masterful thing that's been created in the universe, and we have it in a rat. I mean, we're talking straight up Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Yeah,
I mean,
exactly.
And it's nuts. And we watch movies like zombie movies. We're like, wow, that could never happen. You know what? You make a human with one of these,
right?
And I worry about clones. Because what if they made a clone, but the clone still acts like the host, right? It still has that whatever. It's soulless. I'll say that again, but it still has the. If it was Stacey clone, it'd still have the nice, feeding raccoons and whatever.
Right.
But if you put an organoid brain into one of these clones that they can say they haven't made, but whatever, China, you would be able to program it however you would like. So instead of putting it through years of programming, what if kind of like the Matrix, you can program in, hey, I want this to be a judo expert, a karate. I mean, that's all brain knowledge.
Yeah.
And if you could create this, you could create the perfect weapon. What if they don't feel pain? That's also a brain function.
Right.
They could take the pain. They could, maybe get shot, 4 times and know how to sew themselves up because they have medical knowledge.
Right.
I'm just saying.
Right. I agree with you.
It's really terrifying. And I think it needs to stop now. I think that the problem is it'll just go underground. They've already got it going.
Right. Somebody's doing it. There's a mad scientist somewhere in a lab.
They're doing it.
Doing this. And what I thought was really interesting about this is this further explains the urgent nature. Remember last time we did the story, they were like really urgently wanting to make some guidelines for this. And we didn't really understand why they were picking that up so quickly, but this sort of explains that a little more if they're really doing this. And it even said in this article, and it was kind of down at the bottom, but it talked about how a while back, some researchers did the thing with pigs, and we talked about that where they put the stem cells in the pigs. And then, we had the one where we talked about all this organoids, the mini brains, and it claims that there is another laboratory somewhere where scientists successfully connected human brain organoids to blood vessels. Now, they didn't go into what that means, like what they were trying to do. All it says is that the attempt veered into such challenging ethical territory that the lab paused its efforts on its own. So I don't even know what that means.
Ooh.
Like, I have no idea what they were doing or what they saw or what they accomplished, but whatever it was bothered them so bad that they stopped their own research. Well, it says they paused their efforts. So in other words, they didn't throw it out, but they stopped what they were doing
Isn't
because
that
it was
scary?
super ethical. Yeah, because it doesn't even say here what that was.
Yeah, and my medical knowledge is not to the point where
No.
I would hear that and go, "Oh my God,
Right.
that was probably this."
Mm-hmm.
That's terrifying, though. I mean, if it was something that they stopped on their own fruition, that and they're passionate about it because it's something
absolutely.
you would be very passionate about, take up your whole life.
Definitely new territory.
But that's terrifying. I wonder what happened. Something happened.
Yeah, see, something must have, that's what I'm saying. Like, they've discovered something accidentally or something that they didn't expect to happened, and it probably scared them. So
I just don't like the fact that we're able to do that. That's what
Right.
really bothers me, I think, the most, is that raises so many questions on its own. The fact that we're able to do that.
Right.
And I have to go to the religious aspect of it once again. I don't care what your religion is.
Right.
Okay. Everybody kind of agrees on in religion, the life after death.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
Even if you think it's recycling continuously, or you think that you go to a place of waiting or whatever, you still believe there's something in there. There's a soul.
Right.
And it's obviously we believe that since we are ghost hunters. But the thing that bothers me is if it's not created through a little divinity process,
Right.
is there a soul that occupies it? Is it earmarked? Do they know, okay, well, this is going to start happening this year, and these souls will go into this, and if they were to go into it once it was somewhat life, what's happening to that thing? What kind of pain is it going through? If it knows it's sitting in this jar, and it knows it's being put through this. It's ethical. It's unethical. I don't see any good from having it. I really don't. I'm all about, interfacing us with computers.
Right.
Because they're still part of us. They're starting with us.
Right.
I don't know. That bothers me so bad. And we were really on the cutting edge of this. We did the first story months and months and months and months ago. And it was one of those where I was making fun of China and their ethics to start with. And we were, making all kinds of jokes about it. So we said, no, this is bad. This shouldn't happen. And
Right.
so we always follow these stories. If we pick up on one, we go to the bitter end. But that one just bothers me. Just mark it again. and please contact your local, anti-organoid commission to.
There's going to have to be one, isn't there?
There is.
All right, so let's move on. And this story is about a report that was done on 60 Minutes.
Okay.
And it's kind of interesting. It sort of goes along with another story we had done. This is about how scientists can decode human thoughts and emotions using an MRI machine and computer analysis.
No.
So this is a little different. The last story we did was people developing technology to see what you're looking at, which is a lot scarier than this. This
put them together though.
This is a study that has been going on for 10 years. I mean, they've been doing this a long time. And it's scientists from Pittsburgh's Carnegie Mellon University, and they discovered a way to sort of read your mind. They identified the thoughts of people inside an MRI scanner as they're thinking about different things like religion, or they're scared, or they're happy. They can kind of tell what your emotion is by the way that your brain activity is. And they claim that each emotion has its own characteristic values, and you could tell which was which, and that it was common across people, regardless of their ethnicity. Like, if you had a person that went in there and thought about religion, it wouldn't matter what religion you were thinking of. The fact that you're thinking of your religion causes a specific
That's weird.
brainwave. Isn't that crazy?
That's very strange.
Yeah, so to demonstrate it, the associate producer, named Jamie Woods from 60 Minutes, she agreed to go into the MRI scanner and think about different scenarios for each of a series of emotions that was shown to her on a screen. So in other words, it had to be a personal memory, like they would show her the word disgust. And so she thought about a time that someone threw up on her at a baseball game, because that disgusted her. And the computer analyzed her brain patterns and compared them to others and correctly identified her feeling as disgust. So it's really funny that she was thinking about something personal that made her feel that emotion, and the computer could still read what that was. Because if you or I were in there, it would be a totally different memory.
Yeah.
But it would be the same feeling. So, they do claim that in a recent study, they've discovered differences in the activity patterns of people that are like contemplating suicide as compared to people that were happy and healthy. And they're hoping that they can one day create this dictionary of like brain activation, like the key to what all these different thoughts look like inside our minds, which is exciting. But then you have that risk factor in there too, because, technically that's a sort of a privacy thing.
Yeah.
I mean,
it's not technically, it is. I mean, the one thing through any kind of dictatorship, any kind of ruler throughout history that was just wretched and horrible, or even people that are in a bad situation at home,
right?
With somebody who's abusive or whatever, the one place you can escape to is your mind.
Right.
And it was always this thing with me that you can tell me this, you can make me do this, I can go to this horrible place and have to go through horrible things, but I could escape in my mind. And I did quite often. I can't imagine, let's just say that somebody said that you were, mentally unstable.
Right.
So they send you to a place. Well, the first thing they're going to do is scan you anyway.
Right.
They take every test they can. Well, what if they're scanning you and they say that you've got suicidal thoughts?
Right.
You know what I mean? It's not.
Oh yeah, it could totally be used for evil.
Yeah, it will be.
And it's kind of unfair because it's almost like you're judging people for what their initial inside reaction is, even though they don't outwardly act that way.
Can you imagine that being me?
That would be awful. Well, anybody really.
Yeah.
And that's like if you're in a marriage situation and your partner does something that really annoys you, but it's just a quirk. They can't help it.
Right.
And so you don't hold that against them. But if, inside you're like ripping your hair out,
right.
It's almost like they can't judge you for almost ripping your hair out if you don't outwardly show that it's bothering you.
Yeah. And I mean, it really goes back. There's a genius author that was just absolutely, you hear about people all the time saying, well, he's ahead of his time. And there's been a few though. And you know how I feel about artists. I feel when you go into some realms such as Tolkien,
right.
I believe that you're given this stuff. Lucas, I believe that some people are given from wherever,
right.
whatever that muse is in the universe, that universal intelligence. I believe that some people have the ability to translate that into words and do something beautiful with it, or to film. And the world needs to see that for whatever reason.
Right.
Just a personal belief. It's not something I read somewhere. It's just something I believe because there's some things that are too encapsulating, I don't know. There's just too much to it.
Right.
Philip K. Dick is one of those authors
right.
that wrote stories, in the 50s, he wrote Minority Report.
Right.
And I mean, think about that. And regardless of they adapted it for modern times.
Right. Right.
But, he had the Blade Runner in the 60s, do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep or whatever.
Right. Right.
Some of these things that really, and this reminds me of Minority Report. It reminds me of things like that where you prejudge people. And it's just a couple of steps off from having that pre-crime syndicate that goes out there to stop people that's going to be terrorists or stop people that's going to be, and they do that now with Google algorithms.
Right.
And they're like, well, this person, from what they look at on the internet, is 99% match for these people who have done it.
Right. Right.
And although that may be interesting, you got to look at people like us who look up stuff to understand a story better.
Right. Right.
What would it look like we did?
Oh, I hope nobody ever goes through what we look on the internet.
Yeah, I'm just saying we get curious and we look stuff up, So I don't think that it's wise. I think that it takes the ability of making a good decision. I think that's what you were getting to. Your initial reaction is normally negative. And it's how we deal with that. Some human beings do not process. They have that initial reaction. They act on it. They create violence. They do things that they later regret if they have a conscience. And then there's other human beings who have that same feeling, but they're able to control that. They're able to think through it, look at the positives and the negatives, weigh it out, and make a solid decision.
Right.
I think we have to be given that opportunity to make that decision. My initial thought is normally to rip people's faces off. I mean, I see it in my head.
Right.
The whole 9 yards. Maybe that's not the best thing to say.
Probably not.
But I've grown as a human being because of that.
Right.
And you've been there for that, where now I think things out instead of just acting on it when somebody's popping their gum continuously. Or
I do that. I pop my gum.
No, I was just
It's just a hypothetical.
Hypothetical.
All right. Well, there we are. That's all the scary technology, I think. Maybe.
Go read some Philip K. Dick.
So let's go on to this next discovery. This one is just really interesting. It's from Florida, and it's about a lost cemetery that has been found.
That's kind of hard to do, isn't it?
It is, because it was lost. It has the remains of 145 people, and it's been discovered on the campus of a high school.
Oh, great.
Yes. So they did some underground scans, and they revealed a burial ground that believed to be part of the historic Ridgewood Cemetery, and it's on part of this campus of King High School. And it says that officials with the public school system there became aware of this, quote, possible unmarked cemetery for indigenous citizens back in October. And as soon as they found out, to their credit, they quickly brought in experts to search and see if that's what was going on. And the first area they said that was scanned was on the southern edge of the campus, and they found clear evidence of burials. They used ground-penetrating radar. They found approximately 145 coffins buried from 3 to 5 feet deep. And so they did some historical research, and they found that these findings match historical records of a 1-acre cemetery at that site. So in a press conference, they explained that the research was done in collaboration with the Tampa Bay Research Center and some other partners. And when they found that the cemetery was located beneath their agricultural lab facilities and an agricultural workshop, they decided that they are planning on moving those buildings and getting them out of there.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, that means they plant stuff. Can you
Right.
imagine? Little Billy, what did you bake today? Well, I found this hand.
Well, it
3
says
feet?
3 to 5 feet.
Yeah,
Between
but
3 to 5 feet.
so
deep.
they weren't really going by the whole 6 foot deep thing.
No, maybe it wasn't regulated then. But it says that while historical records vary, it's thought to contain, this particular cemetery is thought to contain between 250 and 268 burials, even though they've only found 145. They claim that a lot of them could be infants or small children that maybe they haven't located yet. And they believe that almost all of the burials in the cemetery are African Americans.
Oh, my God.
And supposedly the cemetery was bought in 1959, and instead of being moved, it was just built over, which is awful.
That is horrendous.
Yes, so they're working really hard to hopefully move the buildings that are there, find everything that's supposed to be there, and at least return it to a respectful burial site.
Do we know, I mean, was that an active cemetery at the time, or was that from another era?
It does not say. I assume, it did have a name. It was called Ridgewood Cemetery. So
I just don't imagine. Okay, so I can't imagine even in 1959 that they had a cemetery people drove by every day, and then all of a sudden they built a school there, without people having an uproar.
Right. Well, the land was bought, and it doesn't give all the details. I don't know if it was a situation where they claimed they were going to move it, or...
Well, I'm just wondering if it wasn't from like the 1800s and had already been lost. And
it's possible that it could have been lost beforehand, because they did have to search pretty deep in the historical records
and also
to find it.
When you build something like a school, you usually take a few layers of topsoil to, make everything...
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
That could explain why the graves are only 3 to 5 feet deep, because maybe they, leveled it out a bit. But this isn't the first lost cemetery that's been found in Tampa recently. Oh. They found another one, and this is another story, and I'm just going to go ahead and do it now since they found them both pretty similarly. It's called the Zion Cemetery, and it's a segregation-era cemetery. And it was discovered under part of a Tampa housing project.
Please tell me it's not African Americans again.
It is. It was founded in 1901, but sometime after 1925, it just disappeared. So this one was lost for a really long time. It just started disappearing from city maps. And nobody had any idea, even though there was this historical record of it, nobody really knew where it was. So there was a reporter, a Tampa Bay Times reporter named Paul Guzzo, and he has spent the last couple of years sort of looking for this lost cemetery that was in these historical records, and nobody seemed to know where it was. And acting on his information, this coordinator for the Florida Public Archaeology Network office started looking at some historic maps of the cemetery grounds and kind of comparing them to modern day maps and keep working on it. And then she conducted some ground penetrating radar scans of a property that she believed is where the cemetery was and is owned by the Tampa Housing Authority.
Oh, my Lord.
And when she
I
found
hope there's not housing projects on top of this.
she put all the information together and realized that there was actually the cemetery there under the housing project.
No.
Yes. And when they figured out that that's what was going on, they made an announcement. And she said it was just chilling to see the reaction in the room, that people were really physically sobbing. They were so upset that this housing project had been built. I mean, they had no idea. It wasn't like they bought the cemetery and built on it. It was lost for a long time, but they were absolutely shocked and mortified that this was like this. So what they've done is they are paying for people to move. They're paying all the costs. They're finding them replacement housing. They're going to keep their rent the same in their new house. You know, they're just moving them. And they've provided, you know, consultation and support. They've got the archaeology people in there. And they're going to cordon off the area, do some more research on the area, make sure they find every place where it's at, eventually tear the buildings down and make it a memorial cemetery once again. Like they're going to restore it to the cemetery that it should be, which is great.
That is great.
And there's a couple other buildings that are close by, but they're taking this opportunity, since they're moving all the families anyway, to update those buildings and, you know, make them better places to live, I suppose, as long as they're not also on the cemetery. Like they're going to...
So Tampa Bay Planning Commission of the 1950s should probably all be...
Something happened. It's like, oh, cemeteries? Yeah, we don't need those.
Yeah, but my problem with it is the fact that they're minority cemeteries. And it's just like, you know, like so many Indian burial grounds that just were not cared about, and nobody gave a damn, and they built roundabouts there and, you know, whatever.
Right.
It's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous.
Right.
If that was the...
Now, this Zion one there was no way they could have known it was there because it was lost way before they built it. But that other one with the high school in the 50s, that's a little questionable.
Yeah, it's sad.
It is. But I'm glad that they're doing the right thing.
Can you imagine finding that out and living there?
No, and like weird things have always happened to you and you didn't know why.
Yeah.
And I couldn't imagine. Gives me chills now just thinking about it.
I would like to talk to some of those people. I have to figure that out. I'm going to put something on a local post down there.
Right, and just ask them. It does tell you what the housing project's called. So.
And just see, hey, you know, because I'm sure I can find one on a local, you know, local Facebook page or something.
Oh, I'm sure.
And just be like, hey, does anybody have any stories? Did you have any paranormal activity in this place? It'd be cool to contact them too, since they're going to be doing the work. Look, you know, hey, nobody's going to live here anymore. Can we maybe come down and do an investigation there and be very respectful,
right?
But see if there's any, you know, spirits in that building that may, you know, want to know, or maybe getting to find out, you know, hey, are you happy now that you're going to be recognized?
Right. I mean, it's interesting. I'm glad they're going to make it a cemetery again, though.
Yeah,
like a memorial place. So sad, but happy news at the same time.
No, it's happy. I think it's more happy than anything.
Right. It just makes you wonder if they're gonna find anything else like that. Like that, those couldn't be the only two, right?
Well, no, I mean, absolutely. I'm sure that there's probably bodies under everybody's feet.
Probably.
And, you know, really.
Yeah.
Especially when those same roads that we use now are based off the roads that were originally constructed in a lot of parts, because you would always build, especially in rural areas like we're at.
Right.
You know, so it was originally wagon roads. It was the best place to go. And I know my grandparents' house they would find stuff from wagons.
Right.
And just not even buried that far deep.
Right. Because I think the road went right up in their front yard, didn't it?
Yeah, it did. Yeah. and because a little stone there to
where
get out of the
wagon.
Yeah.
That's so cool.
And it's just, you never know, man, what is, and maybe not as much here as European countries that have had, so many people for much longer. It's hard to tell, though.
All right, well, let's move on to a new discovery of Nazca lines.
Oh,
Isn't
really?
that strange? Yes, in Peru. Everybody knows what the Nazca lines are. And it turns out that over 140 new geoglyphs have been discovered.
Shut the front door.
No, by researchers from Japan's Yamagata University by using an IBM like artificial intelligence system. It was able to scan the ground and reveal the location of a lot of different glyphs that were not readily noticeable.
Well, I mean, that's cool since they were so mysterious anyway. Did we find anything
They
of
did
interest?
found some really interesting thing. They found like some more animals like birds and fish, some more humanoid type figures look weird. They did find this one that I brought the picture of because I thought it was so strange. But this article claims that it's a two-headed snake that appears to be devouring two people, one on each end. So I'm going to show you this.
Okay, yeah.
I want your reaction because I have a reaction.
All right, give me a second here. Well, the initial reaction is that it's a big W, but let me see here. Oh, no. Oh, God.
Yeah.
No. See, what I see is I see somebody getting eaten, and then I see poop.
Yes, because this, quote, snake, it only has eyes on one end.
Yeah.
Like there are eyes there, but it's only on one end. So it looks like that end's eating somebody.
Yeah.
But then it looks like the other end is either pooping or birthing somebody.
Yeah. Or it looks like an underground map
It could be. It could be like a tunnel
where
system.
somebody's climbing through.
This is very true. It's a very strange
Mostly though,
geoglyph.
with the googly eyes on the one side and the poo poo on the other side.
Right.
Why wouldn't they just say that? Like, this totally looks like a snake that ate something and pooped.
I have no idea. It's very strange.
It's the cycle of death.
But very interesting new geoglyphs. Never expected that to happen.
I mean, you can't just stop there.
No.
So they just found 140.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, as many times as U.F.O.s has flew over that place.
They had to use some artificial intelligence.
Can you imagine what Eric Von Daniken did? I mean,
I'm assuming that some of these have been destroyed or not complete, and the AI just sort of takes where the image is and fills it in. You know what I mean?
it's insane.
So I don't know. Very crazy. It's definitely not an article you expected to find.
It's insane. I can't wait to see all the catalogs of it all. Seriously, I mean, that's intense.
All right, so some more discoveries. Let's talk about some Egyptian stuff.
Oh, boy.
I love the Egyptian stuff. And this is about a mummy
Aw.
that could be a lion that may have been discovered
I
at
can't
a
stand
pyramid.
a lion mummy.
A lion mummy. So archaeologists in Egypt have found a large animal mummy that may contain the remains of a lion or a lioness. And it was excavated in Saqqara, which is a very famous, pyramid site. And they say that they frequently find mummified cats, but a mummified big cat like this is very rare. And they didn't give a lot of information in this article. They said that more details of the discovery will be announced when they do their press conference of it, but that they were really excited about the fact that they found this huge cat mummy. I don't want to say lion. They say it's probably a lion, but they're not really sure.
What if it's just a big giant cat?
I mean, it could be. It could be.
I mean,
it's not the first one. In 2004, they did find a lion skeleton, claiming that, the animal had a sacred status in ancient times. Of course, it is a cat.
Yeah.
They do like cats. But I've never heard of a lion being mummified.
I mean, that's just weird.
Isn't it?
I mean, it is. Did they have them, like, tamed?
I have no idea. Maybe not. Maybe,
Did they talk?
Maybe they kept them like in the Bible, they throw people in lions' den. Maybe they just kept them for punishments.
Right. Yeah,
I don't
okay.
know. Very strange. But if you thought that was weird, let's talk about something else mummified that I'd never heard of before. Ibises.
Oh.
The big ibis
yeah, I think
birds.
I know what an ibis
Yes,
is,
well,
considering.
Apparently millions of ibises were mummified.
Millions?
Millions. And they have no idea where they really got them. It says that DNA analysis of the preserved birds found in many catacombs undercuts the explanation that there were breeding farms. They're trying to say they had ibis breeding farms in Egypt. So this new study is crazy. They took DNA from about 14 different ibises. And it says in this article, and I didn't know this, that if you climb down into certain catacombs in Saqqara, that the rooms are filled from floor to ceiling with mummified ibises.
What the heck?
Yeah, and the reason is because, you know, the Egyptian god Thoth.
Yes.
His head is often depicted as an ibis.
Right.
And there is an African sacred ibis, you know, that is in that area. Of course, funny enough, I believe they say that they're not in the Egyptian area anymore. They're just in other parts of Africa.
Right.
I can't imagine why that would be. But it says that over 5 million such mummies have been found in various necropolises. Likely deposited between 664 BC and 250 AD.
That's insane.
It is. And the question that they were trying to figure out is how they got that large number. And there was a theory that perhaps they had these large ibis farms, that they would just breed them. So they've got a bunch of the mummies, and they were pointing out how ironic it was that Egyptian mummies, you could get such good DNA from them, that they pointed out that Egyptians really knew how to preserve the DNA by extracting the water and taking the organs out. And I thought that was an interesting side comment. But anyway, they took the DNA from about 14 of these ibises, and they took some DNA from some wild ibises. And when they compared them, they were very similar. And they claim that if you took DNA, let's say you had a chicken farm and you took DNA from chickens, all the DNA would be very similar because all of those chickens live in the same farm, and all the environment's similar. And it wasn't like that with the ibises. Like it was varied, and it was very not similar. So there's no way that they could all have lived like in a farm type situation. So they have no idea how they got so many of these ibises. And they claim that priests would make money by offering to make these mummies for people to offer to Thoth for different reasons. That's why there's so many of the mummies. Like it was a money gaining sort of operation.
Yeah.
But I don't know. It was just such a really interesting story because, first of all, I didn't know they did that.
So if you find a tomb that's got like 5 million ibises in it, you know that guy probably sinned quite a bit.
Right.
I mean, that's like your Hail Marys. It's like, yes, son, you need to build a stone head, and I need you to mummify 45 ibises.
It was like, the experts said that people bought them to show their gratitude to the gods, sort of like lighting a candle,
right?
You know, in the Catholic Church, that sort of thing.
I'd like to find the Book of Thoth.
That would be really cool.
Yeah.
I did think that it was really interesting, and I did find it funny that bird is not in the Egyptian area anymore. It's just in other parts of Africa. Like they're all like, we're leaving.
Yeah, they know, like genetically, like I was talking about with other stuff.
Right.
They're like, hey, little birdie, we're going to go to Egypt. You know? You know, one thing that just dawned on me that you were talking about during the story was how they kind of just went right over the DNA thing.
Right.
And it's like, oh, it's so weird that it's almost like they had knowledge of how to preserve DNA. Mm-hmm. They shouldn't have even known about DNA.
Right.
You know?
Right. But somehow their mummification process just miraculously, you know.
There are glyphs in Egypt that look like the DNA symbol. Mm-hmm. Like they found in Egypt in different places.
Right.
Where it looks like the DNA, you know, what we use for the DNA symbol and stuff. And, you know, there's been theories about, you know, the way we keep seeds now and stuff, that maybe there was codes kept and stuff. I don't know. That's just weird that they would know that or do that or whatever. You know what else is weird?
What's that?
A story we were reading off the air about feral hogs attacking a woman and killing her in Texas.
That is terrifying.
We didn't know that was an actual problem, people.
No, we didn't know.
You said there was how many million in the United States?
It said in that article that in the United States there's about 6 million feral hogs, and about half of those are in Texas.
Yippee-ki-yay.
That's crazy. And yeah, this one story was terrible. It was this woman that cared for this elderly couple. That was her job, and she was heading there. And it was real early in the morning one day, and apparently there was pasture land around this house, and these feral hogs had taken over that pasture. Like they cause all kinds of damage every year. And I guess she got out of her car, and as she was walking in, somehow the hogs just knocked her down and ate her. And at first they thought that maybe she had fallen from a medical condition, but after the autopsy, the coroner was like, no, she died from being eaten by these feral
loss of
hogs.
blood
Loss of blood.
from the hogs, and
Oh, that is just awful.
it's terrifying, man, that could happen. So I think that everybody needs to. I think they just eradicate them.
You can hunt them. I mean, they said that they'll take even tourists up in helicopters and let you shoot them. So
it's just weird.
it's very weird.
Go ahead, Dave.
All right, so let's go on to this next story. This is just sort of a strange story from West Virginia, and it was one of those stories that was just a really quick blip of a story. It wasn't a full-on long article, but
Right.
it was odd enough that I wanted to point it out. So originally there was a 2.8 magnitude earthquake that was being reported in southern West Virginia, and this is according to the U.S. Geological Survey. Okay, it was reported about 5:20 p.m., about 5.6 miles northwest of Oceana, which is in what they're saying is Wyoming County. So if you're from that area.
Yeah, I know where it's at.
And some first responders in Boone and Logan counties said that there were no immediate reports of damages. No one was injured. It wasn't anything like that. But then they came out and did this update a few hours later where the USGS came out and said, okay, look, this was not an earthquake. That most likely it was an underground explosion. And they claim that even though it was recorded, on the seismologist picked it up, they said that it happened in a mining area that had quarries. It was very shallow and more characteristic of an explosion than an earthquake. Now, it did not say in this article that there was mining going on, and no one from any kind of mining company or anything came out and said, yeah, we were doing explosions. None of that was mentioned, which I thought was a little bit strange because normally they'd be like, we reached out to such and such company and they were like, yes, we were blasting. Or if that's something that happens all the time, normally people are used to that. But it didn't say any of that. It just said that they came out and said this wasn't an earthquake. It was more like an explosion.
Yeah, well,
So-
I mean, it also could be gases that were down in the mine.
It could be.
With all those empty and abandoned mines, it's such a recipe for danger, especially in this area. If we ever do have the big earthquake with all the caves and all the mines, there's going to be so much destruction. But it was probably Tommy knockers. They're
Could have been.
down there partying. And
That's
just,
right.
sort
The
of
little got out of control.
or mysterious booms, or an underground alien, presence.
That's true. That's
Just
true.
a few things.
It's just one or two little theories
Yeah,
that we could
yeah.
throw out there. All right, so let's move on to some soldier-controlled autonomous robots.
Oh, yay.
Yay. So, that the Army is developing this technology where supposedly soldiers can, instead of going into battle by themselves, they can control autonomous robots to do that sort of thing for them. And this article is about how they recently conducted some research where they had these armed Army robot vehicles conduct reconnaissance, called for indirect fire, and then, when directed by a human decision maker, attacked and destroyed enemy targets. So the whole thing worked perfectly. They wanted to see what the technical maturity and the readiness was of these drones. But supposedly they are able to get out there. The Army is very adamant about having that human decision maker. That is one of their things, that they don't want to have just the autonomous robots out there killing things without someone, making that decision for them. But it is cutting edge technology, and they eventually want to get to where a soldier can go into battle in some kind of armed vehicle, but also have these autonomous vehicles with them as wingmen or support. And it cuts down the number of, possible casualties for our service members.
So I've got two ways of looking at that. It cuts down significant losses on the side that has the robots,
Right.
and probably significantly increases the casualties on the side that does not.
Exactly.
So you can look at it how you want.
The only problem with this technology, even though we are using it correctly, means that other countries don't necessarily, where we want to have that human decision maker, some countries may cut that out and not care.
I'll tell you something else it does. If you're faced with having to take a life,
Right.
if you're standing in front of that person with a gun, okay, there's quite a decision that goes on in your head.
Right.
If you're sitting there and you're pushing a button and seeing a blip on a screen, is it the same kind of feeling you're getting? Is it Are you a bit disconnected? Is it a bit easier?
Seems more like a video game kind of thing. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, and I don't know. Look,
I don't. Yeah.
I don't pretend to know, and I'm not assuming that I know. I'm just, I'm posing that as a question.
Right.
I'm sure there's people out there that have done that and they feel horrible about what have they done. But hey, war is war, and if somebody has done something to attack us, that's just the way it goes.
Right.
I understand all that. I am not anti-military whatsoever. It's just, there is a need for everything. And if it's something that could save our boys' lives, then that's great. It's just, sometimes I get worried about
Right.
the ease of killing.
Exactly. I understand. And I agree with you on that it has to be harder when you're face to face than it would be.
Absolutely.
Yeah, when you're in a machine. But it's definitely part of the Army's fast-moving robot combat vehicle program. They've really been pushing this technology fast. And so apparently the tests are successful. So I guess they're moving on to the next step. I don't know what that is. But speaking of robots, do you remember the Boston Dynamics robot? The dog.
No.
It's called Spot.
Yes, I never want to see it again.
Well, don't go to Massachusetts. Apparently, it's being used by the Massachusetts State Police. They've quietly been testing ways to use it out in the field.
Oh my God.
And now Spot's not equipped with a weapon just yet, they said, but it has been used in different capacities. There's a video on there showing it opening a door. And for anyone that hasn't seen it, it's just a robot with 4 legs and a head type thing.
Most people have seen this from a few years ago when the video first went viral pretty much, and that's when I saw it. It was terrifying because the damn thing, how well it moved, and it had it looked like something off Starship Troopers. I mean, it had the legs had the joints in them, and it's just terrifying looking.
It says that Spot has a rechargeable and replaceable battery that lasts for 90 minutes. It has a 360-degree video capabilities, along with lots of other sensors. It has a max speed of 3 miles per hour and a max payload of about 30 pounds. So it's like a dog-like robot. It can open doors, and it has an arm that extends from its head to do all different kinds of things. And supposedly, the robot was officially made available for lease to businesses last month. But supposedly, the Massachusetts State Police have been using it since April, and it has engaged in at least 2 police, quote, incidents, though it's not really clear what those incidents may have been. But the fact that this thing has been rolled out for use is pretty crazy. And the CEO of Boston Dynamics, he doesn't really like the fact that people find his robots scary. He thinks that that's silly, that they shouldn't be terrifying.
Don't make them look like dogs.
But they actually have another one called Atlas, and I didn't know this because he claims that the reason why they rolled Spot out to police departments first is because people would be less scared of a dog-like robot than they would of a human-looking one.
Oh, no.
And Atlas is a bipedal version of this robot. It's more human-like than Spot. Oh. So I don't know. I don't like that they called it Atlas either, because that just means it's really strong. So I don't know. I didn't realize that they had made a human-like version of the same thing.
It's time for me to invest in EMP blasters because that'll stop it all.
So apparently police departments in the future, probably not the too far future, are going to start using robots with their forces. So I don't know. It's a new age, isn't it?
It really is. It's the dawning of a new age. They'll find these transcripts of or some kind of little digital file of our show in 200 years and go, oh my God, that was before we took over.
That's right.
Listen to these people,
They knew. One more discovery before we're done with the discoveries, and this is about some infant skeletons that have been found.
Someday they'll grow up to be adult skeletons.
And these graves were dated to around 2,100 years old. They were found along the central coast of Ecuador in South America. Okay. And they were excavated back between 2014 and 2016, and a total of 11 individuals were found buried in the mounds. But the most extraordinary were 2 infants that were adorned with what they're calling helmets, but they were actually skulls of other children. Isn't that weird? Yeah, they're calling it mortuary headgear. That was what they termed it. But
maybe it was 2 children that had problems, and they gave him little helmets of.
Well, none of these graves were disturbed prior to excavations, so this is how they were buried. And apparently these 2 children had other bits of skull placed around their heads before they were placed in the ground. It was very strange. It says the first infant was around 18 months old at the time of death, and it was fitted with a skull belonging to a juvenile that was between 4 and 12 years old. So, because it had to be a bigger skull to go over. And this second
Billy,
one,
I'm so sorry. we've lost our baby. Billy, you know what this means? But no. I mean, I believe that's an old practice. We shouldn't do that. I mean, come on. It's like 300 BC, yo. We need to not be doing this. And, sorry, Billy, we're going to put you with your little brother.
Yep, sorry. It's the way it goes. So the second infant was around 6 to 9 months old, and it was fitted with a skull of a child between 2 and 12. And neither of these infants exhibited any kind of physical trauma.
Right.
So they've just died from illness or some other thing like that.
Or from having a human skull on their head.
Probably. And both of the juvenile skulls, the older skulls fitted over, were still fleshed. I guess that means they still had skin on them. Yeah, and in both cases, they were fitted very tightly. And in one of them, the skull was positioned so that the infant's face looked out through the other skull. Yes, very strange. So they have it's the first time they've seen this. They have no idea why.
Do you think
it was
that maybe they killed their enemies and most of them wore that? Like, can you imagine a tribe that killed their enemies and
then put the
skull and flesh on top there?
Why would you put that on your baby though?
Well, to ward off evil spirits?
Perhaps. Maybe
an evil spirit shows up and they're like, ho ho!
Maybe they were trying,
I'll go next door.
I don't know what their views of the afterlife were, but maybe the babies needed to look older. They're like, oh no, my baby's 12, I swear. Here's a big skull. I don't know what they have no idea. It was just a unique funeral thing that they found, and they are clueless.
Yeah, it's one mystery I hope we don't ever figure it out.
That's terrible. It's weird to find burials where you see something you've never seen before.
Yeah.
Like, as many times as we've had these excavations and they've looked at things, it's unusual to come across something.
But we come across stuff every day that we've never seen before. Mm-hmm. We come across stuff every day. I mean, we wouldn't have a job if we didn't.
This is true.
And it
wouldn't be anything strange to talk about.
Yeah, it's just nonstop weirdness.
All right, so that's all of the discoveries. So let's go on to this next story. This is sort of an interesting story about a cursed car that is coming up for auction.
Well, it could be a number of cars.
So this is a 1937 Cord 812 that has a political history, they claim. So the car was originally ordered by the Louisiana government in 1935 with the intention to protect Senator Huey Long. He was a popular and controversial politician who previously served as governor of the state. However, just a few months before the car was completed, he was assassinated in Baton Rouge. So he never got to have his protective bulletproof car.
Right.
So it says that this is just one of 2 812s built that year that had a spare tire carrier on both fender and bulletproof plates inside the door.
Right.
And behind the rear seats.
Right.
So the automaker eventually delivered the automobile, but it was hardly ever used because it, was made for that governor who was now assassinated. But it made its way to the U.S. Coast Guard, where it was assigned to an officer who was later killed in World War II. Mm-hmm. So they claim that the car was cursed. It's not a lot of stuff to get to cursed status, but apparently that's what a news report claimed it was.
Yeah.
So after sitting in storage for several decades, it was purchased in the 80s by a Canadian collector named Gary Morgan, who discovered the armor in it while he was, working on it.
Right.
And then looked into the history. And so now that it's fully restored, he's going to put it up for auction. And there's no telling what it'll go for because it's a very rare car.
Right.
But I thought I'd look up a couple other cursed cars that did more to earn the reputation of cursed than this particular car did.
That wasn't particularly cursed.
No, I mean, he died
it's
before.
kind of a slight curse with a, sorry, a little Monty Python.
So the first car I want to talk about is from Maine. And you may have heard this story. It inspired a classic horror film about a car that killed people. Yes, it's a 1964 Dodge 330 limited edition. It's dubbed the Golden Eagle. And the car's owner, her name's Wendy Allen. This is how she tells the story.
I'm surprised her name's not Christine.
This is how she tells the story. So the Dodge was originally purchased as a police car for Old Orchard Beach, Maine.
Oh, wow.
But it
Love
was
that place. God, the fries.
But it was sold to an elderly local man after the car began generating this creepy reputation. Supposedly, all 3 officers to ever drive the car died in bizarre murder-suicides, killing their families and themselves.
Oh, my God.
And then it said the car later became the everyday driver for current owner Wendy Allen's family. She said, but this proved to be problematic because as you would be driving it, the car would randomly fling open its doors while going down the highway. Like you'd just be driving and the doors would just open. It said that she claims that the car never really turned on them as violently as it did other people, but that supposedly, according to her, a lot of other people had problems with this car. So of all the strange stories related to the car, there are deaths that involve children too. 2 children, one in the 60s and one in the 80s, were hit by cars and flung across the street to land either under the bumper or on the hood of that car.
Oh, my God.
Like that car didn't hit them, but they were hit and then landed in the vicinity of this car. And both died before anybody could even reach the scene, like almost instantly. In 2008, a kid was dared to merely touch the car. You know how kids are. I dare you to touch the creepy, cursed car. And a couple of weeks later, he murdered his whole family, even the dog, and burned his house to the ground.
Oh, my God.
Mm-hmm. And so it says that in the 80s and 90s, members of different local churches vandalized the car. And apparently, each of the lead vandalizers died in horrific car crashes from 18-wheelers decapitating them.
Oh, my God.
And it said that the owner even claims that all the people from the 2 groups that vandalized the car died under strange circumstances.
What?
4 of those people were hit by lightning.
No.
That's what she claims. Now,
Oh, my God.
So today, to this day, right now, the car's actually in pieces because another church group decided that there was a demon living in the car.
Well, yeah.
And this was back in 2010. They stole it, chopped it up, and distributed the parts to various junkyards so that no one could drive it or be near it. It wouldn't be a whole car. So the owner, Wendy Allen, went on the internet and she was like, I can't believe they did this. And she asked if anybody knew where any of the parts were, if they could send them back. And she did get most of the parts returned.
Did those
but
people
I don't
get criminal charges, hopefully?
I'm not sure. It doesn't say, but it says that the same church group has labeled her, Wendy Allen, as the Sea Witch of Old Orchard Beach and claims that she uses the car to cast death spells on people.
I need to go find her. She sounds like a real charmer.
Well, she said, it's just a car. It's been passed down in my family for years. Nobody in her family has ever been hurt by the car.
Yeah, well, they're the host.
Yeah. So, and she's like, if this car was supposed to kill everyone, why isn't anyone in my family dead? Just saying.
That's because the car needs a host.
So I thought that one was a really interesting cursed car story.
Well, it's not interesting. It's terrifying.
It's scary.
There's no way all that's coincidental.
I know.
There's no way.
It's crazy.
That is some hardcore crap, man.
It really is. Even the people that vandalized it, with the 4 dying of lightning and that's insanity.
Yeah, no, that's just crazy. It's crazy. That is nuts. And we know the area. Obviously, we used to go there as much as possible, and it's really a throwback area. It's got a lot of energy to it anyway. And the whole area, though, is a very throwback community.
It is. All right, so another cursed car is the car that belonged to Archduke Franz Ferdinand.
Yep, I know all about that car.
You know this one? Now, he was assassinated in June of 1914.
Yeah, you know what that kicked off?
A war, I believe.
Yeah, some random
kind
war.
Of war.
Yeah. Pulled somebody into it.
Supposedly, after getting into a 3-car motorcade, Franz Ferdinand was supposed to be paraded through the city of Sarajevo in Austria with his wife and other officials during the 1914 Feast of St. Vitus. But during the parade, a bomb bounced off the convertible top of his sports car, blowing up the car behind them. The Archduke's convoy escaped, and they took an alternate route and stopped right in front of one of their assassins and was shot dead.
Yeah.
So that's what happened with the car. But the car's curse didn't stop there. Apparently, its next owner, General Potiorek, it said it drove him to insanity. Really? Didn't really specify how that happened.
Maybe there's a place called Insanity.
Possibly. And then an army captain and 2 other pedestrians died when the car crashed into them. So that's some other people. And then the Yugoslavian governor at the time had 4 accidents and ended up losing an arm. So they sold it to a doctor who rolled it over and died too. So apparently everybody who's driven this car, owned the car, something bad has happened. Supposedly there's 13 deaths associated to this particular car.
Well, think about the fact, if you put it into the car, think about all the deaths that happened as a result of what happened in that car.
Right.
You know what I mean? You know how some people are, they'll say like, well, the Winchester house is haunted by all these spirits because they created the gun that killed all these people.
Right.
The gun didn't do it. The people pulling the trigger did it. So I've never agreed with that.
Right.
But if you did attribute, the Great War to this car.
That's true. That would be a lot of bad mojo in a car.
I mean, it would be, or good mojo, because, we got good results out of it. But I'm just saying.
I believe the car's in a museum now, so I don't think anyone else is driving it. I'll talk about one more. I'm going to skip over James Dean's car because everybody knows
and we've talked about
the James Dean story.
We've talked about the old 130 like probably 4 or 5 times ourselves.
It's a real crazy story, though. It is.
No, it is. It is. If you want to refresh people that may be a new listener, go ahead.
Well, I'll hit some of the highlights. We all know who James Dean was, and he owned a Porsche 550 Spider. It was dubbed the Little Bastard.
Yeah.
And supposedly it killed James Dean.
And by the way, I love the story so much. I still have a pillow in my room that I call the Little Bastard. And I've always loved this story. Always loved this story. I had a friend that they created a band. The band had nothing. The name of the band had nothing to do with anything, and God, that bothered me. And I'm like, why did you name the band that? Because I was really hoping it was off the James Dean car. And he's like, oh, it was my tag at the time. It was 130 EDJ.
Oh.
And I'm like, really? That's
You're gonna have to come up with a better backstory, dude.
That's it, because I was really hoping it was going to be James Dean lived on the edge and 130 was his port,
right?
Because
right.
130 was painted on the front, and so yeah.
Well, one thing I like about the story about James Dean's cursed car is it's not just the car that was cursed, but all the part, like it was broken up in different parts.
It doesn't matter, yeah.
Exactly. So in this story, of course, James Dean and his mechanic, James Dean was killed and his mechanic was injured in the crash in 1955. So after the accident, the car was bought by famous car customizer George Barris, and it slid off a lift and broke his leg while he was working on it. And then, so it started getting broken up, and the engine and transmission were sold to 2 different racers to put in their race cars. And one of them died after losing control and hitting a tree, and another one suffered some very serious injuries but made it out alive. So they both crashed.
Right.
2 of the tires, which remained untouched from Dean's crash, were sold to another driver who blew them out simultaneously and drove off the road. And another 2 thieves tried stealing the carcass of the car but got injured. Obviously, they were hurt when they were trying to take it. And just a lot of other different incidents when people possessed the car or parts of the car. A garage burned down. It crushed a student at a high school exhibit. It fell off trailers that were moving it around pretty much all the time. And after a while, George Barris wanted to get rid of it, but he was convinced to keep doing exhibits. But eventually it was being shipped back to him when it was mysteriously disappeared from the back of a trailer, carrying it never to be seen again.
Yeah.
So he probably orchestrated that.
No, I'd say it's in somebody's collection somewhere.
Probably. I don't know if they're having problems or if they've, taken some precautions.
Oh, they're probably dead.
So the last one I want to talk about is just one I saw a lot of places and I'd never heard of it before. It's about a Renault.
Yeah.
And it's from South Africa. They call it the jumping car of Cape Town. And it was from South Africa in 2004. This Renault turned itself on and began jumping backwards all on its own. And it says that the car is remarkable because there were multiple witnesses and news reports about the incident. 9 people, including 2 police officers, apparently heard the engine start before it jumped backwards twice uphill.
Oh my God.
And it says the technical coordinator of Renault in Cape Town was very suspicious of the story at the time and even suggested the owners were drunk.
Yeah.
But it says the car apparently roared to life on its own despite having no keys in the ignition and the parking brake engaged. So later on, Renault came out and blamed the odd behavior on a rusty starter cable, which they say could have caused the car to short circuit and start on its own, but they couldn't explain the revving engine and, it jumping backwards. So I don't know. What do you think? Is that something that could happen with a car?
With the Renault, yeah.
With a rusty starter cable?
I mean, not all of that. No, it's not.
It's very strange.
Yeah, it's
very strange. But I just thought I'd touch on a few cursed cars that are way more cursed than the one that's going up for auction.
Yeah, absolutely.
Not
Good
as
job.
much history, maybe, but
Right.
more cursed. All right, so let's move on. Let's talk about John Fogerty.
Oh, yeah.
Now, this is an interview that was done by George Knapp, and it's about John Fogerty's UFO fascination and how it followed him through his career.
Wow.
So it's a very cool article. As you read it, you're actually reading the interview. It says like George Knapp and the question and then what Fogerty said. And so he asks him about some of his different songs, his themes and lyrics, and how they're populated by spooky and swampy folklore and, dark premonitions, voodoo spells, things like that.
I love CCR. That was like one of the first loves. I used to listen to it on my dad's 8-track. And, all those songs are... like the first song I ever wrote was to the tune of Traveling Band.
Right.
And because it's like, some boys there go my sky. I want to tell me that I'm Memphis on a man now. I love so many of their songs. I had Cosmos Factory was the name of the album, but anyway.
Well, he talks about in this interview, he talks about how he's definitely a fan. He started quite young, in the 50s, growing up with flying saucer phenomena, and all the movies and the sci-fi stuff. And he saw every science fiction movie that was ever made. He says that he estimates he's watched the sci-fi classic The Day the Earth Stood Still about 250 times. Just loves it.
Government made.
And he said that classic alien invasion movies inspired him to write It Came Out of the Sky.
Wow.
Which is his own prediction of how humans might react to an ET landing.
That's really cool.
And so, that raised the question if he'd ever had a personal, UFO experience. Yeah. And he claims that he's never seen a UFO that he knew about, nor that he's ever seen an alien that he knows about, is how he puts it. I've never seen an alien that I know about. But he said, as a youngster, he had a strange recurring dream about the sensation of flying out of his home and over his town, accompanied by a mysterious friend. And he wrote about it in his autobiography, which is called Fortunate Son, and openly wonders if the friend was an extraterrestrial.
Wow.
Because that's an odd recurring dream,
Sounds
don't you think?
Familiar, but yeah.
He said he was up over the neighborhood just flying around, and he said kind of like this. I don't know what that means, but he said that he had this dream from the time he was 6 until he was about 12, and he had it over and over and over, and there always seemed to be a presence, like a person that he was aware of, that, like he knew a guy was there. And he didn't know what to call it. Like he didn't know that it was a person. I don't guess he saw it, but he could tell that there was that presence there. And he also talked about in this interview about an eerie spiritual epiphany he had. He was at the gravesite of legendary bluesman Robert Johnson.
Ooh.
And he said that it was a life-changing moment for him. And it caused him and some of his other famous musicians digging into their pockets to put headstones on otherwise unmarked graves of several blues artists that had been forgotten.
Wow.
Now, it doesn't say in here what the life-changing moment was or what the spiritual epiphany was. It does say that there's going to be an extended interview released. So you'll have to go to this article. There should be a link for the extended interview where hopefully they'll talk about that particular experience.
So out of anybody to have a spiritual epiphany to a gravestone, I can't imagine it being Robert Johnson. That's creepy. I mean, Robert Johnson, for anybody who doesn't know, obviously, yes, one of the most famous blues musicians of all time, famously with the Crossroads. But the legend goes that he sold his soul to the devil at the Crossroads and got all of his musical ability and all of his talent and everything else to do what he did. And so it's always been like a really cool... it's just like a really cool legend around him, you know, and his music and stuff.
Right.
So interesting, man. I mean, I always think of the picture. There's this one picture of Robert Johnson that, and I don't know if it's the only picture of Robert Johnson,
but it's the one I always think about, man. And he's just sitting there with his guitar, and it's been featured so many times in documentaries or whatever. But it's very haunting, and I always remember that picture. And it's always been, the picture itself has always been kind of something to me. I don't know. It's always been haunting. So,
well, hopefully we'll get some more of that story when we get to see the extended interview. All right, well, let's move on. I just have a few more stories here at the end, so some of the weirder stuff. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Okay, so this next story is about some suspected goblins that kill about 10 family members.
Goblins?
Goblins.
Okay.
Yes.
I'm intrigued.
So, a Nyanga family is suffering because there are suspected goblins that have killed more than 10 of their family members, and it has prompted them to seek spiritual healing and protection. So last week, they approached a local prophet who allegedly exposed the culprit behind their torment. So the entire family is camping out at this shrine where this prophet stays. Now, to be fair, this is not a situation where he's charging him a lot of money or anything like that. Like, he's invited the family to stay there. He's taken on their case. He leads a church. He is trying to help them. And he allegedly retrieved suspected witchcraft paraphernalia from their home, comprising of a creepy, like, goblin lance knob curry. Now, knob curry is like a stick with a knob on the end that you beat things with. And it was tied with a hyena tail. And then there was a clay pot filled with blood. Now, supposedly, this paraphernalia belonged to one of the family members. They didn't give their name here in the article.
Right.
And when the other family members were asked about this family member, they claimed that they had confronted him before about supposedly him doing witchcraft and those sorts of things. So they said that family members have been dying mysteriously, and they couldn't figure out who exactly was behind the death until they exposed the culprit. And once they had confronted him, they had weird dreams in which he was trying to stab them and things like that. So the prophet went to the house and did some cleansing rituals, trying to eradicate the problem, got rid of all of the different paraphernalia. They did happen to find a list in the clay pot full of blood of family members. There were ones on there that had passed away, but there were ones that were still alive. And so he claims that had they not come to get help, had they delayed getting spiritual help, that they supposedly other people would have passed away as well. So hopefully
where did the jump to goblins come from?
I'm not sure how, unless
normal
that's
problem
just what
in the area.
This prophet, he specializes in exorcising evil spirits and settling spiritual battles. I guess they just said they claim goblins are like evil spirits, so I guess that's what they call them. But very crazy story. It's nice of this local prophet to help the family without making any money off of it. Like, obviously this is just his calling, and he just wants to help them.
I would execute the guy that was doing the witchcraft with
I'm sure something. It didn't go into what's going to happen to this guy if he ran off or if they caught him or whatever, but I'm sure he'll get his.
Yeah, well, he'll get his threefold.
Yes, I'm sure. I'm sure. All right, next story is about a man who strangled his sister to death because he believed his chicken dinner was possessed by Satan. Apparently, his chicken told him to do it. So
I don't know what to say.
I don't really know what to say either. This is from London, and this happened earlier in the year. I guess it just went to court recently, and he told police that he killed his 35-year-old sister because he had been told to do so by Satan and his Buddhist leader, and it was the chicken on his plate that was talking to him.
Do we know what kind of frozen chicken it was?
It doesn't say. It does not say if it was frozen or fresh or bought at a restaurant. Doesn't say. Wow. However, they did claim in court that the prosecutor was trying to say that Satan whispers into people's ears, and they were claiming they use manipulation and lies to get people to commit acts for them.
Yeah.
But of course, he had to undergo mental health assessment, and they determined that he was suffering some mental issues.
The guy's clucked up.
And I guess they've taken him to a facility for that type of thing.
That's a nice way of putting it.
It is. And,
is there a facility for like people that believe chickens are talking to.
It just raises the question again about, possession, mental illness, and which is which, and how do you know and draw the line there?
You don't know.
You don't know. It's crazy.
I mean, it is crazy, and the whole thing about it is if this demon or whatever wanted to do that, you're going to be in a facility the rest of your life.
You are, and then the demon could just be gone.
Nobody's going to believe you.
You can't prove anything. Yeah, exactly. So
it's
sad.
It really is.
Sad and scary. It's a real thing.
I'm perplexed by that one. That you don't usually hear those stories like from England,
No, I know. It's usually other
a little village,
smaller countries and things. Yes. All right, so I have a few more stories here about Bigfoot. We're going to end on some Bigfoot stories. Okay. So this is a story from Canada, from the Northern Ontario woods. And this story's been circulating a little bit. It's about a hunter who recorded a mysterious echoing howl. And we hadn't really done this story before because, it's a video mostly where you just listen to it. But I thought it was really interesting, and I wanted to touch on it because people have since done articles saying that nobody can tell what this noise is. Like, people are just baffled. There's not been an explanation.
It's terrifying. It's a creepy noise.
So it's a video posted by a hunter depicting mysterious and blood-curdling screams echoing from the woods. And a lot of people are saying that it's supernatural. And the hunter, his name's Gino Mikas. He recorded the video on October 3rd while he was out hunting grouse with his wife and his grandson.
Yeah, because you can hear the grandson trying to do it back.
Yeah, and he said that they walked down a trail to see if they could find a bird, and on the way back to the vehicle, it started. And when it let out the first scream, at first they thought it was like a moose, but it just kept screaming over and over again. And, this guy's a hunter. He's in the woods a lot. You would think he would know what some of those sounds were. He said it appeared to resemble a loud echoing howl. It continued for about 5 minutes, and he managed to capture 2 different videos at the time. Yeah. And it says in here that you can hear his grandson trying to reply to the howls with his own howls. And they couldn't really pinpoint. They even asked Ontario's Ministry of Resources and Forestry, but the lady there said her team couldn't pinpoint the source of the sounds. I believe it's because they claim the sound's too far away to be able to tell exactly what it is.
Doesn't sound that damn far away.
But, they don't know.
It's creepy. Listen, it's a creepy piece of video. It's a creepy sound. If you haven't seen it or heard it, go out of your way to, because it's absolutely bizarre. It's very strange. To me, it doesn't sound like a Bigfoot. It sounds like some kind of forest spirit, some kind of banshee type thing, because it's incredibly creepy.
It is, and
it's not human. You could tell that it's not somebody out in the woods doing that.
And it's odd that a resource place can't even somewhat pinpoint. They can't even ballpark what it is. Yeah. They're like, we can't really tell because it's too far away. But they didn't even say, well, it could be this or it could be that. They had no clue.
No.
So very strange. All right, so this next Bigfoot story is about a home that's for sale in Ohio. And the woman, the Century 21 realty agent, her name's Shauna Bailey, she's doing this listing. And at the time, she had bought this Bigfoot costume to use in a listing for some open land she was trying to sell. God. And she just thought it would spice up the photos. And so when she came around to doing this house, the people that were selling the house were like, oh yeah, let's use that. That'd be great. So when you go to the house listing, as you're flipping through the pictures, there are certain pictures where you can see I guess it's her husband in this Bigfoot costume. And at first they're just very subtle, like he's peeking over the fence. But I was switching through the pictures, and all of a sudden I switched this one and he's standing in the kitchen drinking coffee. It's really funny. But I thought that the concept was really great. It did get the house a lot of attention. Right. And you have to check it out. It's a really adorable pictures of Bigfoot selling a home.
Absolutely appreciate that effort. That's awesome.
And the last story, another Bigfoot story, is about another Ohio person in Bainbridge Township. And a man in Bainbridge Township told investigators that he fired his gun twice because he thought Bigfoot was trying to break into his house.
Well, I mean,
if that's really true. So he's a 60-year-old man. He called police and he told the officers that he fired a warning shot in his backyard to scare an animal away. And one of the officers asked him, he said, was it a bear that you saw in your yard? And he said, no, it ain't no. And then there's like an F with a bunch of stars, bear. He said, because it was jiggling his doorknob. And he claimed that the creature returned and tried to get his dog. So he fired another gunshot to scare it off again. And he said it had to be Bigfoot because he described it as being 7 feet tall. And it reportedly returns to his home every night because the neighbors feed the animal bananas. So just to top the story off, beside the fact that his neighbors leave bananas out and it came and jiggled his doorknob and tried to steal his dog, he claimed to tell the police about a woman who was reportedly missing from the area. And he believes that she has been taken by this creature. So,
I tell you now, it all has to do with the damn neighbors. Quit giving bananas to Bigfoot. Everybody knows it makes him crazy. It makes him crazy. Just ask Fido. Is that Fido? Fido! Ask him, Fido. See? Fido talks. Don't give the damn Bigfoot bananas. Never give Bigfoot bananas. Sorry.
So it does say that investigators didn't find any large animal tracks in his yard and that they also did not notice any signs of intoxication. So the man was completely sober.
Well, yeah, because freaking Bigfoot's trying to get
I know you got to stay sober when you're diligent about Bigfoot coming for bananas and stealing your dog.
Listen, people can joke all they want, but everybody knows not to give Bigfoot bananas.
I know. Well, that's all my news.
Well, I appreciate it. All right. Well, thank you for taking that journey with us and that little trip through quite an extensive little fun time we had there. Just remember, the Patreon for us is patreon.com/paranormal sideshow for now. And facebook.com/paranormal sideshow. On the Twitter, it's at sideshow97. Instagram, hot, we're doing it again, damn, is John and Stacey Edwards. And we have a little book, and it's called Till Death and Beyond, and that's available on Amazon just in time for Christmas. Or you can also get that on our website, paranormalsideshow.com.
That's right.
For my very sexy and hot wife, Stacey, my name's John. So long from the Sideshow.
Good night.